Jury is present. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As always, I begin by asking you, did anybody become exposed to any information regarding the case while you were away from the courtroom? Thank you. You have been selected and sworn as a jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Othal Wallace. This is a criminal case. Mr. Wallace is charged with first-degree murder. The definition of the elements of first-degree murder will be explained to you later. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Mr. Wallace. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. The indictment is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and then to explain those laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and then to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it might be helpful for you to understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the lawyers will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make what is called an opening statement. The opening statement gives the lawyers a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the course of the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. After the evidence has been presented, the lawyers will have an opportunity to make what is called a final argument. Following the arguments by the lawyers, the court will then instruct you on the law which is applicable to this case. After the instructions are given to you, you will then retire to consider your verdict. Now, you should not form any definite or fixed opinion about the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the court. Until such a time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Now, during the course of the trial, the court will take recess, during which you'll be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During this recess, you will not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell them that you are in the jury trying the case and ask them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once and report the matter to the bailiff, who will then advise me. Now, this case must be tried by you only upon the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the court. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. Accordingly, you must not visit any of the places described in the evidence, and you must not read nor listen to any reports about this case. Further, you must not discuss this case with any person, and you must not speak with the lawyers, the witnesses, or the defendant about any subject until your deliberations are finished. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of the defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it was made. And likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer the question. Now, if you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you don't want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you will take will be for your own personal use. However, you should not take the notes from within the courtroom. During the recess, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me, and they will be destroyed. No one will ever get to read your notes. If you do take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Now, let me just say something else. We have a court reporter, and she's going to be very busy throughout this trial. She's the only one I think we're going to have throughout the trial. It is much easier for you to pay close attention during the course of the trial. And if you think you didn't hear something or you're having trouble hearing the witness, raise your hand and tell me, and I'll have the volume turned up or have the witness get closer to the microphone. It's much easier to get the answer live from the witness while the witness is on the stand than from the cold record when the court reporter has to type up her notes and then read them back to you. And I do want to point out to you that that is a very cumbersome process and time consuming. So please pay close attention during the trial. As you'll see, I'll be working on my computer during the course of the trial, and I'll be taking notes myself as well, except I do them on my computer. State, you ready to proceed? All right, you may give your opening statement.
Good morning. Before I talk to you about the evidence the state will be showing you in this case, I want to start by reading a social media message that was publicly posted on the Instagram account of this defendant, Othal Wallace. And I quote, "One day I will take great pride and honor in giving me some pig's blood on my hands and boots. If you can't feel this energy, following me is not going to be healthy for you. I pray against my enemy and wish death to all those who are oppressive to the black culture. Black power." These words are not just a message that was posted by the defendant, but a promise. A promise to get pig's blood on his boots, which makes no mistake, the evidence will show you in this case means one thing: the blood of a law enforcement.
Speculation.
This post was made 16 days. 16 days prior to the defendant shooting and killing Officer Raynor in the head. You are no normal jury. Normal juries are asked to make determinations
Pig don't mean cop.
whether or not the state has met its burden of proof by relying on multiple pieces of evidence and kind of putting the puzzle together to determine whether or not the state has enough evidence. Things like eyewitness testimony, physical evidence, DNA, fingerprints, circumstantial evidence. You won't have to do that because all of you will bear witness yourselves to the murder of Officer Raynor. All of you will watch every single moment of this incident happen on his body-worn camera, which Officer Raynor was equipped with that night. Each and every second of the 28 seconds of his interaction with the defendant was captured on that body-worn camera. The sound of the shot, single gunshot, was captured on that body-worn camera. And before fleeing the scene, as Officer Raynor lay on the ground with a hole in his head, you're going to hear the defendant shout out, "Fuck that man," before you hear the tires of his car leaving the parking lot. And after leaving Officer Raynor alone behind these series of apartments at Daytona Beach in the dark with a hole in his head, the defendant would flee the county, flee the city, and eventually flee the state of Florida altogether within a matter of hours. He would travel to the Jacksonville area in his own car, then head down to Gainesville, where he met up with his brother, switching vehicles and getting a ride from his brother to a property just outside of Georgia, or just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And along the way, which I'll come back to later, he made another Instagram post while he was fleeing Volusia County and Daytona Beach. The defendant would be quickly apprehended and located in Georgia on a small property in Snellville. He would be found hiding in a treehouse, armed with multiple weapons, including an AK-style assault weapon with a banana clip, and including a Glock 17, the same Glock 17 that was used to murder Officer Raynor on the 23rd of June. He would be brought back to Florida to face the charges of attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. And the reason it was attempted is because Officer Raynor was still alive. He was at the Halifax hospital fighting for his life. Unfortunately, despite his perseverance and valiant effort, he could not overcome that gunshot wound to his head, and he died on August 17th of 2021. Thereafter, the charges were upgraded, and he's indicted for first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. In addition to seeing the actual murder occur on the body-worn camera, the state will present to you dozens of witnesses and items of evidence proving the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder. You will see and view portions of other body-worn cameras. Two of the colleagues of Officer Raynor who rushed to his aid when he was non-responsive on the radio. You'll see and learn from these witnesses that Officer Raynor's duty belt, a belt worn by law enforcement that contains various things, handcuffs, guns, taser, a mask, radio, was intact. The gun had not been removed, the taser had not been removed, the mask had not been removed, and the belt was still on Officer Raynor when they were up. And you're going to learn a little bit about Axon videos, the actual system that operates the cameras. And what that system does is it actually gives a notification if a weapon is drawn. So if an officer draws his taser or his firearm, it creates it in a log, a notification that that weapon has been drawn, and then actually causes the camera to go on. And you'll learn that there were no notifications on Officer Raynor's duty belt from Axon because he did not draw any of his weapons on the defendant. You're also going to learn that earlier in the day, along with other officers from Daytona Beach, an email was received. It went to all Daytona Beach officers. It's what's commonly referred to as a BOLA, the Be on the Lookout. This email was about a stolen Honda gray crossover vehicle. Went to all officers, and Officer Raynor actually talked to one of his colleagues about that stolen vehicle shortly before he was shot in the head. And that is important in this case because you will see the defendant is in a similar Honda crossover SUV, gray in color, backed into a parking spot behind this apartment complex in a dark area where Officer Raynor could not have made out the plate on the rear of the car to determine whether or not it was even a stolen vehicle, which it wasn't. You'll also learn that Othal Wallace, the defendant, would stay at those apartments at 133 Kingston. He had a girlfriend there, apartment 8. This girlfriend is the first one who identifies the defendant in the body-worn camera footage. So when law enforcement gets that body-worn camera footage, they do screenshots of the vehicle and the person, and they show it to Miss Lewis, and she identifies the vehicle as that belonging to Othal Wallace. And she identifies Othal Wallace as the man in that vehicle. You're going to hear from investigators. You're going to hear about their efforts to locate, identify, and apprehend Othal Wallace, which included working with multiple agencies, including the ATF, the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Marshals, and the Georgia State Police were the ones who actually went onto the property and took Othal Wallace into custody. From these witnesses, you will clearly see the defendant's efforts, layered efforts, to avoid apprehension, including, as I already said, fleeing the state of Florida, switching vehicles, going to a property in Georgia that he was very familiar with, hiding in the treehouse on that property with these weapons, discarding his cell phone before reaching that property, and even changing his physical appearance by cutting off his long hair in a matter of hours, just a day or two between the crime and his apprehension. You're going to hear from experts from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and they're going to tell you about some DNA evidence. They're going to tell you about how Officer Raynor's blood was located on the rear of the defendant's vehicle after it was found in Gainesville and examined by law enforcement. They're going to tell you how the defendant's DNA, not surprisingly, on his own Glock 17 was found in his possession. And they're going to tell you, an expert from ballistics is going to tell you, that the casing, single shell casing found at the crime scene, in that back parking lot, was identified as having been shot fire from Othal Wallace's Block 17 that was found with him in the treehouse. You're also going to receive some other Instagram posts and conversations as well about some of these posts, all from the defendant's Instagram, showing the defendant's disdain towards law enforcement. And again, these posts are going to be weeks before he actually kills Officer Raynor. But as I said earlier, this case is very unique because you have the opportunity to see and hear Officer Raynor's contact with the defendant. Officer Raynor was on duty and he was working the night shift that evening. He was patrolling this area of Daytona Beach, and it's a high crime area of Daytona Beach. You can actually hear there have been some recent shootings in the area as well. You will be able to see in that video, you're going to see in that video Officer Raynor approach the gray Honda. Othal Wallace is sitting in the front driver's seat with the front door ajar. You'll see as he approaches and comes around the side of that ajar door, the defendant stand up out of the car. And you're going to see in the defendant's hand, in his left hand, a small marijuana cigarette. His phone in his right hand. And Officer Raynor shines the flashlight on Othal Wallace's hands. And you're going to see him switch the phone to his left hand to conceal that marijuana cigarette, freeing up his right hand. You're going to hear Officer Raynor being courteous and respectful to the defendant. And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, Officer Raynor asks him again, courteously and respectfully, sit in the car. It is when Officer Raynor keys up his radio. And when I say keys up, I mean goes to call into dispatch. And he starts with his number, his assigned unit number, Charlie 77. When he keys that up, the defendant pushes him with his forearm and the camera becomes obscured. And when the camera becomes obscured, you will hear Officer Raynor tell him 4 times, stop, 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 man. And then you hear the gunshot. And the proclamation by the defendant, fuck that man. And just as important as what you will see in that video is what you do not see. You do not see Officer Raynor ever draw a weapon. Taser, axe, firearm, he doesn't do it. He never threatens the defendant. He is never aggressive towards the defendant. He is polite and courteous in asking the defendant to follow his simple instructions. But the defendant would not. After shooting Officer Raynor, as the defendant fled, leaving Officer Raynor mortally wounded, he took to, as I said earlier, he took to Instagram again. And you're going to hear from a witness who's going to talk to you about Instagram and how the posts work. One of the posts you can put on Instagram is called a story. It's almost like if you wanted to record a video, somebody was skiing, they wanted to record a video, they could post it to their Instagram account, and you could click that video on the story and watch the video. As I said earlier, Othal Wallace's account was not restricted, it's not private. Anybody with his username could have looked up his account and seen his posts free. And so he took to Instagram within minutes of murdering Officer Raynor, within minutes of shooting him in the head. And brag about keeping that post from an earlier Instagram post. And you'll hear his voice. There's no video, but you'll hear his voice in that post. And you'll hear him proclaim to anybody who wished to hear it, I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all. Black power and shalom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will clearly show beyond all reasonable doubt in this case that the defendant murdered Officer Jason Raynor while he was simply doing what was expected of him, to investigate crime and protect the community. And he murdered Officer Jason Raynor because he was a cop, because he was the police, because he was a law enforcement officer. But to him, Officer Raynor was just.
Defense?
Fourth Amendment states, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. The very last instruction Judge St. Brown was going to give me is that for more than 2 centuries we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has a right to violate rules we all share. That holds true as much today as it did 200 years ago when they wrote the Constitution. These are the facts in this case. On June 23rd of 2021, Othal Wallace got up and went to work as a good idea. He finished work about 1. He came home, spent a little time, did some nice rest, and then went to his days. He gets back in the evening of the 23rd. He's sitting in his car, winding down before he goes inside, and he brings out his girlfriend. It's at that time, Jason Raynor pulls up in front of his vehicle. As the state told you, this is all on video, with the exception of 30 seconds. But you'll learn about that in the trial. 30 seconds of it is an halftime. So Raynor stops in front of him, gets out, you'll see that when he's walking out of the car, he's lost, then starts getting out. As he approaches, Raynor then says, "How's it going? Do you live here?" And Othal's like, "What's going on? You live here." Now, as he does that, as he asks the same time, "Do you live here?" you see him physically. That is very close to Mr. Wallace. So what we have now is the car, the door, Officer Raynor, Othal Wallace. Very close proximity. You live here. He was like, "Why are you asking me that? What's going on?" And at that point, he says, "Sit down, sit down, sit down," and he puts his hand up. Now you have to visualize the scene. You have the lead from the door in the car. Mr. Wallace is back into it. Raynor's in front of him with his hand on his shoulder and holding the door. There's no way for Mr. Wallace to go to that point to his left. There's another car to the right. There's a fence behind him. And Raynor's car is parked in front of him. There's no escape for him. So he has his hand on his shoulder, and he says to him, not pig, not what are you doing, not, he says, sir, what's going on? He's like, can you sit down and I'll talk to you. At this time, he has him with both hands, one on the right shoulder, one on the left shoulder, and he's trying to push him back in the car. Mr. Wallace says, come on, don't do this. Why are you asking me if I live here? Do you live here, yes or no? And he's like, what's going on? And at that point, he says, back up, and he tries to walk away. He turns and gets around the door as Raynor pushes him to the door, gets by the door. You see him grab him by the back of the collar. A struggle ensues, and then you hear one gunshot. Short time later, you hear the car drive off. All of this is on video. It takes approximately 20 seconds. You're going to then hear about Mr. Wallace's car being found in Alachua County, and then he's apprehended, taken into custody in Georgia. No violence in Georgia. Armed with his AK-47. Still no violence. up high in a treehouse. Sees all the law enforcement coming up. They open up that AK-47 if he wanted to kill all these pigs. There's absolutely no one. Instead, when the Georgia State Police officer goes up, Raynor closes the door. Hold on, let's put it on very easy. These are the facts, and they're undisputed. Now, you're going to hear the state come at you with a lot of different things. One is the stolen vehicle. There's absolutely no evidence that Raynor knew about this stolen vehicle. We're going to try to elicit this from now Orange County deputy and victim and say, so he told me he was going to look for this single thing. But listen to other stories. Also, listen to the fact that she's the second person to arrive on scene. If she had known that he was going to look for this gray colored Honda CRV, and she had said something to somebody. And she said, hey, let's look for that signal 10, let's look for that stolen vehicle. She never said that. Don't you think she'd at least put it in a report? She doesn't put it in a report. It's not until 2 years later that she goes, oh, that's right. He told me he was going to look for the stolen vehicle. And since then, her story's changed. Because you'll hear that at one point she said, he told it to me at the call that I was with him just before this happened. That's why it's not in the body. But when it's not in the body, then it's like, I don't know anything. But he told me sometime, you know our shit. He doesn't radio in and say, hey, I think I found this stolen vehicle. He doesn't say, hey, I'm going to look for the stolen vehicle. You're also going to find out he wasn't even in his zone. He was in a different zone. The state just told me about this marijuana cigarette. Not once will you hear Raynor say, hey, is that weed? Hey, I smell weed. Not once did they find any weed. So this whole trying to cover it up, wouldn't it have been easier for Mr. Wallace to just drop that marijuana cigarette on the floorboard of his car, stomp it out, so he didn't have it in his hand? You know, they do find it in his car. Are cigars. It's just as likely that cigar. Or more likely. You're going to hear about these posts on Instagram. And you're going to find out that the senseless writer based on what was going on in there. Nothing more than that. You're going to hear about the gun being holstered. And you say it didn't let out the Exxon when you pull it out. But you are going to hear that it does alarm that this gun is being removed. So there's a firearm alarm that goes up. You're also, you say they didn't remove the taser, but you'll see the taser with the safety latch off. The safety latch is off. And with the Exxon and the taser, it doesn't alarm until you shoot it. So he had the safety latch off on the trigger. Don't get tangled up in all this excess stuff that the state's going to throw at you. This entire case comes down to that 30 seconds of video. And whether or not Officer Raynor went from what he would call an essential encounter to a detainment for no reason at all. And whether or not you think it's reasonable that when Raynor horse collars Othal Wallace as he's trying to walk away, that he would have been here as a reasonable person would, and whether or not he had the right to defend himself. That's what this case is about. And because of that, he's not yet guilty. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
They are, and have the witnesses come forward.
That's a good starting argument.
Yes.
Yeah, they just cut off the volume right now. So like we are watching this live. This is the video. This is the live footage that they are putting out. So they don't have microphones. I don't know if they're gonna set up microphones later, but hey, we just got to do the best we can to listen and hear what they're saying. So I feel like it was a great starting, argument from Ozone side. You know what I'm saying? I see the holes in the state side. That's our brother Ozone right there, looking chill. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta up them funds to make sure they represent them in the right way. Because I know they got it. You know what I'm saying? I know they got this. But like they bringing in more witnesses and things like that. So about to get it popping. About to get it popping. This is real. This is not a test.
Each of you will raise your hand on this one, please.
But the life is on the line. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm gonna
let's
ask.
donate to Othel.org.
Your name? Spell your last name. Last name? This is Cummins Spelling. Cummins Spelling. Spell your last name. The rule of procedure has been invoked to require that you remain outside of the courtroom while the testimony is being delivered in the courtroom. Obviously, you can talk to each other about anything you like, with one exception. You may not speak about this case with anyone while the trial is going on. You can't tell anybody what questions were asked in the courtroom, what answers you gave, theories of the case you may have. And that's the duration of the trial. Now, the only exception to that rule is that you may speak with the lawyers individually, not collectively as a group, about any questions that you may have about your testimony. You understand? Right, you may wait outside. Oh, by the way, the viewers are wearing viewer badges. If for whatever reason you find yourself in the same space as the viewer, you need to walk away from the viewer, whatever that may be. Thank you. Let me step outside. State, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Judge. State will call Deputy Amanda Dickens.
Good to see you, Your Honor.
Deputy Judge.
Let's see.
Thank you, Judge.
There's a problem with sound. Either move your microphone closer to the podium. Actually, I prefer you not be on that side if you can get farther away from yours. Either in the middle there or close to the main podium, yeah.
Yes, sir.
There we go. They fixing the sound right now. So here we go.
Sure.
Now, you see.
must have heard y'all.
Is that better for you, too? See if we can push it.
Ready to proceed? Ready to proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
If you can introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name, please.
Amanda Dickens, last name Dickens.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
What's your job there?
patrol deputy,
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
approximately a year and a half.
Prior to working with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
Yes, I work for the city of Daytona Beach.
Why did you leave Daytona to go work with Orange County?
Just better money opportunity. It's closer to my house. Shorter commute.
Do you mind telling the jury, if you could, about your training that you received to become a law enforcement officer, please?
Yes,
Can you get closer to the microphone?
yes, sir. So I went to academy, just 700 plus hours, plus in-house training at the city of Daytona Beach Police Department. I went through an FTO program before being released. And when I went to Orange County, I went through the same thing. Went through their in-house and FTO program all over again.
And I know what an FTO program is, but can you tell the jurors what that means?
It's field training, so basically on-the-job training.
Is that under the supervision of a senior officer?
Yes,
To provide you guidance?
yes, it is.
And that person rides with you and you guys, they follow you for several months, in the same car?
Yes, they do. They grade you on your performances of the day. Yes.
Let me bring your attention now to, would have been June 23rd, 2021. Were you working that day, ma'am?
Yes, I was.
What capacity were you working in?
Patrol.
Which shift were you working back then?
I was working Charlie East, so the midnight squad.
Can you tell the jurors what time the midnight squad would work if there was two different shifts?
There was a single shift, but it was split in two, so we'd have cars come and work 4 to 4, and then the second half of cars would come in and work 6 to 6.
So 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 4 p.m. to 4 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Officer Jason Raynor?
Yes, sir.
How did you know him?
We met in-house at Daytona Beach. We went through in-house academy or in-house training, and then we ended up on the same shift.
So he was on the midnight shift with you?
Yes, he was.
And obviously on the midnight shift, it could either be 4 to 4 or 6 to 6?
Yes.
Tell me about the normal procedure once you would get on shift for the day. What would you do to brief up when you're ready for the day?
My normal day started with my emails, making sure that I understood what was happening either the night before or during the day. So bolos, taskings, stuff that needs to be fixed, evidence, subpoenas, and then we'd go for briefing.
Did you, through the emails, what kind of information would you get?
Stolen vehicles, missing persons, suspects in robberies and other crimes. Attempt to identify if you've gotten out with somebody that matched who they got out with or who they think the suspect is.
Would you, as a law enforcement officer, on receiving these emails, would you utilize them in your daily function in order to determine, investigative leads or what you might do during the evening?
Yes, absolutely.
You yourself on that June 23rd date in 2021, you came on at 6 p.m.
Yes, I did.
Upon coming on that evening, did you have any, did you review your emails?
Yes, I did.
Just, can we come sidebar for one moment?
Someone would just, all right, jury. All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Yeah, they cut off the volume again. Yeah, we heard. Y'all make sure y'all share the platform. Y'all do your due diligence. Do what you can to help out the brother. You know what I'm saying? We have a rights too. We have our own rights just as well as everybody else. So I've seen a lot of people when it comes to this law, they basically, I wouldn't say um, get away with anything, but they will serve justice when it comes to these type of things, especially when it comes to self-defense. I mean, we've seen so many cases of self-defense, especially in the state of Florida. So let's stop playing around. Things should not switch up because someone have a different color skin. So yeah, let's represent for our brother in the right way. Let's share the platform, share the information, put out free ozone, put out ozone coming home, put out whatever you need to put out to support this brother. We all are creative individuals, so I know we're gonna do the right thing, do some innovative things for our brother. But if you don't have any other creative idea, definitely go to Othel.org, donate. Donate $1, $2, $3, $4, 100, 1,000, 2,000, shoot, 50,000, 40,000, whatever you need to put in, because this will be a win for all of us, not just ozone. It's bigger than ozone at this point. It's bigger than ozone, you know. So let's do what we got to do to free our brother. Because after this case, after we get our brother home, we're going to figure out some other stuff. So stuff like this won't happen again. You know what I mean? So, yeah, let's get past this, and then we're going to really get to it. But let's support our brother. Let's support our brother. What y'all think about this case, this trial so far? Put it in the comments. What y'all think? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. It's very interesting. Typical, but interesting. You know what I'm saying? Very typical. Arguments is that the state is coming with is weak so far. It's weak so far. There's so many holes in it. You know what I'm saying? And I know those type of lawyers, they're going to eat that up. They should be able to eat that up for sure, for sure. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, free ozone. Ozone coming home. Ozone coming home. What y'all feel about the trial so far, though? How y'all feel? Yeah. Let's go ahead and put in the chat, man. Free ozone. Free ozone. Or ozone coming home. Ozone is coming home. Let's put that in the chat right now, right now. Let's get it. Let's get it. Free ozone. Let's put that in the chat. Got a good 40 of y'all in here right now. Let's put free ozone in the chat, everybody. I don't care where you at. Stop what you doing. Free ozone. No. Yep. Black Guns. What up, Black Guns? Black Gun Owner Magazine in the building. No. Yeah, we're going to free our brother. Othel.org, y'all. Othel.org. Let me see. I'm going to check Othel.org right now, see where we at. Yesterday we was at 91,555. That's where we was at yesterday. Let me refresh and see where we at. Okay. 91,605. I see a few different $25. Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. Hey, $25 a pop. Okay. It's interesting that they got this trial on 9/11. Very interesting, because we know that the courts and this system, they deal with numbers as well. They very symbolistic when it comes to things. So 9/11 for a lot of Caucasians, it triggers them. It triggers them. You know what I'm saying? It really does. Here we go. I say it triggers them because they got damn near all white jury. You know what I'm saying? So to do this on 9/11, it's very interesting.
Receive, Your Honor. May be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, if I can pick up, when you check your emails on June 23rd, when you came on shift, did you receive an email in reference to any stolen vehicle?
Yes.
You may approach the witness, Judge. I'm going to approach and show you what's marked for state identification as G. Please take a moment and look at that. Is States G the email that you received in reference to that stolen vehicle?
Yes.
Did you read that yourself when you got on the shift that day?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about Daytona a little bit and how it's set up. I'm going to approach you and show you what's marked as State A. Judge, I believe there's no objection from the defense on State A, so we move it into State 1. It's composite.
How many pictures?
4.
Okay, without objection,
No objection, ma'am.
the evidence will be, the item will be admitted as evidence. Whenever you hear me say the words, it's admitted as evidence, that means it becomes part of this case that you will have when you deliberate, okay? You may or may not be able to see it at this time, depending upon the parties and when they want to show the evidence. Once I say it is admitted as evidence, it is your evidence. Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. May I have the witness step down?
Yes. And make sure you keep your voice up, though.
And I'm going to show you what is marked as 1A, which is in evidence. If you can take this pointer, if you can stand to the side of there. Can you just describe what area we're looking at here? Maybe identify some landmarks and explain to the jury what area we're looking at?
This is City of Daytona Beach.
Talk really loud.
This is going to be City of Daytona Beach. This is going to be A1A, your main route of International Speedway Boulevard. You have Daytona Speedway. You have the airport behind it. This is going to be US 1, otherwise known as Brickwood. Tanger outlets.
And I see here on the map, it's marked 133 Kingston Avenue. Is that eventually the location you had to go to with Officer Raynor that evening?
Yes, sir.
You can just stay up there for one moment, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's marked as 1B. It's just a little bit closer. Just identify the landmarks again and the location here.
The Speedway is still here. International Freeway Boulevard, still A1A, Beach Street, you have Jackie Robinson Stadium, just north of the.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just have you stay up there for one more moment. And eventually we get to 133 Kingston Avenue. Is this a close-up of that area? Can you just tell us what roads kind of work to frame it?
The main road's gonna be North Beach Street, you're gonna have the jurisdiction line, Basin Avenue, on the hill. Beach Street's gonna be the Ridgewood.
Okay, and I'll have you come down later and explain some other stuff. Actually, if you can stay here. If you can, I'm sorry, can you tell us what zone you were working that evening?
Zone 56.
And can
Zone 56.
you describe to the jury and show them what zone 56 would encompass on the map here? If you can.
Yeah, so it's gonna be everything west of the river, east of the railroad tracks. And then, south of Mason, which I pointed out earlier, and is, or north of Mason, south of Mason, north of Mary Cloud.
So just for us, because we don't know any of these roads, can you just like draw?
It's just.
Now, Officer Raynor, what zone was he working that evening?
He was working 57.
Can you tell us where that is, ma'am?
And that's gonna be the same east and western points, but it's gonna be from Mary Cloud, down to Orange Avenue. It's Mary McLeod Bethune, MMB, down to Orange.
Now, ma'am, just because you're assigned to 56 and he's assigned to 57, does that restrict you to your zone throughout the day?
No,
Can you explain to the members of the jury how that works and when one might go outside their zone?
so you would go outside of your area of responsibility regarding the productivity, to back up another officer, to do traffic stops, anything that, you could go anywhere on that side. The only thing that you're really responsible for is the work before the camera. But you could go do proactivity or whatever you want to, not the other ones.
Thank you, ma'am. I can have you sit down now. Thank you. Now, once you got on shift that evening, did you have a conversation with Officer Raynor in reference to that email?
I did.
Can you describe, do you remember where that conversation took place or how?
I know it happens between coming on shift at 6 and the last call before the incident. So somewhere's in that time period, either verbal or via phone call.
Did you previously indicate that it was at a call at the American Inn?
I did, however, it's been a couple of years. It was traumatic. It took me a month and a half to get back to work. So after some reflecting on when it happened, I know it happened in between 6 p.m. and when the incident happened. I just don't recall where exactly.
What was the conversation? What did Officer Raynor tell you?
Judge, Your Honor, just said.
Go ahead and answer, ma'am.
The conversation was asking, Officer Raynor asked if I had seen the Bolo or be on the lookout for the Signal 10. The Signal 10 is a stolen vehicle.
So let's
The code.
slow down for everybody here. So he asked you about a Bolo.
He asked if I had seen the Bolo in the email. Bolo is a be on the lookout.
What is, in law enforcement speak, what does be on the lookout mean? What is it?
It's just like a notice of either there's stolen vehicle, suspect of some sort, stolen tag. It's just a, hey, this happened, it's in your area, look out for it if you see it, you know.
And then you had mentioned Signal 10. What is the Signal 10 used for? And
It's a 10 code for stolen vehicle.
so just so we all understand, like if you were to go over the radio and you would say Signal 10, that means a stolen vehicle. So when y'all communicate with each other, do you use, I guess, officer speak or radio talk?
Yeah, it's a mixture of like plain talk and codes, just depending on what's easier to get out.
Now that we understand the code, can you tell us what exactly he told you?
Yeah, he asked me if I had seen the bolo. He said that it had hit our license plate readers, our LPR system, which is basically a fancy camera that just takes pictures of your license plates and it sets them in a system. And if that certain plate has been listed into the national database or the state database as stolen or missing, it'll alert and say, hey, that car, vehicle, plate is in your area. So he had said that the vehicle was in our area and he wanted to go look for it at some point during our shift.
So, and based on your conversation, you understood him referring to that email in reference to the Honda?
Yes.
Now, around what time do you go out for lunch? When I say out, can you explain to the jury what that means if you sort of take lunch? Or I say lunch, dinner.
My scheduled dinner was around 8 o'clock.
What did you do for your dinner that night?
I did not have dinner because I was asked to assist Officer Erlinson and Officer Raynor with a female search for an arrest that they were making.
After you assisted them, was that at the American Inn?
Yes, it was.
After you assisted them, what did you do?
I was sitting driver door to driver door with Officer Erlinson while I was attempting to eat my dinner in my car.
Do you mind stepping down? We have a little step down. Can you show us where the American Inn is located on the map down area? Might be a little off the map, but if you can show us.
It should be right here.
Okay. So it's south of the Kingston Avenue.
Yeah, it's south.
Okay, you can sit back down. Thank you. While you were talking to Officer Erlinson, did something cause you to change your course of conduct where you had to spring into action or try to do something?
Yes. Officer Raynor came across the radio and he said 3 Charlie 77, which is our call signs. We have a signed call sign.
So if we can slow that down. So for example, if I was a police officer, I could have Charlie 56. Someone else could be Charlie, I'm just making up numbers. But that's his call sign. So when the I guess the operator or that operator knows, they know who it is.
Yeah, it's an identifier, yes.
When you hear Charlie 77, is there anything that usually comes after that?
Yes, usually you hear dispatch reply with go ahead. Like, go ahead with your transmission. And then there's nothing.
Would in a normal situation, an officer respond after dispatch asks them to go with their?
Yes.
Did you hear any response after the dispatch asked to go ahead?
No, there was no response. Dispatch called for him several times.
Why did that cause you to have concern, and then what did you do in reaction to that?
Due to my experience, that usually means the officer is in trouble and can't get to the radio to transmit, or they're fighting somebody. So if something is preventing them from getting to the radio.
What did you do when you were at the American Inn? Where did you go to?
I got out of the parking lot of American Inn. I made a right-hand turn northbound on Ridgewood, and I just started driving in that direction.
May I have the witness sit down? Yes. Thank you. Don't forget to talk really loud.
Yes.
Thank you. So if you just indicate where you started driving, did Officer Erlinson leave the parking lot with you?
He left with me, but I was facing Ridgewood, and he was facing the hotel, because we were driver door to driver door. So he had to make a U-turn to come out now.
Okay. Were you able to look up Officer Raynor's location yourself?
I did pull it up on our maps and I saw that he was up in my zone north. And I knew the general area, I just didn't know the street because it was blown out. So like you could just tell I had to go north. I didn't know where north, but I didn't go north.
And if we can back up a moment, when you were at the American Inn down here, that's outside of your zone, right? Because you were assisting.
I was in zone 58, yes.
Okay, but that would be common to rotate zones to help.
Yes, I will always call there to assist with the search.
So if you can just tell us, you're driving Ridgewood, and if you can let us know, you know,
Let me step back a little bit so the viewers can't see. you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, step to the side so they can see.
tell us
What I can ask.
Yes.
Same question, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
You said she was driving from left?
Yes, you're driving from the American Inn north, and was it on Ridgewood here?
Yes, it was.
This being states 1C. This Ridgewood right there.
Yes, it is.
Tell us what road you turned on, and how did you know what road to turn on?
Dispatch advised us that his GPS was coming off of Kingston, and also Sergeant Services, my sergeant at the time, had pulled up his GPS off of his body cam. And he was coming up in this area.
What did you do from Ridgewood? You can show us your path of travel.
Absolutely. So I made a right-hand turn onto Kingston. It being close to 8:30 at night, it was dark, so you couldn't see much. Parked right here was a big yellow Husky truck with a moving truck, so I could not see Officer Raynor's car or any indicators of where he was. So I made a U-turn at Beach Street, and by the time I turned around to come back, Officer Erlinson had found him and was calling out all the necessary information on radio. That we had an officer down with a gunshot wound, and that he needed units.
When you turned around and proceeded back, can you point to the jury where you parked your vehicle and where you went to?
Yes. So I parked my vehicle here at an angle, and I had to run in between the buildings, and Officer.
I'm going to show you what is 1D. It's a blow up of the 133 Kingston Avenue, and then right next door to 115.
Yes, sir.
So just illustrate on here, it's a little bit closer up where you parked.
Yes. So I parked right here because the taxi truck was parked in the way right here. I ran across here behind the buildings, and Officer Erlinson and Officer Raynor were over here, and Officer Raynor's car was here.
Just so we're clear with the jury, it was in the back of this parking lot behind 133 Kingston where you located that.
Yeah, it was right here against the fence.
Did you have a body camera on that day?
I did.
Now, I know this is a little embarrassed. When you first get out of your car, do you pull your gun out?
I did pull my gun out, yes,
Why did you do that, ma'am?
because Officer Erlinson had advised that one of our officers was shot, and I didn't know if the shooter was still in the area.
As you jump out and you're running, do you, we'll see it on video, do you trip over something?
I do. There's a concrete area right here between these two apartments, and it was dark.
When you get to Officer Raynor and Officer Erlinson, describe what you observe happening back there and what the scene is like.
The scene's chaotic. There's a bunch of civilians around. Officer Erlinson was asking me to get something to stop the bleeding. When I yelled in the general public for a towel, I think some bystander had given their shirt off their back to stop the bleeding. When I got up to Officer Raynor, he was shot in the head, and his left eye was completely out, hanging, and he was bleeding.
What did you do?
I grabbed his hand and began to help hold pressure on his head the best I could. Officer Erlinson was still trying to get out radio traffic, so I ended up turning my radio off so that it wouldn't mess up the traffic to squelch each other if you're too close.
Was the paramedics or firefighters or EMTs there yet?
No, they were not.
How long did it take them about to arrive? Do you know?
What felt like hours, I think probably 10, 15 minutes.
Officer Irvins and Officer Raynor were located here. Is this where Officer Raynor's vehicle was that we talked about?
Yeah, it was parked facing east, like this.
Was Officer Raynor conscious and alert when you arrived back there?
He was awake and conscious. I was trying to speak to him and let him know it was going to be okay, and he came out.
Was he able to communicate and talk to you a little bit?
He was trying to give us some information about who he was out with. I was trying to get his phone password so I could access his Axon app and look into his body camera to see who he got out with.
So if we can just explain that to the jury. As a law enforcement officer with Daytona Beach, on your cell phones,
Yes.
would you have access to watch back what was happening on Axon or on your
Yes.
body camera?
Yes, there's an app and it will collect all of your videos that you recorded that day, or at least when you dock it again, or it uploads into Axon's cloud, I guess. So we do have an app, you log in, which his would have automatically opened with his face, like for a passcode to his phone, but I can't
So when you first get there, you're unable to see the Axon of who he interacted with? You can sit back there, I'm sorry, man. Yes.
I wonder what picture he trying to paint there. I wonder what picture he trying to paint there. I don't like dude. I don't like dude. He seemed weak, to be real. I feel like that's easy money.
Tell us, in the time between evac arriving and you're there, are you just comforting Officer Raynor at the time?
I was comforting him up until Officer Jackson arrived, and then we ended up taking his uniform off and checking for other injuries. And then after we checked for other injuries and loaded him into the ambulance, Officer Jackson had taken his duty belt and walked over to his patrol car, where I had opened the trunk and we secured his duty belt in the trunk.
Did you have an opportunity to make observations of his duty belt?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury what kind of equipment when you were at Daytona Beach you have on the utility belt?
Yes, so you will have your firearm, your taser, your collapsible baton, your pepper spray, and your handcuffs, and then your extra magazines.
When you observed, were you present when Officer Raynor's utility belt was taken off?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to make observations of it?
Yes, I was.
Did his gun, was it still in the holster and holstered in?
Yes, it was. Still in the holster.
Can you explain to the jury how you as a law enforcement officer with Daytona Beach would have had to, what you would have done to be able to get your gun out of your holster?
Yes, so the holsters issued at Daytona Beach, a two-step process to remove the gun from the holster. There's a strap that goes over the top that has to be pushed forward, and there's another button just underneath of it that has to be knocked back in order to disengage the firearm from the holster.
And the firearm was still in the holster without anything?
Firearm was still in the holster and the first page was still up.
What about his collapsible baton? Was that located still in his utility belt?
It was still in its holster behind his duty weapon.
Do you have an opportunity to see his, stun gun or taser, whatever the name might be?
Yes, his taser was still holstered as well.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
Yes, I was.
Approach the witness, Judge. I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as case B.
Yes, it's my body camera.
How do you recognize that one?
Because I signed it.
Do you view this
I
as
did sign it, yes.
a fair and accurate depiction of parts of your body camera that image?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time the statement movement states C.
Any objection? No, no objection, I'll get the witness up.
Look like she don't really want to be there.
Judge, may I publish states 2 for the jury?
Look like she lying too. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't think so, Judge. I'll watch through it and then I'll ask if there's any questions or I'll follow up questions.
Okay. Some more video footage. Let's see.
Come to the location. Somebody shot a cop in the ground.
She got to get some whole pressure. Some whole pressure, man.
Give me a towel! Give me a towel! Give me a towel!
Hey, he got my shirt. He got his shirt. He got his shirt.
The camera, man.
Give me a towel. They're not here. Get rescue in here.
Get rescue here now. You gonna be all right, buddy. Hang on. You gonna be all right, bud. Hey, where's he at?
See his facial
Hang on,
expression.
Jason.
Hang on, buddy.
Hang on, bud.
Hang on.
Hang on, bud. Who saw it?
Stay back.
Oh, man.
Bicep took away. No suspect yet, bro.
You get your radio. I turn mine off.
Yeah. They're coming, man. Just hang on.
Hang on, man. Hang on. Come on,
Hang on,
Jason.
brother. Hang on.
Hang on, Jason. Hang on, buddy. Hang on, buddy.
Hang on.
Hang on, buddy. Hang on, bud.
I'm here.
Hang on.
Just hang on.
Just
Keep
hang
talking
on.
to me. Keep talking to me, man.
Wave me back in. Wave the
Get the
ambulance.
fucking ambulance. Get
Get
him
the
back
ambulance.
here.
Just get the ambulance. We're fine. Go get the ambulance.
Go.
Go.
You're gonna be all right, bro.
Go down.
Yeah, the footage may be too revealing.
Shut up.
Oh,
You know, they'll take down
Where
this
is he? What's he
YouTube.
wearing? Can you tell me anything?
Who is it, Jason?
Can't see everything.
Can you tell me anything, brother? Was he in a car? Was he just standing?
Judge, it's gonna, because it stopped in this, I'm gonna find the spot and put it right there. Yes, sir.
Hang on.
Just hang on.
Just hang on. Hey, come on, man.
Come on. Again. Just one. Just one? Just one. Just one. Or we can take his head.
It's in his head.
Okay. Okay. You're talking, buddy. You're talking. Where the fuck did that happen? Right here. We don't know.
Hang on, buddy. Hang on, buddy.
Where's he at? Move. Jason. Hey, I'm here, buddy. I'm here. Okay? You go in the back of the... I got you, buddy. Don't...
Hang on, Jay.
Where the fuck is Evac?
Hang on, Jay.
Just hang on.
Hang on, Jason.
Try to give me everything you can. Jason, what happened? Who was it? Who did it? I don't know. Take this. Put this in your pocket.
You don't know who did it. He said he don't know.
Jason, it's okay, buddy.
He doesn't know. It's just one guy.
I got you, buddy. It's okay, buddy. Just relax. I got you. We got you. Jason, we got you. I got you, buddy. Okay.
If somebody is right in front of you, you don't know what happened.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, buddy. It's good. No. Do you see who is Jason? No. Got it? Wait a minute.
Who did it? I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, talk to me, buddy.
Talk to us, Jay.
Hey.
It might. Stay tight, buddy.
What are we doing here? Grab his phone. Grab his phone.
It's in his car.
They activating this.
Stops at 6, it's June 23rd, 2021 at 20:58:59.
All rise, jury.
The cop didn't know who shot him. You already know how Caucasian, when they force themselves to cry, you know how they go. She don't even look like a crier. You know what I'm saying? It's a different type of sympathy when you actually feel sad for something. It's a whole different type of sympathy. It's like you want revenge. You know what I mean? She don't look like that type of. It look like she's trying to hide something. That's what it looked like. Yeah, it looked like she was trying to hide something. They just muted everything, you know. But yeah, I mean, what y'all think about so far? Put in the chat. Like, what's y'all thoughts? I want to know y'all thoughts, man. I want to know y'all thoughts. Y'all just saw the footage, the extra footage. This is the footage that they didn't put out. They could have put it out. It's a lot of that they could have put out, but they didn't put it out. You know what I'm saying? So this is the extra footage, what happened after the shot or after whatever happened. You know what I'm saying? So what's y'all thoughts, man? What's y'all thoughts? You got extra footage. The aftermath. Who did it? Nobody know who did anything, not even the person that got shot. Ozone coming home. Ozone is coming home. Y'all go ahead and donate. Othel.org. Othel.org. Go ahead and donate. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Other.org. I set up the website right now. Anytime we hear something good, I mean, I'm saying good as in something that's gonna have ozone to walk on. Anytime you hear something that you like, go ahead and donate. Put $1, $2, whatever. Every time. You know what I'm saying? Let's play a game. You know what I'm saying? Let's get our brother free for sure. For sure. Let me see where we at. Let's see, 91,605. Let's see where we at right now. I'm just looking on Othel.org. Now we at 91,630. Okay. Let's keep it going. Looks like it's a bunch of 25s going. $25, $25, 20. Hey, let's keep that going all day. This whole broadcast, throwing a quick 25. You know what I'm saying? Ozone's coming home. Hashtag Ozone's coming home. You did? Yeah. What we got? Yeah, they could have played that video, yo. They could have played that way beforehand instead of today. They could have blurred out some of the extras or whatever, you know, all the blood and all of that. Because they always show us on the ground bleeding. No, they showed George Floyd knee on his neck. You know what I'm saying? They show there's so many other videos, man. I can go on and on and on. I can't even name them all. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just a blur because there's so many. They showed us on the ground screaming for help, whatever. They could have showed that. But they just decided to show that today. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see some more footage. More footage is going to come out of different views, different point of views and things like that. The cop don't know who shot him. They asked him, who did it? You can't say the person that you pulled over. Not even pulled over, the person that you questioned. Who did it? They don't know. He don't know. Interesting, y'all. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah. I'm just reading the comments. We still here. Shout out to y'all for coming through. Watching this live. It's a watch party. You know what I'm saying? It's a watch party. We're about to watch Ozone be set free. You know what I mean? About to watch Ozone be set free. So we at 91,630. 91,630 as far as the donations. Let's run it up. Let's get to 100 today. 100K. You know what I'm saying? Right now we at 91. Let's get to 100K today. By the end of this case, by the end of today, let's get to 100K. Let's go, family. Let's get this joint popping, man. So I'm liking how it's going so far. I feel like this is for the O's lawyers. This is easy money. This is easy money. This is easy money. That's crazy. They don't know who did it. How many of y'all know people that got shot by someone that's still alive, you know, but got shot by someone from a distance or close up, and you know exactly who did it? Exactly who did it. You know what I'm saying? So that that cop that was laying down, he was being honest. Like, look, I don't know. I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Now, I think, am I tripping? Because the first time he was shot, they say he got shot in the head. And if he got shot in the head, how are you able to talk like that? Like, you still talking and stuff. They say, am I tripping? Didn't they say he got shot in the head? Didn't they say the cop got shot in the head? And all cops have bulletproof vests? Am I tripping? Somebody must have known exactly where to aim, where to shoot in order to put that man out. So I don't know. They said he got shot in the head. Let me look this up, man. Cause I could have sworn they said that. Now, cost of death. Let me look that up, man. What is the actual cost of death for that so-called Officer Raynor? Hold on, let me look this up. Let me spell his name right. Raynor, Jason Raynor. All right, let me look this up. What is Jason Raynor's cost of death? Just saying he was shot doesn't tell me much. Where was he shot at? What was the complications to cause him to die? Because he died days after. He didn't die instantly. Can somebody find that cause of death? Because it's not showing me where he was shot. Yeah, I'm still seeing shot in the head. But cause of death. Because he was alive for a few days, I think a week. Yeah, they saying it was shot in the head. I don't know. They didn't say what he suffered before he passed. But anyway, hold on. Injury, who died Tuesday, suffered during EMS worker. I don't know. I can't find that joint. They just said he was shot. He suffered from gunshot wounds. You know, said he was shot in the head. Obviously, he was still talking, saying he don't know. I don't know. They're just saying, wow. You're able to talk real clear and you got shot in the head. Y'all heard how clear he was talking? He was like, oh, oh, I don't know. I don't know who shot him. Anybody see the funeral? Jason Raynor's funeral? Like, was it a closed casket? I don't know. I'm not trying to be funny, like, for real. I didn't know where this gunshot wound was at. Nah, that's why. Somebody said COVID-19. It could be. Could have been. They didn't say that though.
Yes, sir.
All rising, jury.
Hey, yo, it's about to get interesting.
Thank you, Judge.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Approach the witness. I'm going to approach and show you what is marked as state C. Can you take a look at those two photographs? What are those photographs?
These are screenshots from my body camera. Depicts Officer Jason's duty.
We'll talk about it, but those screenshots, the apparent accurate depiction of what's on.
Yeah, talking to the mic, yo.
Anything needs to be changed or altered up. This time, Judge, take the witness case. Proceed as brief.
Without objection,
May I call this witness, Judge? Ma'am, can I have you step down? And if I can give you this point, don't forget to stand off to the side, talk really loud. If we're looking at 3A right now, can you point out specifically to talk about Officer Raynor's duty belt? Can you point out his gun and the strap, what you're talking about would have to occur?
Yes, as I was explaining earlier, two-point system. As you see, the strap is still above the top of the gun, which means it has not been disengaged yet. And then his collapsible baton.
Is where the collapsible baton in the appropriate location? Where it would be
Yes,
located?
it's where you are, yes.
And the strap and the way the gun is situated there, that means that it wasn't disengaged. There was no effort to try and take the gun out of it, correct?
No, sir.
And the taser we can't see in this photo. Is it usually on the other side?
Yes, it should be right behind his left hand on the other side of the magazine.
Okay, and I'm showing you now what is 3B. It's even a better close-up of the firearm, of this firearm. And is this the strap we're talking about still engaged?
Yes,
And this is the location of where the baton is?
yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Don't mean nothing. He still had his hands on someone. and he got a gun. No matter if it's locked up or not, you got a gun. You can easily
Judge, if I
put
may
it out.
publish the second portion of the body camera, it's just a small portion of, for the. And, Deputy, is this, after the paramedics have arrived where you were talking about earlier, receiving the, gun belt or locking it in the trunk?
Yes, sir. It's running, they're in it. It's running, they're in it. I don't think it's a spare car.
All right, pop it or unlock it. Let's turn it off. Sorry.
Everyone's in trouble. Our camera off so we can get back and get out of here, right?
Your keys, yours.
Were you given responsibility to keep custody of the gun vault until you turned it over to evidence custodian or the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
Did you take custody and lock that in the trunk and hold on to that until you did?
Yes, I did.
Did you change or alter anything about it?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
The location where this occurred and where Officer Raynor was located when you arrived, is that in Volusia County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
The Daytona Beach is located in Volusia County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
No further questions, Judge. Terry, do you need the screen or do you want us to move it? Okay.
Hey, no cap. I've heard of police having dirty guns or other guns outside of their issued one. I've heard of that. No cap. Straight up. Just putting that out there.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
How long have you known Jason Raynor?
I known him the entire 2.5 years I was there when he was shot.
And would you say that's how your relationship is friends?
Shipmates, friends, yes.
Right. As far as the conversation you had with Jason Raynor about the Sigma 10, I mean, you already testified to it. Originally, you stated that that conversation took place at a trespass call where you came to search the person who was arrested, right?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you find out that that never happened at that location?
I had time to reflect on my answer. I knew that the conversation had happened. However, it being over 2 years ago now, switching agencies, I knew the conversation happened. I was just mistaken on when. I just know it happened between 6 p.m. and before the incident.
At the time that you stated it happened at the trespass incident, you were very certain that that's where it took place, weren't you?
I was, but again, this is traumatic. It's been some time now.
And so that
She fucked
totally
up.
wrong. You didn't hear it then, but you don't know when you heard it.
I know I heard it between coming on shift and before the incident.
You don't know how you heard it. You don't know if he told you in person or if he told you over the phone. That's what you testified.
Yes, we communicated all day by phone and in person. So it wasn't like we had one conversation that day. We've had give multiple all day long.
And today you testified with rather certainty that, you know, he told me about the LPR and he was going to go look for this car and he was going to find it. He was very certain about the words that he used, weren't you?
Yes.
But back when you took your deposition, you weren't quite so certain, were you?
I don't understand the question.
Well, today, you're like, he told me X, he told me Y, he told me Z, and I know that's why he went to that location, because that's what he was looking for, that's what he told me. But previously, you haven't testified as to that, have you? Show your deposition.
What page was one?
June 12th, page 14.
Yeah.
And if you could read, 2023, I'm sorry. June 12th, 2023, page 14. And I want you to read from line 7, read this to yourself, line 7 to the end of line 14. Read that to yourself. I'm sorry, line 12 to line 14.
Yes, sir.
Right. And on that day, you said, and you were under oath that day, right?
Yes, sir.
So to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
And on that day, you said, he had said, I can't tell the exact words, he just said, I'm gonna go look for something to do. I think there's a signal 10, a fresh signal 10. Is that what you said on that day?
What I said, yes.
Okay. But today, you're like, he told me there was an LPR in this area, I'm gonna go find it. How come your memory's so much better now?
I've had time to reflect on that day to prepare for this trial. Like I said, it was traumatic. This is the first time going over it.
If the deposition, that was the first time you've gone over it.
Yes.
You didn't review anything for your deposition?
So I changed agencies and I did not have access to my body cam or anything else prior to that. I have not been at Daytona Beach in a year and a half.
Now, after you did the pat down, the search of the female at the press check at American Inn, you then stayed there to have your lunch, I guess?
Yes, but attempted to, yes.
You were there with Officer Raynor.
Erlinson, yes.
And then at some time, you hear the call from Jason Raynor come over the radio and there's no response.
Yes.
Now, I know that you said it's typical to go into different zones, but wouldn't it be best practice to, you're going into a different zone, leaving your zone to let somebody know that you're doing that?
It's not always practical. I mean, you'd be on the radio 24/7 telling everybody what street you're on. You have GPS, multiple.
But wouldn't you want somebody to know you're not in your area, but taking care of business in your zone?
That's not normally communicated.
All right, and if you're driving up to the scene when you take off to go to 133 Kingston, you can't see down into the parking lot of that apartment complex due to that big yellow Penske truck, right?
Are you talking about?
You missed the driveway because of that Penske truck, so you had to go up and do a U-turn, right?
Yeah, I missed where his patrol car was because it was behind that truck.
So you couldn't see down in there because of that truck.
Yes.
Okay. So you go up, you have to do a U-turn, you come back down, and then you get out and you run down, right? Now, if Jason Raynor had thought that if you were looking for a signal 10, which is stolen vehicle, and that is a high-level crime, which you said,
Yes.
wouldn't you radio in before you made contact with the individual that was sitting in the vehicle?
Not until I can confirm it.
So you'll go up and make contact with a possible felon before you let anybody know that you are putting yourself in a dangerous situation.
Every day. It happens every day. We don't know who we're getting out with or talking to.
But at this point, you're saying that he knew it was a stolen vehicle.
not be confirmed. So the car was backed in. You couldn't check the license plate to confirm it. So until it's confirmed, you don't know what you have.
Well, one, the vehicle that was in the email was a CRV, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
He's done with his evidence.
Oh, I thought I had.
She fucked up.
So it was a CRV, the one on the, Bolo was a CRV,
It was a gray Honda SUV. Yes.
and the one that was in the parking lot ended up being an HRV, correct?
A gray Honda SUV.
Different models, correct? Different shapes, correct?
Different model, yes. Same color, same make.
Different models. Okay, so he pulls down in, he gets out, doesn't radio anybody, you don't hear any radio from him, and he makes contact without letting anybody know, correct?
Yes.
And then he ends up, the incident happens, and then you take off to get to the scene. Now, when you arrive on scene, Burlinson is sitting there to meet you, and he's asking you questions about what's going on, what happened, who is it, right?
Yes.
I think you maybe even asked a couple questions about what did you see, who was it, right?
Yes.
Burlinson at one point says, what kind of car was it, doesn't it? It was just on the video.
I think so. Yes.
Okay. You didn't think at that point to say, wow, maybe it's the gray Honda CRV that he's going to look for that he just told me about. You didn't think to say that?
No, because my friend's eye was hanging out of his head. I was concerned for his health and wellness.
You weren't concerned about finding the person who did it?
I had one task at hand, and that was taking care of him at a particular moment in time.
Okay, so later on, when the detectives arrive and Jason Raynor is no longer on the scene and things have calmed down a little, do you go up and say, hey, he was looking for that Honda CRV, that gray Honda CRV. Did you tell anybody that?
No, I was instructed to return to the station with the rest of my shift and wait to be briefed by the supervisors. I did not have any involvement with the detectives.
So because you're instructed to go back, you can't take 2 seconds to say, he told me he was looking for this gray Honda CRV. Let's look for that. You can't say that?
I didn't talk to them. I was instructed to go back.
You didn't relay that information to anybody, did you?
No, I did not. I wasn't part of the investigation afterwards.
Do you think that that could have been some vital information in the initial minutes when this first happened?
If that's what I was focusing on, then yes, but it was not what I was focusing on.
Okay, well then later on, you never wrote a report there, did you?
No, I did not.
So later on, when you're trying to find the person that's involved in this, do you ever say, after you had time to reflect, hey, they were looking, he's going to look for this on the CRV?
I took time of leave. So since that incident, I was not at work for a month and a half.
So the answer is you never told anybody ever about this, did you?
I did not. No.
And the first time it ever came up was on June 12th of 2023. That's the first time you stated ever to anybody about him going to look for this car.
Yes, that's the only time I stated it. However, that night, that vehicle was located afterwards.
Man, Othel.org, yo. Othel.org. I'm waiting for a face to turn red. Othel.org, yo. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, Ozone would have had to do it like this. From the back of his head and the bullet going
Your Honor.
through his head towards Ozone.
This time, I hate to do it because we just took a break, but we wanted to authenticate something right now through We're just gonna show it to her on our computer, a body worn camera from previous. Oh, just why I didn't ask it. Understandable.
Can you explain this? I can't hear.
What time is that, Mr.?
That's at 8:15:43. No, I don't think it was this time.
What did you show her is not an ID.
Not yet, no. Well, we'll ID it. We're just authenticating it, but I can ID it.
What is,
This is body worn.
first?
Is this not a CD somewhere where we can actually be authenticated somewhere?
We have it on a zip drive.
Can we put that mark in as
Is
whatever?
that the only thing that's on?
Pants on fire like a mug.
The time should be 2015-00-43. That's correct?
2015.
Well, that's not right. Anything else? Anything else?
No, I said,
Okay, the same, incorrect.
Real briefly, Judge. After this incident, up till the moment when you gave your deposition, did anyone tell you what to say in reference to assault you?
No.
Did anyone tell you, hey, come in here, say that Officer Raynor said this?
No.
Did you even have any communication with anyone really about the case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, she's excused from the stand.
excuse me, Your Honor. Subject to recall.
She looked pissed. She was like, "Get me the fuck out of here." Hey, she about to fled the country, yo. She like, fuck this, man. I'm out of here. Hey, man, that was crazy. It reminded me of that scene in Menace to Society. You know you didn't fucked up, right? You know that, right?
Please, Your Honor. You may proceed. The witness has been sworn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your entire name and spell it before the court sees you in front of you, please?
Officer Timothy Jackson,
Here we go with the bullshit.
Timothy, last name Jackson. Sir.
Sir, where are you employed?
Daytona Beach Police Department.
And what do you do for Daytona Beach Police Department?
I'm a canine officer.
Yeah,
How
it's
long
all
have you
man.
been with the Daytona Beach Police Department, sir?
Almost 10 years full time.
Any prior law enforcement experience before you got to Daytona Beach?
No, sir.
Any military experience?
No, sir.
Can you just briefly tell the jury about your experience as a law enforcement officer over those 10 years, what different positions you have to keep?
Patrol, bicycle unit, and canine unit.
You said you're presently assigned to the P9 unit?
Yes, sir.
That your assignment back in June of 2021.
Yes.
Did you work with Officer Raynor?
Yes.
Were you working the night of June 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
What hours were you working that night?
My shift is 8 p.m. to 5 a.m.
And are you assigned to a particular portion of the city?
No, sir.
Is that because you're a P9 officer?
Yes, sir. We're citywide.
Okay, so you could be needed anywhere for that P9.
Yes, sir.
Prior to Officer Raynor being shot that evening, did you see him?
No, sir.
Where were you before you responded after you got the call?
I was on a beach side,
Beachside? About how far from 133 Kingston is that?
a couple miles.
Should I, or did you respond to 133 Kingston?
Yes, sir.
How long do you think it took you to drive over there from Beachside?
Less than 5 minutes.
Are you familiar with this apartment complex at 133 Kingston Avenue in Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
Can you just describe the building to the jury general?
It's a 2-story multi-apartment complex building.
And where's the parking for that apartment complex?
There's parking in the rear.
The parking lot behind the complex?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see that parking lot or into that parking lot from the roadway?
No, sir. Just the access point. No, sir.
In Kingston Ave, what direction is that road?
Runs east and west.
West? Are there entrances to go back to that lot on both the east and west side of the building?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
When you arrived at 133 Kingston, were you able to find Officer Raynor?
Yes, I was.
And where was he?
In the back of the parking lot against the fence line.
Where was the vehicle?
On the east side of the parking lot.
Can you describe your observations of Officer Raynor when you arrived down behind the building?
Officer Raynor was on the ground with a severe head injury.
Was he conscious?
Yes, sir.
Were you the first officer there and the other ones already got?
Other officers were already on scene.
Did you make efforts to assist those officers medically? Officer Raynor?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when the actual medical personnel arrived in the events?
Yes.
Were you able to see Officer Raynor's duty belt when you were attending to him or assisting with him medically?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see his firearm? Were you able to see his taser?
Yes.
Were these items in or not in his duty belt?
And the duty belt.
What kind of items do you have on a duty belt?
Taser, gun, magazines, handcuffs, OC spray, radio.
Does the duty belt have a holster for the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Does it have a holster for the taser?
Yes.
Were both those items holstered when you saw Officer Raynor duty belt?
Yes, sir.
And first the witness, Your Honor. So I'm showing you just for identification. Two photographs from State's Exhibit C. Were you the officer that actually collected Officer Raynor's duty belt from this person?
Yes, I was.
What did you do with that duty belt?
I took the duty belt and placed it in his trunk of his patrol car.
Was that so far locked at because of that?
Yes, I had handed the keys off to another officer afterwards.
That officer did.
I don't remember exactly.
I'm showing you the second, third, fourth photograph of State's Othal Wallace. Look at those three photographs, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Standard issue duty belt.
Is that Officer Raynor's duty belt in the back of the patrol car when he placed it there?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition when he placed it there?
Yes.
Did you also remove anything from Officer Raynor's person?
His body camera
Where was he wearing his body camera?
on the center of his shirt right here.
So it was attached to the center of his uniform?
Yes, sir.
Is that a typical spot for officers? to wear
Yes.
I'm sorry, let me finish asking that again. Is that a typical spot where officers wear their body cam?
Yes, it is.
Did you end up giving that to another officer from your agency?
Yes.
After the medical personnel arrived, after you collected the duty belt, after you had taken Officer Raynor's body cam, what did you do next?
I deployed my canine partner in the yard to the west to attempt to locate any possible evidence.
So you deployed your canine
Yes, sir.
in an attempt to locate any witnesses, suspects, that type of thing?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any luck when you deployed the canine?
Yes, sir.
And after that night, did you have any further involvement in the case in terms of interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, or locating Othal Wallace?
No, sir.
And one more, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor. Defense, do you need the photographs?
Sir,
Morning.
so you don't have any specific testimony about the reason for Jason Raynor's contact with Mr. Wallace?
No, sir.
And we've heard a lot of discussion about this stolen vehicle that was bullet to all the agency members that evening.
Yes, sir.
To the extent that Mr. Raynor was going back and looking for the stolen vehicle, he would have been wrong that Mr. Wallace's vehicle. You agree with that?
I'm not Officer Raynor. I wasn't there when he was making contact with anybody.
Othal Wallace's vehicle that he was encountered in was not the vehicle that was subject to be on the lookout.
Later determined, yes.
So at the moment in time, if Raynor was following up on that, he would have been incorrect that Mr. Wallace's vehicle was the Bolo vehicle.
Sir, I wasn't there with Officer Raynor to determine exactly how the vehicle looked, besides the color and make.
Well, I don't understand how two things can be true. It either is the vehicle or it isn't the vehicle. So was Mr. Wallace's vehicle the Bolo vehicle?
No, sir.
In fact, you participated in some contact with that vehicle that night, correct?
Later that night, yes, sir.
And if it's a stolen vehicle, that's what we would call a high-risk vehicle.
Yes.
And that is different than, that's treated differently than, say, an officer just going up and conducting a consensual encounter, right?
Yes.
When we're dealing with a consensual encounter, that's by its name one that the citizen can terminate at any time.
I don't object to asking you also about the legal definition.
The way that you approach a high-risk vehicle, like a stolen vehicle, would be with guns drawn.
A confirmed stolen vehicle, yes, sir.
It would be with multiple officers.
Correct, a stolen vehicle, yes, sir.
It would also include, if possible, some radio dispatch informing dispatch and all units about the activity that was about to occur.
Yes,
If, and one of the things that you're always conscious about when you're a law enforcement officer is obviously your own officer safety, right?
yes, sir.
Other officer safety as well, correct?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that approaching a high-risk vehicle without informing any of the fellow dispatch or any of the fellow officers would not be the best practice.
it would not.
If you had a suspicion that a vehicle that you were about to approach would be a high-risk vehicle, the best practice would be to inform dispatch about your attempted contact.
If feasible, yes, sir.
And have you watched the video of this encounter in this case?
Only it was on the news.
And you've driven on Kingston Avenue in connection with your involvement in this case?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that the vantage point that one would have from Kingston Avenue does not allow you to see behind into the parking lot where the shooting occurred?
correct.
You didn't write a report in this case?
No, sir.
Did you take the pictures of the duty belt?
No, sir.
Who took the pictures of the duty belt?
I do not recall, sir.
I'm gonna show you. Yes. Those photographs consistent with your recollection of the duty belt as it appeared on the night of June 23rd?
It is.
Would you agree with me that there's not a clear depiction of the taser?
Correct.
We don't have any photographic evidence of the taser that was engaged, allowing the officer to remove the taser.
From the photographs, no.
And you, since you didn't write a report, you don't have any contemporaneous observation that you would have put in a report about the status of the taser, correct?
Correct.
And the existence of the duty belt, as in these pictures, offers nothing in terms of dispelling any suspicion that Raynor perhaps went for.
Object and speculation.
If you could answer the question, you may answer the question.
Okay, can you ask it one more time?
Sure, I mean, the photograph isn't going to tell you whether or not Jason Raynor went for his duty belt.
Judge, that item is not in evidence yet. I understand, Judge. I just don't want the jury seeing an item that's not.
I mean, we stipulated these come in.
Sorry. Positive exhibit.
So the photographs of how this duty belt exists don't offer anything as to whether Jason Raynor went for it.
Correct.
You removed the body worn camera, the actual camera that's affixed,
Yes, sir.
and just like everything in law enforcement, there's policies that govern your use of the body worn camera.
Yes.
A general policy would be that it's engaged when practical when you're dealing with members of the public.
Correct.
And the idea is when you press your body worn camera, it actually goes back 30 seconds, right?
Correct.
So the policy is to leave that particular function enabled.
Correct.
And that's because you might want to capture and present later on what the officer observing that results in him engaging his camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with any combination of button pressing or function that would enable a body worn camera to not include the 30-second look back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that?
Sleep mode.
Okay. And what are you familiar with a policy that allows officers to put their body worn camera in sleep mode?
Not exact definition, though.
What, just to the best of your understanding, what would that policy be?
That we have to keep it on and ready at all times.
And so sleep mode would be, I have to use the bathroom or something like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with whether Jason Raynor's 30-second look back was disabled on the night of June 23rd, 2021?
Sir, I have no idea on that.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, you said when you're talking about stolen vehicles with the defense, you said a confirmed stolen vehicle. Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
How would you confirm a vehicle is stolen?
either by the VIN, by the windshield, or the tag on the rear of the vehicle.
Do you have to actually get a good look at the tag or the VIN of that vehicle, to actually check it off and make sure it is in fact, be on the lookout for you?
Correct.
Until then, you don't go in with guns drawn, do you?
No, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're about to get to it. Let's see what we got.
Objection. We talked before about your participation in the contact with the actual bullet vehicle that we used. And that response included several law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Nothing for your honor, I'm sorry.
From the state, can be excused. Really excused.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Think about final break. All rise and jury.
All right. So they got it. They got us on mute again, but yeah, definitely free that man. Y'all go to othel.org. Let me see where we at. Last time I checked, we was 91,630. I'm about to refresh. Now we at 91,695. Let's get this up. Let's get it up to 6 figures, 100K. How y'all feel about what's going on? How y'all feel about what's going on so far? You know what I'm saying? We got a new person to the stand. You know, someone made a point. They say, hey, any eyewitnesses? It seemed like they are bringing people that wasn't even there. You know what I'm saying? So, but even though it seemed like it was nobody there, it's still good to get the full picture. Somebody said it could have been a setup for whatever reason. Now, if we was to speculate, hey, like straight up, they got a lot of money off of that death. I'm talking about that agency, the police agency. They got a lot of money off their death. I think people donated like millions of dollars to that police department. And not only to Jason Raynor, to his family, they also donated a lot of money to that police department. This could have been a money grab. This could have been a money grab. I'm just saying. But yeah, it's definitely an agenda that's going on, for sure. But we about to get to the bottom of it. Y'all go to othel.org. I'm kind of liking what's going on so far. This definitely leaning more towards Ozone's innocence. Just saying. It's leaning towards Ozone's innocence. It's looking very good. What do y'all think? Any haters in the building? Any haters in the building? I'm gonna let y'all talk. Any haters in the building? Do y'all see something else? Y'all hearing something else, haters? What's up? I don't know. Just put it in the chat. I'll let y'all talk. I ain't gonna lie, I blocked someone. Someone was just, man, someone was just tripping. I blocked someone. They're definitely innocent to proven guilty for sure. But the thing about innocent to proven guilty, not quite, because he's in jail. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he was out free and then they just pulled him in. You know what I'm saying? So he's been in jail. So it seems like when it comes to a lot of our color skinned people, they're gonna put us in jail ASAP. I know a lot of Caucasians that was outside until trial started. Walking around until trial started. You know what I'm saying? So set that man free right now. Go ahead and throw out the case and be like, you know what? Man, set him free, man. Set him free. Because it's about to get real deep. What happened in the dark will come to light. It seemed to getting very brighter at this point. I can see the light for sure. I can see it through the tunnel. But yeah, like I say, any haters have anything to say. Shout out to everybody that came through. This is a watch party. Some people watching it elsewhere. Hey, come on over here. We can watch it together. You know what I'm saying? We can really chop it up. You know? Y'all go ahead and share this too. We need to share this. To be honest, I know it's 90 something up in here, but we need like 1,000. It should be thousands. You know what I mean? I looked at the other live feeds. I saw 700. I saw 30. I saw this. It should be in the thousands for all the live feeds. This is big, man. This is big. And this will be a win for all of us, the whole movement, man. A lot of us, we look into what happened with Huey P. Newton. We look into what happened with Bobby Seale and all the other political prisoners at that time. This is our time. This is our time. Do not sleep on your time. A lot of y'all get stuck in the past, stuck on history. What about today? What are you going to do for today? We like to fantasize. Like, oh man, I wish I was there back then. You know, it would have been popping. But guess what? You're here right now. You're here right now. This is your time. What are you doing in your time right now? Before we write a book about it, would you be in that book? Would you be in the book when it comes to what's going on today? We read about what happened back then. What about today, man? Don't miss it. Don't miss it. And you got a time to donate as well and be a part of history. You can say, yo, I supported that. I supported that. I was a part of getting that brother free for sure. I was definitely a part of getting that brother free. Because all this will go down in history. It will. You know what I'm saying? It will, you know? So definitely share. We should be in the thousands. We shouldn't be just approaching 100. It should be in the thousands, yo. This is big. If you think the OJ case was big, with him, you know, speculation on a white woman, this is big, man. Dude don't got to be a football player for this to be big. This is a win for all of us. Othel.org.
Yes. We can put her on the stand.
All right, so Drew. that's, you received it. Officer Ariel Sizemore. Sizemore. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If you please speak into that microphone so everybody can hear. Would you please introduce yourself to the folks here in the court?
My name is Ariel Sizemore.
And where are you employed, Ms. Sizemore?
I work with the Daytona Beach Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a full-time patrol officer. Yes.
Working patrol?
Yes, sir.
When did you start?
In 2019.
Did you work for any prior law enforcement agency?
No, sir.
Were you working on June 23rd, 2021, when Officer Raynor was shot?
I was.
What was your shift?
We worked Charlie shift, Charlie East,
Okay.
and I worked 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Okay. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Did you know Officer Raynor?
I did.
And how did you know? Describe that.
Through work, and then just a coworker friendship.
Were you all on the same shift?
Yes, sir.
And were you working the same area, basically?
So I worked on A1A, and he worked on Ridgewood.
Okay, so A1A's east, is that correct?
Yes, we're separated by the river.
The river, which would be the intercoastal waterway, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are all these zones within the city limits of Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
What's the proximity? How close your area, Officer Raynor?
Pretty much directly across the bridge.
The bridge spanning the intercoastal?
Yeah, the International Speedway Bridge.
Or do you typically, are you restricted only to your zone? Or can you?
You're free to move and roam, but if a call for service comes out in your zone, you're primarily responsible for it.
You're expected to be there to take care of it.
Yes, sir.
But you are allowed to leave that zone.
Yes, sir.
Was this other officer?
Yes, sir. Either on either side of the river.
And also in patrol?
Yes.
Did you see Officer Raynor the night before he was shot, that night? Did you see?
I did. We met at the beachside precinct to have a short briefing, and we talked just for a little bit.
Do you remember what y'all talked about?
Just in passing, he had just came back from a vacation, so
Nothing that you can do.
no.
Let's talk a little bit about a BOLO or be on the lookout. Do you recall receiving a BOLO for a stolen vehicle that evening?
I do.
A gray Honda?
Yes.
Was this BOLO, did it indicate whether or not the car had been cited in the year?
I don't recall that exactly. I do recall the bolo itself, but I don't recall the exact details.
Okay. Are BOLOs useful for you?
They are.
How so?
They alert us to different people or vehicles that could be involved in any type of crimes, missing people, things like that. It helps us do our job.
So it's part of your job to review those BOLOs when they come in?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about as you're patrolling. At some time during the evening of June 23rd, 2021, did you hear something that caused you concern involving Officer Raynor?
I did.
What was it?
I heard him begin to say his call sign over the radio, and before he could finish, it cut off.
Now, if an officer's away from the car, like if you get out of your car to talk to someone, do you have the ability to use the radio?
Yes, so we have portable radios that are carried on our belt, and then it has a hand mic up on our shoulder so that we can speak to other officers.
So the hand mic, how do you engage it? How do you transmit?
So if I were to key up, which is what it's called when we press the button, I would press and hold the button on the side, say whatever I needed, and then let go.
So you have to use your hand and press it and hold it down in order to transmit. Is that right?
Yes.
What happens if you push it and then you don't hold it down? Will you be able to transmit?
Normally you won't come across, it might just come across as a click.
So you knew it was him because of his call sign and what his number was?
Yes, sir.
So after you heard him call into headquarters, what happened next? Do you remember?
I remember it caught my attention because it sounded like he was rushed, that he didn't fully finish what a normal call out would be for us, which is where we would say our call sign, such as 3 Charlie 55 2 Central. He never finished the 2 Central part, which is how we let people on the radio know who we're addressing. So he never got to that part, which to me indicated that he either got cut off or he had to do something at that immediate time that took him away from being able to key up.
So it's cause for concern when somebody keys up, but then they're called back and they don't respond, but that's leading. So did Officer Raynor respond? Did anybody try to reach him after he had this interrupted call?
The dispatcher keyed up for him multiple times. I believe our supervisor keyed up for him multiple times. And during that period is when all of us started heading to him because it is very unusual to not answer your radio.
Are you supposed to answer the call when dispatch or your fellow officers call you?
Yes,
And that didn't happen?
it did not happen.
So, you hear a call, you hear Officer Raynor starting to make the call that you believe somehow got interrupted, and then he won't call back, he won't answer. So what did you do at that point?
I immediately started heading to the location that our sergeant notified that he was at. There was some checking of some technology which let us know where he was. They put that out over the radio, and we all went straight there.
So you didn't know exactly where Officer Raynor was when he started the call and got interrupted?
No, sir, I didn't know.
So, do you remember where you were directed to go to see about Jason Raynor, Officer Jason?
Yes, I believe the exact address was 133 Kingston, but to us it just said the rear parking lot of, the second building on Kingston. So,
Are you familiar with that particular area?
I am.
Tell me about that. Have you responded there?
I have.
For what purposes? What types of calls?
I've responded for drug overdoses, domestic disturbances, narcotics complaints, which is where citizens or residents of the area call in regarding narcotics activity going on. And specifically at that time, we had been responding to multiple weapons complaints, which can range from a resident or a citizen calling in about sighting or seeing someone with a firearm to an actual shooting, which we had responded to all of those in that location recently.
So, did you and your fellow officers consider this area a high crime area?
Yes.
Would you get multiple calls per shift?
Especially in the time leading up to this incident. I don't know if it was just a chance, but I don't know if there were new residents there, but a lot of the residents there actually were people that were calling us to have us come check out the criminal activity that was going on.
As a law enforcement officer, what would you say is, what's your overarching primary duty and responsibility?
To protect life and then subsequently property.
Well, why go into a high crime area? What are you trying to do?
To try to make it not a high crime area, to make it a safer place for the residents in the area, especially when the residents of that area are the ones calling in, telling us, hey, there's a problem here. We want police presence. We want this to not be a problem anymore.
And would you consider that to be an important part of your duties and responsibilities as a police officer?
Yes.
Also, would you consider it good police practice to engage in this type of activity with the community?
Yes, we want people to feel safe in their neighborhood.
So did you go to the Kingston location that night after you had heard that Officer Raynor wasn't responding?
I did.
And before you got there, did you have any idea what you were going to find?
There were some officers who arrived on scene prior to I arrived, and they did let us know that we had an officer down.
Did you see Officer Jason Raynor there?
I did.
Where was it?
In the rear parking lot.
Did you try to help him in any way?
I did. The paramedics were struggling to get him onto the stretcher because he couldn't assist. And because they were struggling, I jumped in and used his belt and his shirt to help lift him onto the stretcher.
Were you able to see the gun belt?
I could.
Was it intact?
It was.
Gun in the holster and secure?
It was.
Did you come into contact with any residents of it?
In passing, I did, yes.
Did you happen to see a female with a bat?
I did.
Talk about that for a second. What was going on?
So when I arrived to the rear of the parking lot, obviously there was a lot of activity going on, people walking everywhere, both police and residents trying to all figure out what happened. And while I was in the rear parking lot, I noticed there's two apartment buildings right next door to each other, and there's parking lots and grassy areas behind both. While I was in the parking lot where this incident happened, I looked over and there was a female who I found out was a resident of the next apartment complex. She was walking around the rear grassy area of the next parking lot, which is, it'd be like the distance from here to the back of the room. And she was walking around with a bat in her hand. And I asked her, I said, ma'am, what are you doing? You can't be out here. She said, well, I'm trying to find whoever did that or something similar to those.
Did you tell her?
I did tell her it'd be best for her to go inside because with all the commotion, you know, if someone sees a female swinging a bat around in the grass, I don't want anything to happen to her or anything like that.
Were you aware if somebody helped a resident or somebody in the area with providing like a shirt or a towel?
Yes. So as I was leaving, there was a large group of residents on the stairwell, and they were saying, what happened? Is the officer okay? Is he okay? How's he doing? And I just told them, I said, he's injured. If you guys don't have any involvement, I need you to go inside. And one of the males was just saying, how's that officer? I'm the one who gave my t-shirt to stop the bleeding on his head.
At some point, did you take possession of Officer Raynor's body on camera?
I did.
Summer is now.
Remember who you got it from?
Sergeant Sirs.
A Daytona Beach police officer last summer. Accused of killing a Daytona.
It's,
Accused of killing a Daytona Beach police officer last. Accused of killing a Daytona Beach police officer last summer is now set to go on trial in
Would you
April.
have a step out and do this?
Accused of killing is now set to go on trial in April of next year.
It won't happen again.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Sergeant Sears?
Sirs, yes.
Sirs. Was that your supervisor that night?
Yes,
And Jason's supervisor as well?
yes.
What'd you do with that body worn camera?
I kept it in my hand. I walked to my car. I went straight to the beachside precinct where we operated as beachside officers. I walked upstairs to our Axon docking room, which is basically just a little closet that has docking stations, kind of how you would dock an iPhone or an Android, whatever phone you have, plugging it up. There's stations. I took his camera, I connected it to one of the stations, which then allowed the camera to both be charged and upload any video, audio, anything that's on that camera to evidence.com, which is what stores all of our videos.
You were doing that to try and see if the body cam had captured, what happened?
Yeah, we didn't know if there would even be anything on it, so we needed to see.
Did you, at that point, when you docked it, did you see the content of the video?
Once it was uploaded, the sergeant logged on to the website where they can access it. And that's when they sent out the video.
So that's Sergeant Sears.
Yes, sir. Sirs.
And you took the body worn camera directly from the scene to the beachside headquarters
Yes, I did not stop.
and docked it immediately?
Yes.
You had this,
I can't wait till they bring up Raynor's history.
Your Honor, I believe the state or the defense doesn't have an objection. This has been marked as states D for identification purposes. We would ask to be entered, I think it might be number 4. Number 4 is the body worn camera of Jason Raynor. I'll tend to do it.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Good morning.
So you knew Deputy, I'm sorry, Officer Raynor, through the Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And you were with him at the briefing that evening?
Yeah, very briefly.
Did you talk to him about it?
Just in passing about his vacation.
Never said anything about going to look for a signal fence or anything?
We didn't speak about anything work related at that time.
But you never said anything about that?
No.
All right, and then you went back to your zone and he took off to his zone, which would have been across the bridge.
Yes.
And you said that 133 Kingston Ave is a dangerous area?
It can be. It was identified as a high crime area.
And you said that you had overdoses there, right?
Yes.
And they had to do with Mr. Wallace, right?
I am not familiar with him at all.
So you had domestic violence incidents there, correct?
Yes.
And they had to do with Mr. Wallace, too.
Not to my knowledge that I personally responded to.
You had narcotics incidents there, didn't you?
Yes.
And they had to do with Mr. Wallace.
Not that I responded to.
You had weapons incidents there, correct?
Yes.
And they had to do with Mr. Wallace.
Not that I responded to.
You had shootings there as well.
Yes.
You None of that had to do with Mr. Wallace.
Not that I responded to.
Now, that's a high crime area. Wouldn't you, if you were going into that high crime area and you were going to make contact with a possible stolen vehicle, would you radio in to let people know what you were doing?
Every person is different. It's general practice too. But again, there's certain situations where it might not be something that's feasible or the best option at that time.
But it's reasonable, and it should, you think it's reasonable for somebody to do that once they go into a high crime area and then make contact with a possible stolen vehicle.
Every officer is different. I can't speak for every person.
Reasonable for you to do that.
Depending on the situation. Every situation we respond to is completely different.
And you stated that, well, let me back up. You said that you knew Officer Raynor. What kind of officer was he?
He was very knowledgeable. He was the person on the shift that if you had questions about traffic citations, traffic crashes, narcotics, anything like that, he was just kind of a general expert when it came to statutes, ordinances, things like that.
You'd also, would you classify him as being a very proactive officer?
He was very oriented in responding to complaints that we got. Yes.
You say he's very proactive then?
Objection as to the incident.
Is he very proactive?
If you want to use the word proactive, he did more than what was required of him. Yes.
And then what you did is you took the axon and then took it to the precinct and then had it.
Yes, sir.
You have any knowledge as to what Jason Raynor was doing behind 133 Kingston?
We had been told by our superiors.
Do you have any knowledge, personal knowledge, of why he was there?
We had been told by our superiors to be in that area due to the high crime that had been occurring. So that's more than likely why he was there. But I'm not in his head. I don't know what he was thinking, what he saw, what he was doing, but we had been told to be in that area as a presence.
That was not his zone, right?
He was 77, so he was a roaming car. He technically was not assigned to any specific area. He could go pretty much anywhere that he wanted to.
So by him going to that high crime area and looking around, that would be him being proactive and trying to stop.
In responding to the complaints we received, yes.
Make it make sense.
Officer Sizemore, were you aware of any specific dispatch for Jason Raynor to go to that area?
To my knowledge, I don't remember a specific call.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Despite the new, we'll take our lunch break at this time. I want to remind you not to discuss the case with anyone. I'm going to get this on your own, and share information about the case. I will return at all rise and jury.
Hey, you see the smile on his face? He like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a breeze. Look at this smile. Pay that man.
Your device interrupted the proceedings. I need to know what device it is and why it's
I am reporting for the organization Clap, and it went off because I was trying to let the young lady pass me, and my leg hit the play button. Yes, I am.
What's the organization again?
I'm representing Clap here today.
Clap in the building.
I have a specific order. Who's allowed in the courtroom as members of the media with. It allows one camera, and one still photograph photographer, news journal, and there's a full agreement with the cameras. Why is your computer needed to be connected to these things inside the courtroom? Why can't it connect outside of the courtroom?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. Why can't it connect outside the courtroom?
Yeah, why do you have to have it in the courtroom on?
Because I am streaming live from the camera that's in the back of the room.
Okay, the order specifically says that the streaming is done from outside of the courtroom, not within.
He being petty now.
You have to tap into their system. If you have a full agreement, I don't know who's in charge, they'll tell you where you can connect outside of the courtroom through the live stream, whatever they're providing. It's also been provided live stream on YouTube. So you have access to all of those things. I do not want your equipment in the courtroom. Okay?
That's fine.
Nah, they being petty, yo.
Oh, can you give her a copy of the order, please?
Excuse me, Judge, I have a question regarding that video link. Where can we find that video link on the screen?
Circuit7.org, on the judges, look for my name, Raul Zambrano, and it says live stream.
Thank you so much.
Select this, the link.
Shout out to Clap, yo. Clap in the building. They being petty. They being petty. Hey, yo, so we're going to keep this thing rolling. You know what I'm saying? They about to do a quick lunch. Press the link. Anybody want to hop in? Got something to say? Anybody want to hop in? You know, we're going to keep this thing going. You know what I mean? If you got something to say, you can hit that link. We can talk about it. You know what I mean? Type stuff, you know. How y'all feel about what's going on? Free Ozone. Ozone is coming home. Ozone is coming home. Let me see where we at when it comes to the donations to Othel.org. Last time I checked, let me go ahead and share. Last time I checked, it's this. Let me go ahead and refresh it to see where we at. For those who's listening, that's 91,695. Let me refresh. $91,695. Come on, people. You know, we got to get his lawyers paid. You know what I'm saying? Got to get his lawyers paid. You know? I seen the smile on his face now. He got some stuff up his sleeves. He's like, yeah, we got this. He in there like almost about to laugh, crack a smile, you know. Yeah, but yeah, free ozone. We're gonna get back to it. You know, like I said, right now they doing a lunch break. I think that's about 30 minutes. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yep. So the live is still going. They're gonna keep it up until they get back. You know what I mean? Like I said, the link is there. While we wait, go ahead and hop on if you got something to say. Go ahead and hop on. Free ozone. I tell you what, you're going to listen to some music because I got to get me something on. My brother King T popping in. What's up, God?
Hey, what's going on, bro? Here, let me turn this down. My bad.
You good. A little feedback. Yeah, King T in the building, you know.
Hey, salute to everybody. You know, I woke up, you know, bright early, and then it happened to be the trial was starting.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my inner self was telling me that I need to get up, you know what I mean, to make sure that we support our brother. And I hope the people listening in, if they have not seen it from the beginning, please share and show everybody you love, they care about the injustice that's taking place right here. You know, for quick recap, okay? They had 3 police officers that came on the stand to testify, right? The twist part about this is this so-called stolen vehicle situation that they're trying to put out there is supposed to be the reason why the stop occurred. But if you notice from the beginning of the show, the very first female police officer that was talking, she never made them type of statements at all 2 years prior. But for some reason, her memory got better 2 years later for the stolen vehicle. So if hey, I might not be the smartest apple from the tree, but I'm definitely not the stupidest one either. So if they want us to believe this little so-called story that they're making up, they got us fucked up.
Yeah, they went from stolen car to, hey, it is a dangerous area. So we are usually around that area because it's the dangerous area, you know. So they eventually they stopped saying it's a stolen car. That's why they was over there, you know. So they starting to switch the story up already. You know what I mean,
because that man had no justification speaking to our brother the way he was and putting his hands on our brother the way he was.
Not at all.
And that's the facts of this case. So now they got people coming in, and these are supposed to be police officers, law enforcement officers that are sworn to tell the truth, that tell our community, tell on people so we could help fight crime. But when it comes to a situation where they get involved in something and they do something illegal or something like this that happens, they have no problem coming to the stand, hand on the Bible and everything else, lying. You could tell by their body motion when they're getting cross-examined by Ozone's attorneys, they're squirming in the seat. It's hot around the collar. If you were telling the truth, you have nothing to hide.
Nothing to hide.
That's what I want people to understand. Just look at the video and see how the people are moving. You tell me if they're being honest and truthful, that how they're supposed to be as law enforcement officers, peace officers. And then they want us to believe that that racism don't exist, that they're here to protect our community. We cannot let this stand. And that's why we're all here to support Ozone and everything else, because like we always stated, this could have happened to any other black person, man, woman, young, old. This is what we get done in our communities. We get approached, we get violated, and then the story switches out to cover their backside. That man had no reason being in that back of that apartment complex. That's the God honest truth. Ozone was not committing a crime. There was not no 911 call. The officer did not witness him in the midst of a crime. So why did that interaction with him and Ozone take place? This is the gist of it all.
You know? No, for real. And I feel like in a courtroom, it's a slow roast that's going on. You know, they just turned on the oven. You know how you turn on the oven and you gotta wait till it preheat? You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what's going on. That's what it feels like. You know what I'm saying? Things are heating up. Somebody said the plot is definitely thickened. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to find out some more information. The truth will come to light for sure. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the lawyers they got some more things up their sleeve. They're just seeing how the other hand is going to play, you know. And it's interesting. It's interesting. It's quite entertaining on how they do things in the court. How they do things in the court, you know. It's one truth against another truth. We got to figure out which side do you stand on, you know? So I'm interested in knowing exactly what the jurors is going to say or do. And yeah. I mean, it's after lunch, it's going to get thick. So please stay tuned, but definitely donate. You know, I haven't seen the website numbers go up that much. I say anytime you hear something that you like, go throw in $1, $2, $3, whatever you got. You know what I mean, let's make sure these lawyers get paid and our brother get free. You know what I'm saying? So
And he deserves a fighting chance. If you guys are not aware of this, to the ones that are new, this is a death penalty case. We're not talking about that they're trying to incarcerate him for the rest of his life. Even that is horrible. But they're trying to take his life with these lies that they're putting out there. They're willing to sit there and swear and get on the stand and lie to see a man get killed unjustly. This is what we're talking about. Put yourself in his shoes. Understand that the people that are on the right side of the cameras are his family. Everybody on the left side is with the department itself. Imagine if that was your family on the right side of that court. Imagine if that was your brother that's in that stand that's facing a death penalty.
So put yourself in Ozone's seat.
You have to.
Imagine that. And what would you want the people to do?
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So
we always say we're here for each other. We got to show this, especially on a situation like this when we know that they're railroading this man. This is a modern day lynching right here. And if you can sit back and watch this type of thing, whatever the case was, and not lift a finger to help, hey, more power to you. You're not my brother or my sister. I'm telling you this right now. After the fact, everything else, I don't want to hear later on down the line, I coulda, woulda, shoulda. Nobody's asking for anybody to sit there, sell their home, whatever you could contribute to give this man a fair chance to sit there and make sure that his story is being told. So they don't sit there and try to kill him on death row. This is the time to do what we're supposed to be doing. While other groups can raise millions of dollars in 2-3 days. Understand this. And we as a black community, trust and believe we have the finances. But for some reason, it's been a struggle to try to get his attorneys paid. It should never be like this. Understand he needs commissary in there.
Yeah, and we seeing this live in action. So it's not just something that we just speculating and just telling you about. You are clearly seeing the trial that's going on today. And with that trial, we can help them out. You know what I'm saying? We can help them out during this trial. You feel anything, donate. Just donate. You know what I mean? So his lawyers have to get the money that they need. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So we got to do what we got to do. It's just like that. It's real simple. You know what I'm saying? I've seen celebrities get donations, millions of dollars in a couple of days, you know, and has nothing to do with any case like this. It has nothing to do with a case at all. It has everything to do with entertainment. A lot of us are putting our money into entertainment, but not into a person's actual life. You know what I'm saying?
Actual life.
This is an actual life. And this has everything to do with the movement as well.
Man.
And you know what type of strike? Incident. You know what type of strike on a movement if they was to say like, hey, death penalty, boom, slam the gavel. You know what type of strike they'll put on a movement if that was to happen? So we got to
You're
make sure
absolutely
that
right.
this lawyers get paid. You know, if it was up to me, it'd probably be $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Like that's to this is this type of case. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
instead, it's way less than that. It's just 6 figures. Just 6 figures. Not even a quarter of $1 million. You know what I'm saying? So
And OC, tell the audience what we've been dealing from. There was attorneys asking for $500,000.
not even half. There were other black attorneys, everything, asking for $500,000. They asked for way more.
Way more.
And these attorneys, they basically accepting payments. You know, they know that the money is going to come. There's a lot of lawyers that wouldn't even take the case until they get full payment.
Exactly. Half
You know what I'm
now
saying?
and half in a few months.
Boom.
And they've been waiting patiently.
We just got to
You
show
know,
up.
they've been waiting patiently. And here's the funny thing: they didn't have to take this case, but thank God they did, because they're giving Ozone that fighting chance that he needs. The prosecution wanted him to deal with public defenders and everything else so they could hang him out to dry.
Mm-hmm.
Understand what the situation is about. He's been behind the 8 ball from the time he been in jail. They painted him to be a person that he's not. He's an upstanding young black man that was fighting for the injustice of our community, that spoke up for the injustice of our community, with young kids at home that have not seen their dad in quite a while. You know, so if you can't even sit there and muster the courage to sit there and say, "Hey, I'm gonna do it for his kids." Do it for them little black babies that and he wasn't just an ordinary dad. He was a hands-on dad. He was not an absentee father. He took care of all his kids. This is the man we're talking about.
And it's not even a brother that was wilding out in the streets or anything. You know,
Nothing like that.
This was a brother that really cared about his people. He was always outside for something, either giving to the poor, you know, protecting someone. You know what I mean? Like this was one of the true brothers of the movement. One of the true brothers of the movement. You can't find any scams on this brother. You can't find anything that has to do with anything crazy when it comes to the brothers that's in the streets, the brothers that you've been hearing about online. Nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? This is a brother. If you ask anyone, people would say, like, hey, this brother was a good brother. I met this brother, and he was always out there for the people. He loved the people. He wanted the best for his people. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, some of the negativity that's going towards this brother. It's crazy. It's beyond me. But we got the brother police out there. We got all these other characters out here that's getting a lot of support, and we know their background. And they got an iffy background. You know what I'm saying? Scamming this, scamming that. You know what I mean? Abusing this, abusing that. But we got a brother that didn't do any of that, but not getting full support by thousands and thousands of people. You know? So it's up to us to get this information out. It's up to us to move the needle. This is the movement. This is the movement.
OC. You know, it's this is, like you said just a little while ago. Understand this. This is going to be a case that they're going to try to use against each and every one of us.
Yes,
for the ones that sit there love their people, like OC said, how Ozone was a very passionate, very committed to his community. Not only did he want to sit there and see his kids do better, he wanted to see your kids do better. He wanted to make sure your kids were safe, like how we protect our kids. You tell me how many people are willing to sit there and put their neck on the line and everything else and fight the injustice in this world. Understand this, we're on an uphill climb nowadays in 2023. They're changing the history books. They're getting rid of certain books in the libraries. We're talking about in high schools. They're not trying to let the kids. This is all in Florida. They're not trying to let kids. If your grades are good enough and you can take college courses, they don't want you to take the African American studies. There's certain things that's being done that's targeting our community and everything else because they want us to go backwards instead of forward. This is what we're facing right now. They're telling us as people that came from a race of people that were enslaved in this country, that built this country, that we should be honored because we benefited from slavery. This is what they're trying to teach us and sell our kids. That if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have benefited none of the stuff that we have or been doing. What? What have we benefited? They got rich and we were in chains. Who benefited and who was losing out? I hope everybody's sitting up here teaching their kids and grandkids and little cousins and everything else the true history of our people. There's a lot of things you can see on YouTube and this and everything else, but I never see things that are sitting up here enriching these kids' lives knowledge-wise. And a lot of these kids, like how I was raised, there's not a lot of fathers out there. So certain people have to take on the role and be that mentor for that child. I grew up in a very gang-infested area, like we all probably have. But that's a lot of insecurities, not knowing your history as a people. Like Nipsey said one time, right? He said, I'm riding around, getting ready to put in work, you know? And I started realizing the person I'm looking for looks like me, dresses like me, walks like me. So basically, we're over there looking to kill somebody that look like us.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm telling you? So the path that he took was, he said, hey, I'm not on that black and black killing no more. He put a Malcolm X chain on, and he said, I'm going to sit there and do this for the community and whole where I grew up in. For these kids to see a real role model. This is the essence of Ozone also. Some people are famous and some people are not, but some of the ones that are not, that people barely hear about, they're really out there putting in the work. And Ozone was that. So take the time to share this story with the ones you love and the ones you care about, the ones that have probably not heard this story of who Ozone is and what this trial is about. Understand this. This is the first day of trial today. They're trying to kill this man. Point blank, period. When he needs our help, what are we willing to do? We're not, any little amount, $1, $5, $10, it is, trust me, it is all greatly appreciated from that man.
Mm-hmm.
But don't let him feel like that we gonna let him down and feel like that the support that he was giving us as a people that we couldn't give back to him when his time of need. This is what this is about.
Big facts. Big facts. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, you already know. You already know. This was our brother. This is our brother. I mean, we got to hold it down. Y'all go ahead and share. Share this platform. Share the information. Whatever you got to do. All the creative stuff that we be doing for everything else. Let's put our creativity towards our brother Ozone to get the message out, so he can get the proper viewership and representation that he deserves. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, this live, all the lives should be well over 1,000. Everybody should be watching it. You know what I'm saying? The whole community should be watching it. The whole Black community. You know what I mean? Because this is for all of us. You know, once he get this W, I bet you everybody start talking about it again. You know what I'm saying? But let's be a part of it before the W. You know?
Exactly.
So,
You know,
but
and
let's
here's
be
here's the thing.
wise. Go ahead.
And before I forget this, right?
Yeah.
Some of us be on different platforms, on different channels. Push those people to push this story. Ask them why they're not sitting up here speaking on this case and his trial coming up. Why is this not being an emphasis in our community? As many black podcasts as we have and black shows that's going on, why are they not willing to or timid or afraid to tell Ozone's story? We cannot sit back and watch this take place. I'm not. I know OC's not. And there's a whole lot of us like this. So we have to sit there and put in the work. He can't do it because he's behind a cage. That they're trying to stick a needle in him and everything else and take him away from this world. So we have to be the representation of him to make sure that people understand what we got going on. We have to push these people. If it's celebrities, if it's different podcasters, if it's the conscious community, whatever it is, make sure that if you have love for Ozone, whatever the case is, just like how OC telling you, speak on it. We all have a voice. I'm just one man. Because I said to myself, me talking to him in the past, I can't see this brother get done like this. Like OC said, he was not out there committing no crime, looking for a problem. He was in his car where his kids were upstairs in the apartment complex where he lives at. Somewhere where he was out there involved in a certain situation. This could have happened to any one of us, happened to just go to our car and all of a sudden somebody approaching and saying, "Do you live here?" What? What crimes have I committed? The video will tell you that he was very patient, sir. He was not aggressive. It never had to take place the way it did. That's what people need to know and learn from this situation. And we're not going to learn it later on when it's too late. We're going to do this now. We're going to put in the work now. And I implore everybody that's in the chat, that's viewing this, that you're sharing it with, ask them to help. I'm begging y'all. We cannot see this injustice take place in front of our face in 2023 as a community of melanated people. And we got people going to supermarkets and churches, and just like in Jacksonville, Dollar Generals, slaughtering our people. Are we just going to sit back and watch this stuff take place? Stand up. Be proactive. Let your voice be heard. Be a role model in your community. You see things take place, whatever the case is, talk to them young brothers and sisters. Trust and believe they might not listen to you now, but it's going to resonate later on. At least that older black male or female took the time to speak to me because they want to see me do better in life. Encourage them to do good in life. If you're a good role model, trust and believe they're going to follow your lead. This is what it's all about. Teach one, reach one. We are a nation of melanated people that we love our communities and we move like a tribe. We take care of each other. We losing our essence of who we are as a people. We cannot go backwards in life, or we're doomed. This is what it's about. And that's what Ozone was fighting from day one. To make sure that people understand the hardships and the pain that we have to go through as a people from the time of slave ships was coming into this country. Imagine that. So if you think you got it tough now at work, you might not make the kind of money you want and everything else, do you really think you got it as hard as what our ancestors had back in those days? Working the hours that they were doing? getting abused, getting raped, or watching your kids being sold off, watching your wife raped? Do we really have it as tough as they did? No, we don't. But at the same time, we are here because they sat there and preserved the life that they had for us to be here. So it's up to us to take the mantle and run with it, and so the next generation can understand and take that mantle. I learned this a little while ago, right? They said the true definition of success is when you have a successor. So if you're not out there to teach and give the knowledge you have, if it's in your craft, in whatever type of work you do, if you're a welder, electrician, this and everything else, there's a lot of young brothers and sisters that you could probably teach your trade to. The knowledge you have has to be passed on. Because once you're gone, you're gone. But the difference is when you wake up in the morning, like I do, I like my grandma always taught me, you take the first breath of air, you thank God for him giving you another day for you to live, right? Then you put into motion everything else to do the best you can every day. Whatever happened yesterday, God give you today to correct that situation. Just try to be on a more positive tip to your family, to your loved ones, to your wife, to the black women in our communities. As black men, we have to uplift our women, okay? We have to protect our families and raise our children. You should not have kids in this world, everything else, if you're not committed to seeing them flourish and grow. This is what it's all about. Being accountable for who you are as a black person in this country. Because they're trying to erase your identity of who we are as a people. They're trying to make it seem like that we're bland. That slavery wasn't as bad as it was. Racism.
Yeah, man.
We're not going that long.
Indeed, indeed. Now make sure y'all donate Othel.org. This is our time. When they open up the books, would your name be in it? Would you be a part of today? You know what I'm saying? So this will be written about. What are you doing for this time? This time in our story. They say history, but this is our story. What are you doing at this time? You know what I'm saying? So hold on for 1 second. Let me make sure. Let me go ahead and check Othel.org. Oh yeah. I see $100 donation, 25, another 25. I love it. We had 91,820. Love to see it. Keep it going. You know what I mean? Y'all hit the like button. Listen, I can't do it by myself. You know, it's only a few of us that's putting this out here. We need everybody. You know what I'm saying? We need everybody. You know? So, but yeah, we definitely, I got positive energy. I don't know about y'all, but I got positive energy. I'm positive about this case, positive about them funds too. I feel like it's going to be like just all of a sudden it's just going to shoot up. I mean, like the funds are just going to shoot up to way past what they need. You know what I'm saying? I could feel it. I mean, this case is already looking good, in my opinion. You know, I don't know if y'all see something different, but I'm saying that it's looking good. It's looking in the favor of Ozone, you know, for Ozone's win, for Othal Wallace win, to win this case and come on home. You know what I mean? So I could definitely see that. But hey, check this out. I'm about to fix myself something to eat. You know, I feel like they're about to come on. I don't know if it's just a 30-minute type of thing, but I am going to pay attention to see when they pop on, and I'm gonna come back up. I'm probably gonna play some music or something, and then once they get back live, then we'll be live as well.
And I just want to
go ahead, bro.
I just want to tell everybody, you know what I mean, that for every man to woman that has helped to support and donate, we greatly appreciate it. You know, on behalf of Ozone and Otho.org, it's greatly appreciated. There is nothing that's overlooked over here. And I commend everybody that's tuning in, that's watching this and everything else. And thank God that he has viable legal representation to make sure that he doesn't get railroaded.
Mm-hmm.
And just like OC saying, I'm very positive on the situation because these people are getting caught in lies. And understand this, these people are putting their hand on a Bible, swearing to tell the truth, and these are police officers making up stories to try to kill this black man. This is what we're facing. So I commend everyone from the support from now to then, and please continue to do what you can. That's all I can implore you to do. Thank you very much. You know what I mean? And OC, man, I appreciate you, bro. You're like the one, I say this all the time, it might be like a broken record, but this is the truth. This is one of the only few platforms that tell it how it is. And stand up for us as a people. And you would think as many channels that we have as black podcasters out there, whatever the case was, we'd rather talk about the drama that goes on, the bickering that goes on, everything else, instead of the positivity that is in our community. So when you tune into those other channels and everything else, is it really feeding your brain? Or is it just feeding your emotion? Understand this. If you're not watching certain things that one of my good friends tell me, what's the point of watching anything that's going to deteriorate your mental aspect of life? So be in a situation where you're feeding your brain knowledge instead of bullshit. Because that's what they're trying to portray us as a people to be. That we could fall for anything. And I refuse to sit there, you know what I mean, be on my knees. I'm going to stand up on my 10 toes just like Ozone did. And I leave you with that.
That's peace, God. Yeah.
Salute.
I'm just here to push the envelope. I'm here to push the movement. I want to be one of the ones that help push the movement forward. You know what I'm saying? So that's my purpose. That's my purpose on this platform as well. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really care about nothing else. I don't get into, you know, the entertainment and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't even care about YouTube monetization. They demonetized me a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? I just care about pushing the movement forward. That's it. Like, if anything, if I was just caught, you know, needing money, I feel like the people would take care of me. All I got to do is do the right thing. The universe would take care of me. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what it is, man. That's what it is. But we got to do our part. And we all got to find a purpose in this movement as well. You know what I'm saying? So, you're here. I see 70 to 100 people have been here. It's a reason why you're seeing this. You have a purpose in this movement. You must do something. You know what I'm saying? You must do something. Let's get our brother free. Let's help get our brother free. And then watch this movement that's going to happen right after that. You know what I mean? So let's do our part, find our purpose, and really get it popping. You know what I'm saying? So, although my brother Spike just connected backstage. I want to hear him speak. When I heard my brother Spike speak, he's still getting connected. But yeah, Spike, if you hear me, it's saying device not connected, man. So, I know that's one of Ozone's brothers from another mother. You know what I mean? But yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, Spike then connected on another joint. What's good, King?
Shalom, fam.
Shalom, shalom. What's popping,
Man,
man?
you know the vibes, bro. You know the vibes. You see what's going on the TV, man.
Hey,
Hey,
yo,
they in there looking crazy right now.
man.
They in there looking, bro. They in there looking crazy right now. All type of swayzy, bro. What you
Hey,
said, bro? Hey, so two officers. Am I hearing correctly, or did both those officers say that they handled the pistol and the you know what I'm saying, a utility belt? The male and a female officer.
yeah, the pistol was in it. Yeah, they said it. Yeah,
Hey, you don't see them in the comments? They dropping all sorts of information on the police officer. They talk about he's suspended right now, or he was suspended at the time that he had the confrontation with O for slamming a woman on her head while she was handcuffed.
man.
You heard what the police said in there? He has a history of proactive policing. It looks bad, bro.
Proactive. I can't wait till they get to that. I need for them to really tap into that. You know what I'm saying? Because hey,
it's looking bad, bro.
That would be the part right there. That's what I need to hear. I need to hear that, man. But it's definitely looking bad, you know. So,
and you know what's crazy is it just got started. So if it looks bad right now, bro, if it looks bad right now, imagine.
Yeah.
And it got ugly. It got ugly quick, didn't it?
Man.
Hey, because see, the media, they could only control so much, but now we in the courtroom where all the real is going on. You know what I'm saying? They can't spin this narrative. And I wonder how much they're going to have to say after this first day.
Man, it's crazy, though. This it's looking good. The oven, that's correct. The oven is on preheat. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even got to the heat yet.
Bro, we having pork, my boy.
I don't even eat pork, but we about to feast.
We about to have some pork, my boy. I'm telling you, all of them looking stupid and crazy on there. You ain't had no business over there. Yeah. Hey.
They look uncomfortable in a mug. You know what I mean? It look like they don't want to.
You got the wrong car? She's like, it looks the same. No. Is it the same make and model? You seen her trying to dance around that? So you guys say that you were responding to a stolen vehicle report. You pull up, that's not the vehicle you're looking for. Go on about your business. But you proactive policing. You putting your hands on people. That's sort of behavior, bro. You're out of line. You weren't where you're supposed to be. You weren't doing what you were supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? How are they going to try to? They can't clean this up, bro. They can't clean this up. And this is what I was saying from the beginning, though. This is what I was saying from the beginning. Go back and look at the videos. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it looks bad. It looks terrible. I'm glad that it's televised because the more people see this shit going on, bro, the more people are gonna be like, oh hell no. Nah. You know what I'm saying?
For real though.
So this morning we got this group, right? You know what I'm saying? And I feel like everybody should have this group, these community engagement groups. And in the group, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, hey, you guys go look at that live chat because you know the race soldiers in there. You know what I'm saying? They discarding all the evidence. They discarding everything that the police is saying about the holster, about having a wrong car, about the police, the proactive policing. They're willing to ignore all that. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that we got to take into consideration is if that police officer was black and Othal Wallace was white, I bet you them race soldiers wouldn't be in the comments right now. I bet you.
That would have been all over. It's like,
yeah. You think they would have raised $2 million or whatever the fuck amount of money that they raised for Jason Raynor for a black police officer killing a white boy? Nah, because we didn't seen white terrorists. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, kill 3-4 people, maim. This white terrorist, he killed 2 people and blew the other man's arm off. And they done raised millions for him, and he got off. And nobody's mad. Nobody's saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so treat us with the same energy. It's obvious by now. It's got to be completely obvious, bro, that everybody's supporting that fuckery. Everybody's saying he's the hero. Jason Raynor's the hero and all this type of shit. Everybody's supporting him back in the blue. They're white. You know what I'm saying? They've never been in a situation where you're parked outside your own home. And I'm sure you white people, you're out there smoking doobies. You know what I'm saying? In your RV, whatever the hell. You ain't never been in a situation where the police then interrupted your session. You never been in a situation where somebody's asking you where you live. You've never experienced that level of disrespect. And we've been experiencing this for hundreds of years. Where your paper at, boy? Where your papers at, boy? Which plantation you own? Which plantation you belong to? What you doing walking around here? You know what I'm saying? Disciplinary action, yeah, it's the same. Everything's the same. Slavery hasn't changed. This shit just evolved. You know what I'm saying? These gun laws have evolved to make sure that they suppress us and oppress us. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Now, even if he does win, we got to take this into consideration. If he does win, they're gonna make sure that he's protected going forward, and officers like him are protected going forward. I'm telling you, the one of the main objectives they're probably gonna try to bring back stop and frisk, so that way they can play with people like that. Because right now there is no way in hell you should be able to play with anybody like that. We wouldn't be having this. It would have been stand your ground. He would have been off right now. If he was white, he would have been at home. You know he would have been at home. Oh, everything checks out. You're free to go. You know what I'm saying? This police officer, obviously he was playing around. He was wrong. Go ahead about your business, because they let him go all the time. They let child molesters go all the time. All that. Go ahead. Go on about your business. You know what I'm saying? That's the monster that we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? We haven't even discussed the corruption inside. We're just talking about these police officers, these wild, idiotic police officers that don't know the law, these aggressive race soldiers. Look at that. Look at that police officer, that rockhead lady that was up there, bro. You could tell she's racist. When we get these people on the police force, we got to do real background checks. You know what I'm saying? Just like they explore these governors. You know what I'm saying? Are you married? Who you married to? And all that sort of thing. You got to keep your image up.
Social medias and everything. You know.
Yeah, we got to look at, because I guarantee you, she ain't got no black friends. She ain't never been to no barbecue. I guarantee it. I guarantee you know what sort of function she's at. She's at the rallies down there. She's at the rallies down there. You know what I'm saying? What we've seen in Orlando, Florida, she's hanging out with them people. All of them are. Orlando, Florida was a perfect place to do that, because they hanging out there. They doing us bad out there. You know what I'm saying?
No, for real though. Like,
yeah, Florida's the perfect place for some shit like this to happen, because in a progressive state like Los Angeles, in a progressive state like New York, where Huey Newton got off. You know what I'm saying? When he had the altercation with the police officer, if you guys remember the Free Huey Newton movement, y'all don't understand. Like a lot of y'all are so wrapped up in history that you don't understand. History's happening right now, motherfuckers.
Today.
You know what I'm saying? History's happening right now, motherfuckers. Y'all just not giving us the credit. Y'all so focused on the past that y'all don't even want to take part in what's going on in the future. You're doubting your own power. You don't know how effective and how monumental you can be, how effective you can be in this movement. You know what I'm saying? Because you got big shoes to fill. You know what I'm saying? You got big shoes to fill. Men like Marcus Garvey, men like Malcolm X, those are big shoes to fill. You know what I'm saying? You can continually study men like that, while men like that are living right now without support. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that I wanted to hit on while everybody's, you know what I'm saying, donating Othel.org. I appreciate all y'all, but we also got to consider that he has other needs in there. You know what I'm saying? So try to hit that commissary if you can. Why don't you send him some letters if you can? You know what I'm saying? Just think about what other people aren't thinking about. You know what I'm saying? Because right now everybody's caught up in a celebrity hype and all that sort of thing. They want to see their name on that website, Othel.org. I want to see your name on the website too. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? We need everybody. That's what I'm stressing. We need every single person. You know what I mean? So
we do.
Because history's happening right now. This is history. You know what I'm saying? How can this not be history? It's national. It's national right now. You know what I'm saying? The trial is live right now for millions to see. You don't think this is history? His affiliation and all that sort of that, and they're gonna uncover that. We're gonna talk about the works that he's done. And one of the things that I want to point out is his lawyers are looking for character witnesses. I don't know if he's still looking for character witnesses, but we need some character witnesses. If you're talking about pulling up, if you're in that area, you want to go and be in front of the courthouse, go in the courthouse, talk to his lawyers, get in contact with his lawyers, be a character witness. If you know him so well and all this sort of shit, get in fucking involved. This is his life. This is the man's life on the line. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up, for real though. You know what I'm saying? So time is now, you know, and we need to donate, do what we need to do for our brother. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely about to cook us some more. We're about to see what's going to happen with this case because let's be honest, we know the truth. We know how they get down. You know what I'm saying?
We know.
So
Yeah.
we just need to do our part. We just need to do our
Exactly.
part.
Exactly. And for real, one of the things that I want to say is the people in the background is really the women. It's really the women. Like the men are the face.
That's a fact.
Think about it. Think about it. The men are the face. You know what I'm saying? All the men, all the people recognizing leadership right now, you know what I'm saying? The above ground movement, they're all men. But behind the scenes, I was down. O was down. These are women that were helping us. These are women that's writing to us, women that's putting money on our books, women like Sister D, women like Crystal Muhammad. So I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? If this is primarily a lot is credited to women. You know what I'm saying? Men got to step up. Y'all got to step up. Y'all want to be on the front lines, but we need you on all fronts. Everybody's got to take on additional roles and responsibilities. One of the things about leaders is that a lot of times we don't ask for leadership. This is something that's needed, and nobody's willing to take on this responsibility. Take on this responsibility as a leader. What can I do? How can I help? Anything helps. Any effort helps. Whether you donating $5, whether you spreading this, you know what I'm saying? Whether you're out there in Orlando, whether you're out there in Daytona, wherever the trial's taking place, it's all about just constantly being active. If you want to be different, a lot of y'all talk about these clout chasers and all this sort of thing. If you want to be any different, you can't be talking about them because that's all they do is talk, right? So if you want to be different from them, you know what I'm saying? You can't just talk about what they're doing wrong. You got to do something. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be that example, that shining example, you want to be that person that everybody's waiting for, you got to do the work. You got to do the work. That's the problem with we're always waiting for that Messiah. Some of y'all are still waiting for that Messiah. You're going to be waiting about 6 more years for that Messiah. Y'all got to get busy right now. You got to be the leader. And you got to connect with people that are taking on these roles and responsibilities. If you don't know, they'll show you the way. We'll show you the way. You know what I'm saying? We'll put you on or put us on. You know what I'm saying? Where are we lacking? You know, this movement needs more than just soldiers. This movement needs investors. You know what I'm saying? This movement needs orators. You know what I'm saying? People that are speaking, people that are donating. It's not all about the motherfucking guns. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Whatever you went to school for, you could use that for this movement. You know
it's crazy because they think they can disarm you. They think they can disarm you with the 2-8. You know what I'm saying? Slapping a felony, but that's not your most dangerous weapon. That's not the most dangerous thing about you. You know what I'm saying? That's why they go after that's why they go after people who are speaking, these civil rights activists. A lot of times they're bare. They catch these men naked. You know what I'm saying? It's the revolutionaries that often get entangled or caught up, you know what I'm saying, in an armed struggle. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these activists, they're harmless to you and I. We don't know how important, we don't know how vital they are. We don't know how the enemy or the oppressor is looking at these people that don't carry weapons. You guys are the ones that you say I don't want to be out there. I don't want to be in front of the camera and all that sort of things. You guys are the ones that are important. Show us how important you are. You know what I'm saying? Prove your worth, because this is the time. This is the time you're going to remember this. You're going to look back at this 5 years from now, 10 years from now. You're going to be like, damn, this nigga's fight was right. This really is history. For real, this is really history. You know what I'm saying? You either get with it or get lost. Move with us or we're going to move over you. You know the saying goes. You know what I'm saying?
For real. And you don't want to look back and think like, hey, I should have did more. Because
the thing about it is if we don't weaponize you, you know what I'm saying? The oppressor is going to weaponize you and turn you into a coon, turn you into a provocateur against your own people. Excuse my language. I'm sorry about that. Turn you into an agent against your own people. If you don't get with us, you're going to get with them. And you see it all the time in your works and in your behavior. When you're shading people, when you're going at people publicly and you're doing this shit for days and weeks at a time, but you're not going after the enemy. You're not going after the oppressor. It's easy work. Then you might as well be a gang member. You know what I'm saying? You might as well be a gang member if you're gonna sign up and you're gonna attack your people.
Yeah.
And you're gonna group up and you're gonna go against other groups. Come on.
It seems like that's the only type of action we doing is just ganging up on each other. You know what I mean? Attacking each other.
And this is the cause that we need to rally behind.
That's a fact. Hey, I'm about to age myself, right? And I think I was in first grade. It was either first or second grade, man. Everybody, all the teachers in every classroom, they was playing the OJ Simpson case on TV everywhere. You know what I mean? And I'm up here like, why is they doing it? So they took it in. I feel like all over the world. They felt like their case had something to do with them. You know what I mean? And this was just a case of a murder case and them trying to pin something on OJ. I feel like this is way deeper than that. And I don't know why this is not plastered on all social media, because nowadays we actually have social media. We can actually put it on our social medias instead of just focusing on just one television. We could put it everywhere. I don't know why this is not plastered everywhere. I don't know why everybody is not doing a live stream on this case. I feel like case is bigger than the OJ case. You know what I'm saying? So we just have to put it out there. We have to do our part.
It's bigger than what a lot of people think it is. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, a lot of people, more people should be posting on it. Where the fuck are all the conspiracy theorists at? You know what I'm saying? Because think about when George Biden got into office and he's pushing the weapons reform and the gun control and all that sort of thing. And think about the people that got taken down all in a certain string of time right after he got elected. GMJ got taken down. O got taken down. You know what I'm saying? The leader of the Proud Boys, the leader of the whole group of the Moorish Gun Club group. You know what I'm saying? These are our men in leadership in different sections or sectors of the U.S. You know what I'm saying? And they all were publicly scrutinized. You know what I'm saying? Leadership. 4 or 5 men in leadership all over the U.S. right after they passed the gun control, or right after Biden went into office talking about that gun control shit. He went right after the two-way advocates. He went right after the two-way demonstrators. Where's all the conspiracy theories? You know what I'm saying? But I digress on that one.
Yeah, no, for real though. For real. So we need everybody. You know what I'm saying? We need everybody to put that information out, because this definitely should be everywhere. How long is their lunch? Is it like an hour or something like that? I just want to make sure we catch everything. I think they got an hour lunch or something like that. I think that would make sense.
And then you see how she try to spin. So the lawyer putting pressure on her. The lawyer putting that real pressure on her. She's like, I don't know. I couldn't think my partner had his eyeball hanging out of his socket.
Right. She put extra on it. And somebody said in a comment, like, that don't make sense. If his eyeball was out of his socket, wouldn't he have to get shot in the back of the head?
Come on, bro.
That don't make any sense. But
she was wild for that. She was wild for that, bro. Like that behavior. And you could tell when she got up, like, oh, I done fucked up. You know what I'm saying? All of them are getting up like, damn, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you looking sorry up there. You are not looking.
She didn't want to be there. The thing,
because they don't know the laws. They don't know the laws, and they're prepared to lie under oath. And they don't even. And that's why the court of law. You know what I'm saying? Especially this shit being televised, you can see and it's important for the public to see this shit when they go and they violate you. How much when they arrest you, how much violations can actually be involved in that one specific arrest. You're not supposed to be over there. You're not supposed to be questioning them. You're not supposed to be searching them. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that happens. You know what I'm saying? They always want to bolster these numbers. You know what I'm saying? These officers that die in the line of duty and all this sort of thing. This is a very rare occasion. This is a very rare occasion, and one of the reasons that it's so rare is because he was doing something that he wasn't supposed to be doing. People. Like when they say all these officers are dying in the line of duty, they're not talking about heart attacks. They're not talking about car accidents. You know what I'm saying? Like, go and look at the numbers. When you look at the officers that die in the line of duty, it's probably like a single digits annually, as opposed to how many they kill of us every year. How many of us they kill every year? You know what I'm saying? This is a rare occasion, and it's crazy because the crazy thing is it is a rare occasion because we're not doing anything about them constantly killing us. You feel me? No. There's been There's been hundreds of mass shootings this year, hundreds of police shootings this year. We're not doing anything about it. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's got their eyes on this case. Everybody's got their eyes on this case. Everybody wants a prosecution. You white people didn't want a prosecution when Rittenhouse did that shit. When he went and, you know what I'm saying? When people are going and shooting up these churches, when they're going and shooting up these, you know what I'm saying, these rallies, you don't want no conviction then. You don't care about a conviction then. You know what I'm saying? Because he was doing that in the name of the white race. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. For real. For real. And so we gotta be more, because we're so inclusive. We gotta be more exclusive, and we gotta be more militant in the way that we choose. If we're gonna if you guys are gonna coexist, you gotta be more militant in the way that you conduct yourself. You know what I'm saying? Not only online, in person. You know what I'm saying? Don't give them the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Don't give them the opportunity to demonize and crucify us. They're already doing enough of that on the news. You know what I'm saying? Don't give them that opportunity to even think that they could talk sideways to the next motherfucker that they interact with on the street. You're going to be their nightmare. When they're in Walmart and they want to think about calling somebody a nigger, they should be able to flash back and think to you.
No, that's a fact.
For real.
Fact.
And if they're flashing back and thinking of you, they're probably not going to be in Walmart. They probably gonna do the DoorDash or whatever the Sparks. They probably gonna get all they delivery they groceries brought to their door, for real. You know what I'm saying? They already should be in the house. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why everything's coming to the door, because they got to stay out the sun. You know what I'm saying? The sun's getting hotter because of global warming, because of what they did, and now one of them is dying every minute from melanoma. But that's a different topic of conversation.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, but the time is definitely now. The time is definitely now. You know,
hey,
I feel like we gotta come up with different strategies. We gotta come up with a group discussion. You know, it's we have a lot of smart people in the community. I don't know what's exactly going on when it comes to really building what we need to build for our people. You know what I'm saying? Because we really need to push the envelope and go forward. Stuff like this shouldn't be happening. We see this all the time. You know what I'm saying? This is not the only case. Ozone is not the only one that's, because we didn't see worse. We didn't see people get shot after this. You know, also traumatized. You know, I feel like every black person really is traumatized. As soon as we see that light flash behind us, trauma. You know what I mean? We don't know what's about to happen after that.
Mm-hmm.
That could be our last time seeing lights. You know what I mean? It could be the end right there. You know, or we could go to jail for whatever reason, for profiling. You know, it's so many different things. You know, so this type of stuff has to stop. Back in the day, they had neighborhood watch, they had community protection like the Panthers and other groups and stuff like that. You know, we have to protect ourselves. You know, we have to be our own neighborhood watch. We have to be our own police. You know what I'm saying? So we ultimately got to get these I'm gonna say criminals out of our neighborhoods. You know, all of them, no matter if they have a badge or not. You know,
I'm gonna check out for a bit. I'm gonna tap back in. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go make a run real quick. But I'm gonna holler at y'all. Y'all stay dangerous. I'm gonna be back. I just gotta go handle something real quick. My bad, I got caught up, bro. Shalom, bro.
Gonna do that. We appreciate you, bro. Yeah,
yes, sir. Salute.
Yeah. That's our brother Spike. Love that brother, man. He been through so much for the people as well, you know. So that's a brother that was locked up for 2 years, just based on supporting the ozone. He was locked up just for supporting the ozone. You know what I'm saying? And targeted, you know, out there in Florida, letting other people know exactly what's going on with ozone. And that's all he was really doing. And they caught him up on a gun case, you know. Got my sister D. What's going on, my sister? You on live, D? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, Spike out. What you mean? You say, did he get out? Yeah, Spike been up. No, Spike been out for a few months now. You know what I'm saying? For those who don't know, that's the brother that was locked up. I still can't hear you, D. You just went mute, unmute. You unmute now and still can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. You probably got to connect your audio, something like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, y'all know D been a long time supporter, definitely a day one. Day one, ever since she heard about it, she's been supporting Ozone. She's been supporting Spite. This one of the sisters that Spite was talking about that be behind the scenes helping out, and never stop. For 2 years, 3 years, she's been one of the ones for sure, for sure. You gotta put some respect on D's name. You heard? I still can't hear you, sis. I don't know what's going on. You may have to get in and get out and get back in or something. You know what I'm saying? You may have to get out and get back in. Can't hear you. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. I can't wait till the case pop back up. I know it's gonna get real hot in them seats. You know what I'm saying? I'm just excited for our brother Ozone. Ozone will be home. We'll be home for sure. For sure. How y'all feeling though? How y'all feeling? I salute everybody still here. I ain't gonna lie, I'm missing out on work. You know what I'm saying? I really didn't know what time this is supposed to be happening. I just so happened to look up and be like, oh, let me hurry up and create it live. You know what I'm saying? So here I am, missing work. I feel like this is way more important. This is way more important than going into a plantation or something like that. I'm just saying. That's just me. But yeah, I could do something different. I ain't gonna, but yeah, I'm here. My sister D, I see your thumbnail.
What's up, brother? Hey,
peace.
Shout out to all the gods, okay? The real and truly gods out there. I miss my brother, King T and brother Spite when they were up. I've had one heck of a crazy morning, but I'm glad we're here and we're continuing with our brother O. Shout out to our brother Street Nasty Entertainment. I know I saw him in the building, and all of those who's here, just not to watch a hearing, but who's here trying to push awareness and definitely financial help to this cause. Like Brother O.C. was saying earlier, I heard you, brother, talking about history. Yeah, this is history. And it is definitely more imperative than the O.J. Simpson case, because that was domesticated, whatever that case was. This right here, it affects all of us, all of our people. The O.J. Simpson thing was a personal issue. This right here is a global issue, okay? Especially national level. So we definitely need to support the cause. I'm sick and tired of people, putting different footage or using their cameras to show different incidents as it pertains to police brutality. But at the same token, y'all ain't trying to help our brother. Y'all ain't trying to help our brother. So it's so imperative that we come together, man. We come together in unity. A lot of people say Black Power, we're unified, blah, blah, blah. Unity is this. Unity is watching this take place before our eyes, okay? Unity is knowing that it's not just Ozone this is happening to. It happens to all of our people, okay? Yeah, I'm looking a hot mess. But anyway, we need to come together collectively, because if we don't at any given time, this will happen to us. What happens to Ozone happens to us. We are Ozone. Breonna Taylor, Ozone. Ahmaud Arbery, Ozone. George Floyd, Ozone. Dee Dee Taylor, Ozone. OC, Ozone. You, Ozone. We need to come together, y'all. I'm tired of people saying, oh, well, what do? We donate. Our brother got a team of lawyers, okay? And I got to go there. Okay, his lawyers are European, but guess what? They're coming through more than we are as a collective. He got the lawyers. All we have to do is support the cause and make sure that we help keep the lawyers. There's no excuse at this point. I'm getting a whole lot of people on Twitter, okay? On Twitter, that's viewing what I'm putting out there about our brother. But guess what? I'm getting 4,000 views, 3,000 views. Why don't y'all put $1 to those views? Okay? It's time that we band together. Now is the time. Our brother's coming home. Let's show the same love that these attorneys are showing because they don't have to be there. These people are getting paid in increments. Most attorneys would have been walked away. But we, not only is our brother a warrior by him being who he is, but he's a warrior by spirit. And every letter he told me, he said, sister, I know the Most High got my back. And let's follow the Most High and the Creator, if you will, and have our brothers back. Because you know what? At the end of the day, man, it's going to keep happening. This may be the very case, you guys. This may be the very case that we need to push that envelope to say, you know what? Enough is enough. Y'all can't keep doing this to us. And it's imperative that we come together, because if we don't, and the next one happened, it's going to keep happening. I'm tired of y'all complaining. Let's do something about this financially, and I'm talking about today. Please go to othal.org, OTHAL.org. Our brother OC have it plastered across the screen, okay? For those who cannot give a financial donation, at least spread awareness. Push this out there. Let our people know. Let the world know. We have a brother who is still alive, okay? He didn't go out like George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. None of those hashtags are beloved brothers and sisters. He didn't. He's still here. So let's keep him here. Thank you, brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Appreciate you, sister. Powerful word. Let me see where we at when it comes to the donations. Last time I checked, it was 91,820. Let me check now. Okay, we almost at 92, but we at 91,925. Okay. See, your brother threw in 100, seeing 25, 5. Yeah, donate what you can. $5, $1, whatever you got. You know what I'm saying? This is, like the sister said, our time is now. You know what I mean? Our time is right now. You know, it's up to y'all. It's up to us. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, real talk. You know. But hey.
Oh, see, let me
Go ahead.
They got me out of my damn eyebrows this morning, okay? Look.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, but no, real talk, brother OC. Yeah, like I said, you guys are much appreciated. And guess what? You know, many are called, but only a few are chosen. You feel me?
For sure.
Many are called, but only a few are chosen. And just shout out to the real warrior spirits, the real authentic warrior spirits. Okay, I just have to say that, brother OC.
No, you got it.
Thank you.
Nah, you said it right. You know, only a few are chosen. Are you a part of that chosen few? You know what I'm saying? I guess it's up to you to really know that. You know, I'm not going to know that. You know, it's only going to show by your work. You know, what's prayer? Somebody said, what's prayer without work? And what's manifestations without work? You know, so we got to put in the work for sure. As we are saying, ozone will come home. We got to put in that work to bring them home. We really do. You know what I'm saying? And we all can do it. You know. So I tell you what, y'all, I'm going to take a break. And I'm gonna take you down, D. I'm gonna talk to you in a minute.
Okay, thank you, brother OC. Thank you.
All right, peace. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna keep an eye out on it on the live. We will catch everything for sure. I'm gonna play some music, and we're just gonna vibe out for a little bit until it comes back on. Y'all go ahead and get y'all some popcorn, something to eat. You know what I mean? Hopefully it's something healthy. You know. Hopefully we ain't grabbing no. I would say only for this time. If you want to roast some pork, if you want to make some pork, go ahead and make some pork. Let me see. I actually think it's about to come back on. Let me see what's popping. Give me just a second. I think we're starting another live. Let me see what we doing, man. I think they're about to come back up. Let's see. They just stopped the live, but hold on. Let me see what's popping here. Yeah, bear with me real quick. Bear with a brother. Catch this live. They just shut off the live feed. They just shut off the live feed, but we still here. I'm going to catch the live feed no matter where they put it. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to be back live in this joint. All right. I'll be right back, y'all.
What is called, what they call history, which we call our street, which is the story of all life forms on a particular space. So the R street is a string that goes on forever. There is no cutting this string.
I nearly cried when Dr. Sabi died. The same for Dr. Wilson. But I'ma stay focused since ladies vampires like Van Helsing. Genocide, ethnic cleansing, no ceasing racial tensions. Pigs still perpetuating modern day lynches. Cobra or viper, pick your poison. Regardless of who's in office, don't make your offspring the sacrificial offering. Some say to each his own. I say teach our own or risk having compromised or deleted genome codes. He had the sex change, we had a heated exchange. I got charged with a hate crime. Can somebody please explain? Cleaning the burner the way things is looking. I might have to kill a fool who go up in ladies' rooms cause he feel like a woman. Drug culture pushed through the channels. Slave wages, cost of living that most cannot handle. The sky still ain't cracked yet. Jesus ain't show yet. Shotters get ready to save Asada cause Cuba wide open. Massive land grabs, crackers aim to take your landmass. Smooth like a sandblast while you claim the damn pass. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be something like our revolutionary vanguard. No fear in the face of adversity. Despite the wear and tear in the retrograde of Mercury. My face in every database manifests destiny of a so-called master race. Everyone's a terrorist. Don't capitulate to the masses' way. Now they conscious in the mainstream. The only Hannibal that they know is from the 18. Never heard of Carthage. Would never load and bust a cartridge. Wally not a commie. Employed or ain't got a job like Tommy. We got the same enemies. We don't gotta get along as requested by Rodney. We gotta put differences aside. Genocide the optive word. That's why I'm so hostile, kid. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be something like our revolutionary vanguard. Freedom all. Free the land, repatriate. Our ancestors have these demands. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be something like our revolutionary vanguard. Look at Flint, Detroit, Milwaukee, Chirac. Slick Rick looked at Baltimore and needed another eye patch. Just got a kite from a P.O. Dub. He said don't forget to write, send money, visit. Show a soldier love. I shade a Micah X, I shayo to Cosmo. I shade a Kareem. Peace to the Africans in it for the long haul. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be something like our revolutionary vanguard. This ain't that fly by night, this is a process. Backed by the babies aborted, the ancestors and fallen warriors. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be something like our revolutionary vanguard. Families to tribes, tribes to nations. We mistaken these regards to survive annihilation. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be something like our revolutionary vanguard. Damn, what your child wanna be? These babies gotta become what we need. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be Be something like our revolutionary vanguard. Raise the bar, set the standard. Be something like our revolutionary vanguard.
It is a time, as far as we are concerned, for remembering, going back and studying a victorious time in our lives, so we can pick up the principles of history, put them into structures, and so we can begin again to work as a victorious people.
Intro to O, and my dude that Timbuktu the Ave. Renew your passion, shun the condition, and not the who, what, when, where, and you are from. At last, put the higher in hierarchy. Climb a paint a picture, no crime a repping Garvey, and all that's got. Sorry, I can't relate. I'm Warrior Masi. Zulu pull up on Fosse and catch a body. Enemies nearing far, declaring war while we staring fair at all. Do say they generals and couldn't even train a dog. My patience is gone and my circle getting smaller. Going nuts like George Washington Carver. Stop playing with me, kinfolk, before I split your pinto. Bigger figure get low. Reparations been due. Separations been due. Elevations been due. Elevations been due. The rejected stone is not a cornerstone. I melted down my crown and throne to give the people more gold. Let there be no doubt the devil severed the umbilical cord from mama. But we still have a spiritual bond. Yes, the black man is God. Yes, black woman is God. Yes, the black family God sent. With my physical, mental, and spiritual faculties intact, I'm going all in. I'm not coming out till we all in. Till we all in. Fill my cup to the dawn rim. Perfect drink for the son of the sun. Nourish skin and internal deodorant. Guns give them the runs like Centipede. Shooter like a senator. Tryna make me OD like Capadonna on Winter Wars. BK to the crew, no cliche. Owen I can tune, or retune. This one I spit as an offering to Oshun. I spent a lifetime, 9 months in her womb. Labor of love, flavor and pain marinated in. Got a lot of kin, but Granny made me feel like I was her favorite. She prayed to Jesus Christ, show me nothing but love. Even though I was a pessimist, yo, goddamn I miss her. I ain't gonna lie, fam, I miss her. What can I say? I'm a grandma's boy. Yeah. What can I say? I'm a grandma's boy.
It'd be supercilious to ignore how rude my city is. You can get rocked in the middle quick thoughts. Talking Dravidians march across meridians. And across years of many men said tripping couldn't find a box to fit him in. Linked up with a Sopho gang. Pushing dope lines, it's not cocaine. Overcame colossal pain. Here it ain't no same because them blocks go bang. Smoke that gas, they can't stop the flame. My bodies told me getting on the tracks, don't stop the train. They tried to lock the game, but we off the chains, always captain. All that blame, they like, what is y'all the same? Never worth the garbage name. I know somebody stuffed up in the cell thinking this is
Back
all
up in
that
5
pain. So
minutes.
many faking the fun for the applause and fame. And sit them for they auto rain. Look for us in the storm. This is a menace form. Shoot me with fury like women scorn. Resurrect the matriarchs. Bury all the turncoats. Preserve hope. Liberation, what I yearn for. Mega steps without standing depth. Yes, we got now handles next. Triple best won't be a Vic. I'm rolling with a band of vets. Make our examples best. Don't get it twisted. It ain't all about the ample checks and per handle text. We here to free the
Back
land
up in 5 minutes. Trial starts in 5 minutes.
We've been a shield and staff. Good with guerrilla warfare, we silverbacks. Ancestors watching over us, but we still be strapped. Think it's a game and try your luck like they won't make it back. This is a united front.
What I wanted to do was, ask you guys, who is United Front? What is the Vanguard? What is the Asafo gang? My Asa family.
I'll start with what is United Front. Well, United Front really started out as a concept and as a vision. Myself as being politically active. After listening to a speech by Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, peace be upon him, in the speech he spoke about Africans needing a black united front. And he also spoke about if you are a rapper, you should be a revolutionary
Peace,
rapper.
guys. Y'all ready?
Run up in the spot, dumping in a Trump mask, making Africa great again with each gun blast. Devil try to weather the storm, but got your limbs broken. Should have checked the last forecast. Believe a slope too slippery for a skier or a white water rafter when I'm after my freedom. Revolution would not be viral or televised either. Each verse is weaponized, soldier recognized the beacon. Came off the mothership, back on when I die. That's mama and mama earth. Ain't nothing coming out the sky. Why you apologize, crack ain't sorry, and I ain't worried. I ain't comfy, so that ain't for me. Yeah, you heard me. We got soldiers and supporters through these artificial borders, gun hoarders and unloaders. As an omen, the war within and the war without is happening simultaneously. God within and God around. Cats like to say that they've evolved, but you really don't want no problems because you got soft. Versatile styles employ multiple streams for freedom. Cracker can't starve a god with multiple streams of income. It's sure to get multiple scream when she stream a real one. Cause I'm ill, like Kim Jong. Run up in the spot, dumping in the Trump mask, making Africa great again with each gun blast. Run up in the spot, dumping in the Trump mask, making Africa great again with each gun blast.
Living in the vibe, there's confliction in the mind. Confused between the need to sit up and recline. Refuse to believe lies, but there's truth between the lines. And it's cool for me to find the natural and the design. Some things last as long as time, others are crafted. A man born a king sits at the throne, a bastard. When all the love is past tense, you didn't remove the mask yet. Eyes become unfamiliar, situations get peculiar. Circles get tighter, friendships get lighter. I stop calling cowards pussy because there's strength in the vagina. Protected by the vipers, no protection from their venom. The elected higher snipers don't mention when you elect them. The men in Senate, no reflection of my efforts. Those men's intentions to increase my brother's sentence. So I spit with no repentance. Help increase my brother's lessons. When you walking down the street,
2 minutes to start.
Run up in the spot, dumping with the Trump mask. Make America break within with each gun blast. Run up in the spot, dumping with the Trump mask. Make America break within
with each gun blast.
Run up in the spot, dumping in the Trump mask, making Africa great again with each gun blast. Run up in the spot, dumping in the Trump mask, making Africa great again with each gun blast.
Yeah, that was that Trump mask. Got 1 more minute to start.
Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Roll up your peeps, get the heat down and let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Roll up your peeps, get the heat down and let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. It all came to me in a dream. We about to paint the town red, black, and green. Can't nobody kill our children, smack our queens. We gon' make it through the rapture clean, unafraid to blast the things. They gon' hate it when we crash the scene. Been too big for our britches, they couldn't match our jeans. Tried to put out the spawn, now we spreading gasoline. Ready to bust and blow. Trust me, know it's small, they can bust the boat. But we rather be clutching throats than picking cotton. Best believe freedom getting gotten. Liberation move everything around me. Found make it, tell them bury me. When they found me, we coming for the county. Knowing that they coming for they bounty. It's now or never. Wars for the hopeless, revenge for the young, favors for the broken. I can hear the motherland crying from across the ocean. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Roll up your peeps, get the heat down and let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off.
Freedom or death.
The world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get
Freedom
ready,
for our brother Ozone.
get the heat down and let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off.
Look for me in the whirlwind. Time for Armageddon, let their world in. Can you put it on the line? Are you certain? Can you put it on the line? Are you certain? It ain't truly yours.
Raynor never start the live.
Your women, your children, your life, your possessions. No more reacting, let's take the offensive. A penchant for vengeance, intensive incentive. Fire, freedom's my only desire. Pain and sacrifice required. Warriors is all I admire. Ancestors guide us. Ovisha, Desilee's destiny. Laser beam focus guarantees victory. Stockpiling food and water. Sharpen up on my shoe tag power.
Revolution. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Call up your peeps, hit the heat down and let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off. Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it on. Call up your peeps, hit the heat down and let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off.
It all came to me in a dream. About to paint the town red, black, and green. I'm sending this one out to the Black Marine. When you're done shooting at Afghans, come back and show the team how to properly aim and load a magazine. Need to study the basics like how to plant a seed. Imagine being in shackles, hearing your dad scream repeatedly. They raped her, but they didn't break her. We come from a line of warriors, African greatness. Pyramids were built for us, so aliens and spaceships. When I drop the shotgun and rest in peace, the
Still waiting on them to start the live. I don't know what's going on.
Black babies about to be free. You never crying. Protect the pride. Walking in the wild with my lioness. To get to God, I know the question is hard. So I'ma live by example as I smash the facade. It's revolution.
Us against the world and all bets is off. Grab a machete, get ready, it's time to get it off. Call up your peeps, get the heat down and let it off. Freedom or death, we about to set it off.
Man, that's a vibe, you hear me? I love that, love that. Still waiting on that live. It's supposed to start. I don't know what's going on yet. But we here.
Now, don't get me wrong, I do other kind of music, but there's rules.
I just jam.
I don't need to violate the sisters. You know what I'm saying? I got tons of old music where I can hear myself violating. And you know what I'm saying? Some of it is still dope as far as hip-hop. I still like hip-hop. I'm not sitting here, I'm not about to promote certain things, but I still listen to a lot of things that you probably think I don't listen to. You know, but that's what I listen to. But as far as what's going to come out of my mouth, nah, we going through George and Lamont.
It's Dito Graham. I play my post like Hakeem. Rockets at the precincts for fouling my team. Use 10 times blacker than the average cracker. Use 10 like Houston. I be dream shaking these rappers. They racist, solicit views, get elected, they get rid of you. I need a Malcolm X man, general clapping at cracking sentinels. Prosecution, prostitution, defense illusion. Bruising like new hoes, letting the pimp stay abusive. Trump said start looting, we start shooting. That's confusing. Ain't shit new you've been doing. That's driving the wrong road or shopping at bad markets. Don't give a shit about looping, but they hitting the wrong target. A man named George, sitting in the Jeep. He about to die by the media police. A man named Ahmad was holding down the path, but jogging while black to get you shotgun blast. Police and overseers I see is identical on the streets. Negroes speak pig Latin, that tongue is preventable. Your white Christ theoretical and white rice synthetic food. Your white knight in every tune. It's impossible. This imposter crew accosted you with dirty constables. Use gal to hit you with a sonic boom for eating in your dining room. The vanguard. You don't know any as true as those. I'm a vessel for the spirits, the lightning Jakuta throws. My proof of those claims that every verse the truth is shown. And this booth is sewn up. Cause when the booth explodes like my root screaming, Coop is home. To the wicked, I'm a sickness, I'm a virus, I'm a cancer. Rappers writing what I assist papers, Dr. Francis. A man named George sitting in the Jeep.
Hold on, y'all. Let me see what's going on with this live, though. Let me see what's popping. Let me see what's popping. I don't know why it's not going live. Go to live stream. Let me see. Oh, that's wild. I'm gonna look at it from let's do this real quick, yo. gonna look at it from this point of view. Hope y'all don't mind. So I'll find the other one. I don't know what's going on.
All rise to the jury. Next witness.
Yes, sir. Statement called Priscilla Pringle. Yes, sir.
I don't know why they switched it to a zone thing.
This has to be sworn. Make sure you speak loud and clear.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If I can have yourself, you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name, please.
Priscilla Pringle, Pringle.
Ms. Pringle, where do you work?
Daytona Beach Police Department.
What do you do at the Daytona Beach Police Department?
I am a crime analyst.
Can you describe to the jury what a crime analyst does?
We investigate real-time and or past crimes or incidents that happen in Daytona Beach.
Can you give us an example of maybe something that you would do on a daily basis?
After information is done on the scene, it's sent to our criminal investigation unit, and I help investigate or help with the cases.
What about in reference to the license plate readers in the city? Do you also have a role with those?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that role is?
So I log into that system daily, which is a running system daily throughout our county. And those hits come out, whatever comes through NCIC, FCIC, missing persons.
Now, I understand what you're talking about, but if we can slow it down, that's the jury. When you say if a hit comes down, first off, can you tell us what NCIC and FCIC?
So it's our national unit that, like, stolen vehicles, or if someone goes missing or you're reporting a crime, that vehicle will go in that system, meaning the tag will go in that system. And if it passes through one of our LPR systems, it will alert us.
And I think we've heard before, an LPR is a license plate reader.
Yes, correct.
So is it a computerized system if the license plate reader reads a license plate that's already been entered into the NCIC system and alerts you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
You don't have to go through every license plate that goes through Daytona Beach and try and look for it.
No, sir.
If I can bring your attention now to, it would have been June 23rd, 2021. Were you working that day, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time where there was a license plate reader hit at Site 1 that you actually ultimately sent an email about?
Yes, sir.
Can you approach the witness, Judge? I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as states. That's states G. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is this the email you sent out that day?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate reproduction or printout of it?
Yes, sir.
Anything seem to be changed or altered?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, Judge, the statement movement in stage 2.
No objection. Without objection,
May I publish the hearing, Judge?
you may do so.
looking at right here, if I can, the top line here, ma'am, is that from you?
Yes, sir.
Is
That's
that
fine.
your email address?
Yes, sir.
Now, the time you sent it on there, do you recall what time it was you sent it?
12:20.
12:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Who, now, if we look at the two line, it says 2 police department sworn officers. Do you know who's in that user group, ma'am?
All sworn police officers for Daytona Beach Police Department.
So any patrol officer in there, any detective would also receive that?
Yes, sir.
And basically, the subject then is in reference to this tag, the CXV8444.
Yes, sir.
Now, in looking at this, are you the one who generates where it says stolen vehicle that keeps hitting site 1?
Yes, sir.
You just type that in there?
Yes.
And is that based on the license plate reader information being funneled to you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then the information about what kind of vehicle in the tag, is that you who enters that?
Yes, I typed that.
And also it says here, stolen vehicle, Frenchies were in the vehicle when it was stolen.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that meant anymore?
Frenchies are dogs.
Okay, so the information here was a stolen vehicle and there were dogs that were in the vehicle when it was stolen.
Yes, sir.
Now we see this photograph right here. Where does that photograph come from?
Site 1, which is one of our license plate readers.
So that's an actual photograph from the vehicle going through the license plate reader?
Yes, sir.
And then if we look next to it where it says CXV844, is this actual blow of the license plate?
Yes, sir.
As part of your job, though, do you have to verify that the license plate reader gets it correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Why is that? Is it wrong?
Yeah, sometimes it's wrong. And so we always verify once it hits. Check it, review it, run it, and then make sure it's accurate.
Okay. And down here, this is your signature line, Priscilla Pringle, Daytona Beach.
Yes, sir.
After you sent this email on the 23rd, 12:20 p.m., did you receive any returned error messages or non-deliverable messages to that user group?
No, sir.
Yeah, just one, Judge.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
No.
Okay.
My bad, y'all. Kicked out. Hold on.
I don't have receipts on my email.
So can you say here today that Officer Raynor ever opened up that email?
I cannot.
So can you say whether you even saw that email? I have nothing else.
Yes, sir.
The excuse date?
Excuse.
Yes.
Say we call Letitia Lamagna. Sorry, sir. Letitia Lamagna, Lemagna. Yeah.
Since she was already sworn, Judge.
Yeah, she was sworn earlier. For the record. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone, please, so we know what you want to say.
Good afternoon, man. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well.
Good. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Letitia LaMagna. I'm the city clerk for the city of Daytona.
And now your name is, just spell-wise, can you spell your first and last name?
Sure. First name is Letia. Last name is LaMagna. It's Lamagna.
What's your job duties as the city clerk of Daytona Beach?
Among other things, I'm the custodian of records for the city of Daytona Beach. That includes the police and fire department. And so my office also does the public record requests.
So are you responsible for the emails that would go through Daytona Beach Police Department?
If for a record request, yes, I would be responsible.
Were you asked to search through Officer Jason Raynor's emails sometime in June of 2022?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to look for in those emails?
I was asked to look for a Leo exempt email for a plate CXB 8444.
How do you go about doing that research through his email?
So we use what's called Microsoft Purview. It's a search mechanism to search through the city's exchange system.
So let me ask this question. All of the emails that are generated, received, or sent out from the Daytona Beach Police Department, are those stored in a cloud somewhere and then you have access to those?
Yes, they're stored in an exchange cloud.
And for Microsoft Purview, can you explain how you would go in there and locate Officer Raynor's emails?
So I can do what's called a content search. So it will ask me simple questions, usually like a keyword search. So I'll name the search, and then I will allow me to pick whether that's everyone in the cities, and that includes the police and fire, everyone's emails, or if I want to look in a specific email account. And I chose to look in his specific email account.
So you can funnel down from the entire emails to a specific person?
Correct.
Are you able to further, filter through that by date and time?
I can filter through by date, and I can filter through by subject, which is what I did in this case.
When you ran the search for that CXB 8444, what did you, how many emails did you find?
In his, in Jason Raynor's, I found 2.
Okay. And do you remember what the dates of those were?
The one was from, I believe it was June 21st of 2021. That was from Volusia County, Abolo. And I found the second one that was submitted by Ms. Pringle to all sworn department officers was the email address that it went to.
Approach the witness, Judge. Okay. What approach to show you what's marked as state H? You can take a look at that. Do you recognize that name?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the emails, the one from the June 21st?
Yes.
That you located off the regular email?
Yes.
In case any changes or altered values that it's turned out?
No.
Thank you very much. But at this time, the state within state H.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, it is settled.
Judge, may I publish to the jury? So, Ms. LaMagna, are you able to, you see this email here?
Yes.
Is this the June 23rd, 2021 email you located in Officer Raynor email?
Yes.
And now I'm showing you what's in evidence. I believe it states 5. Is that correct? Yes, states 5. Is this the other email you located in Officer Raynor's email?
Yes.
And this was dated, it says BC3 bulletins. And it was dated June 21st, 2021, 8:46.
Yes.
And specifically, when you searched, did it show this section right here in there?
Yes, it hit on the tag, the CXB8444.
Can you read what this, just read it out loud for records?
Attempt to locate stolen vehicle, Ormond Beach. On June 21st, 2 unidentified suspects stole the victim's gray 2014 Honda CRV bearing Florida temporary tag CXB8444 from the parking lot of Econo Lodge located at 1614 North US 1. The victim's vehicle was left unlocked and running and also had 8 French bulldogs inside. The suspects are described as a black female and a black male in their 20s. See bulletin stolen vehicle.
Now, when you ultimately went into Officer Raynor's, let me back up to this email right here. This email that Ms. Pringle sent out, were you able to go back into Ms. Pringle's email to see if there was any responses from her, other officers indicating they received this?
I was able to find one officer, at least one officer that responded back to ask what Frenchies were.
So the indication there was that officer received it and then responded.
Responded back within a minute or two.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you. Well, let's talk about the method of once you go into Microsoft Purview. How do you export the data of the emails so that it's usable where you can read it?
So once the software has completed the search, it allows me to download the emails in what's called a .pst format.
And for the jurors, a PSP format, is that something that you can download into your Outlook and open up?
Yes, you have to open it up in Outlook. I can't just click on it and open it from my computer.
You can subscribe. I'm sure most of the jurors are aware of what Outlook is.
So for the city of Daytona Beach, they use the Microsoft Outlook email service. So each one of us have an email account, and we use Microsoft Outlook to open our emails that come through the account, through the exchange system.
Now, I'm just going to show you for demonstrative purposes, looking at a email. Is this what Officer Raynor email would look like when you opened it up in the Outlook?
When I provided it, yes, to the officers.
Correct. And then, so specifically,
They cut the audio. I'm trying to figure something out. Talking sweet nothings behind the board. Try to give it a second. Let it back up.
Judge, this is just what Ms. LaMagna utilized to provide us the documents to everybody. Instead of having stepping down and taking this one meeting in court, to generate the file and show them where it is on there, we just had it ready to go. The court wants us to, we can have her walk through the whole process. You can show how we go through.
You never produced this.
Right, we're not putting this into evidence, we're just showing how she loaded it in there and look at it.
The other thing, Your Honor, is it looks like you're looking at his mailbox. He has only 2 items in the mailbox. So that's all you would see is those 2 things.
This is for Officer Raynor's mailbox?
Correct, and I have this license you can open up. You have to load it into your Outlook, so it's loaded in Outlook here on the screen. But what I was gonna say is, we can have her upload the whole thing. There's, I think, what, 14 emails that day.
Is
Well, we have to conduct a purchase hearing. Obviously, the information is not provided before. What exactly are you trying to show? I'm not sure what exactly you're trying to prove.
I'm just showing that when it was received by Officer Raynor, based on what she loaded in. I can ask her and to show the evidence.
I'm doing material stuff. Very hard. What we do. So, how does that prejudice?
Well,
I didn't know the email was sent.
We knew the email was sent. And there's, we knew that we said that it was there, but it looks like we look at that, it's like, oh, there's 2 emails in the inbox. We go to try to explain that, or there's all these other emails, 2 emails. And then it's other, also, it's not even his box, it's Jason Lewis's box. And I understand you have to download it to Outlook, but it's not downloaded to Ms. LaMagna's box, so it just gives it,
Okay, I'll just have it. Yes, sir.
Hold on. I want to get ready to do what they want to do.
probably about 15
minutes.
15 to 20 minutes.
We had it
If
set
I
up where
can-
she could do it in here if you wanted to, but it took a long time to practice. If they want us to, we can.
I guess, have a seat. Go ahead and try to load up whatever it is you're gonna load up.
I'm not gonna load up anything else, Judge. I'll just have her explain what she did. I won't even put it up, Judge.
As I say, even if she's able to open it up and show it from her computer or whatever computer, we never received it. So it doesn't matter what she's able to pull up from her computer now or his computer and show to us. We've never received it.
Well, she testified to this.
I think she did a deposition here.
So I'm surprised that even prejudice by the fact that there's no image of it. She testified at the last hearing, and I know what she said at the last.
Right, and
That she see that it was in his file. She didn't tell whether it was open or not. That's ultimate conclusion.
that's the ultimate conclusion.
So I'm surprised that you say you're somewhat prejudiced, but I recognize that. I think it was disputed about 2 items, where the box of probably has, or 9 items. You didn't just end it for the doubt. So I think she was out to explain where she. You're not gonna put it up.
No, I'll just have her explain it, Judge.
Then we're ready for it. All right, sure. Receive, Your Honor. Thank you.
seated, Your Honor. Thank you.
Approach, sir. I'm going to show you what is in evidence case 5, which is the email about the license plate reader, the one from June 23rd, 2021. Have you had an opportunity to see what time that might have been received in Officer Raynor's email? Can you tell us what time that was?
12:20. Yeah.
Have you had an opportunity to look at Officer Raynor's email on the 23rd, all the stuff, you know, even including stuff that doesn't have anything to do with that?
I did do a search where I just searched for the date and not for the specific tag number. Yes.
Did he have multiple emails in his email?
Yes.
Was there, and when I say multiple, are we talking more than 10?
Around 10 or 13.
Did you look at those other emails around the time window of his, when he received this one at 12:20, and to see if he received emails subsequently after?
Yes, I looked to see if he received emails.
Did
I'm sorry. Yes, I did see that he received emails after that.
And those were emails after. Was there also emails before?
Yes.
And you can't tell based on your search though whether or not Officer Raynor opened it. You can just tell us that it was received.
Correct. I can only tell whether it was received. I can't tell if it was read or not. Okay.
So, all you can tell us is that there were 2 emails received by Jason Raynor, one on June 21st and June 23rd.
Correct.
And we went through this whole process and pulled that out.
Correct.
Would it be easier just to open up his email and look and see if was correct?
I would have to, you would have to log in as Jason Raynor in order to go into his account outside of through the exchange system.
And then once you logged in to Jason Raynor's account, you'd be able to look and say, that was open, that wasn't.
I can't make a comment on that. I don't
Well,
know.
when you open up an email, it says it's being opened, right?
Correct.
So you'd assume that most email systems work that way.
I believe so,
But
yes.
instead of going and looking and see if he actually opened them, it's rather just rely on the fact that all he received is
No, all I'm testifying to is that he received it. I'm not testifying to anything else. Do not.
Ma'am, just so we're clear, you can't just go into Officer Raynor's email and enter his password. You actually have to do it the way you do it, right?
Yes, I have to go in through the back end. So like the exchange would be like a cable box, and the Outlook that we all use would be like your TVs. It's actually coming through the exchange.
Right, so when the defendant said you can just log into Jason Raynor's email and look at that, you don't have access.
No, I do not.
Somebody else must have access to his computer.
That I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
calling Aisha, Your Honor.
Aisha,
They're going to do it.
no, sir. Yes.
Let's step right up here. So here, please square to raise your right hand this morning. Good afternoon. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone. You want to lean forward.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. You gotta talk really loud though.
Hi, how are you?
Good, ma'am. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name?
Yes, Taisha Lewis. Last name is Lewis.
And how do you spell your first name too, ma'am?
Tyesha.
Ms. Lewis, do you know Othal Wallace?
Yes,
How do you know Othal Wallace?
he's my kid's father.
How long have you known him for?
About 7 or 8 years now.
Where were you living back on June 23rd, 2021?
On Kingston and Daytona Beach.
You know the address?
133 Kingston Avenue,
Is that an apartment you lived there?
apartment number 8.
Who did you live there with?
Me and my kids.
Did Mr. Wallace sometimes stay there?
Yes,
Back then on June 23rd, 2021, were you working there?
I was.
Where were you working at?
I was a manager at McDonald's.
What was your normal shift?
I was the opening manager, so I would go in around 4 or 5, get off at 2 o'clock p.m.
That specific day, did you go into work?
Yes,
Got off right around 2 or 2:30?
yes,
Was Othal Wallace also working at McDonald's?
yes.
Do you know what shift he would work?
He was also opener, but he got off a little bit later than me, so I can't remember his exact schedule for that day. But
When you got off, what did you do that day?
my daughter was in gymnastics at the time, so we went home, showered, got her dressed for gymnastics, and we left to go to work.
Did you have contact, did you see Othal Wallace at work that day?
Yes,
Is that the last time you saw him that day?
yes.
Subsequent or after, when you left for gymnastics with your daughter and stuff, did you have any other contact?
No, the only thing was he said that he was going to go see his daughter to bake some cupcakes or something, and that was the last time we talked.
What else happened after gymnastics?
After gymnastics, we went home. She's sweaty, bathed again. I had a drink, and we went to bed.
There come a time where you got woken up in the middle of the night?
Yes,
Or not in the middle of the night?
yes.
Can you describe what happened and what would get there?
I just heard a bunch of commotion. My apartment complex, the walls are very thin, so if someone walks by or if there even a car pulls in, normally I can hear it. So I just heard a bunch of commotion, a bunch of yelling, a bunch of running backwards and forth. I thought it was maybe a fight or something going on in the parking lot. So I went to the window just to see what was going on. Couldn't really see. I went outside, and that's when I realized what was going on.
What did you see going on outside?
I just heard someone yelling, we need towels, he's bleeding, we need towels. So I was like, well, I have a bunch of towels, like, what's going on? You guys need towels. So I brought out a towel or two, and then I hand the towel to the person, I'll put that straight, I'm guessing. And then I kind of like looked down, got scared, and ran back in my house.
Did you see any police out there at that time?
I saw a police car.
Did you staying in your house at that time?
Yes.
Did there come a time where an officer knocked on your door?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to that officer?
I don't remember what was said, no.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did Othal Wallace drive?
I don't remember what it's called, but it's an SUV.
The Honda SUV?
I believe so.
So I'm going to show you what is marked for identification purposes as AA. Take a look at these first several photographs. Does that appear to be car that Othal Wallace would be driving at that time?
Yes, it looks a little bit different.
So the photograph of his picture, just the lighting is off, but this doesn't look like a photograph.
Yeah.
Do you know whose vehicle it was?
I'm not sure. I don't believe it was his. Probably someone else. I'm not sure.
Yes. It's right here.
What they trying to pull here, man?
Yeah. I see that. After the officer came to your door and you spoke to them, do you remember trying to call Othal Wallace, trying to locate him?
No, I don't remember.
May I approach the witness, Judge? I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as states. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle that Othal Wallace drive? And obviously, this was a screenshot from some device. You didn't take this photo, but this is the vehicle drive. And can you tell by looking at the photograph, is that Othal Wallace? But this has a statement of witness speaking. Okay.
Without objection, it is a.
And now I'm showing you what's in evidence of state 7. This is Othal Wallace's vehicle. And the person sitting in the driver's seat, that's Othal Wallace.
Yes.
Does this look like it's in the parking lot where you live in? You can tell, I don't know if you can.
Kind of dark, but yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
I'm going to approach and show you what the mark says.
The volume is low, y'all. They're not speaking into the microphone.
Are you able to identify the reason for the arrest? Is this Othal Wallace? Judge, this kind of statement has been stated.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
I'm now showing you what's marked as 8A in evidence. Is this the photograph? Can you identify me with that photograph? And then in 8B, is this also Othal Wallace?
Yes.
First witness, Judge. I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as 8A. Now, R. You take a look at that. Have you listened to this CD before? Okay. And the voice that's on there, that Othal Wallace. Objection. I and Judge, she's listened to this recording, she's going to identify the voice on it, right?
I will rule it now. Why didn't you finish it?
You listened to this CD?
Yes.
How do you know you listened to this CD? Okay, so you're
I'm sorry, because I signed it.
and you did it?
Yes.
And the voices on the CD, is that Othal Wallace?
Yes.
I will rule the objection. Are you submitting the evidence?
Not this time, Judge.
You identified as an item.
Yes, R. There's no more, Judge. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
I'm gonna move it. Oh, you wanna use it? Yeah, yeah.
You lived in the apartment 8 with Mr. Wallace, is that correct?
With my kids. He comes over to see his kids.
Did you live there with as of a few months? Were you living with him there?
Like I said, I live there with my kids, and he comes over to see his kids.
Have you been were you ever residing in that apartment complex at apartment number 8 with both Wallace? Would you characterize it as residing in that apartment?
I don't understand the question.
Would you agree that you were residing, meaning living there full time with Wallace for 3 months as of June 23rd, 2000?
No.
Okay. Do you remember having your deposition taken on May 24, 2022?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach? Okay. I'd like just perhaps refresh your recollection. I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of page 7, line 25, over to line 6 on page 8. Okay? Do you grab and you?
Yes.
I'm not giving you page 7. All right. Go ahead and read line 25 on page 7 to line 8. Or excuse me, line 6 on page 8.
Back in June of two.
You can just read yourself in. I'm sorry, I wasn't better at that.
Oh,
you agree that the truth of the matter is back in June of 2021, you two, you and Othal, were residing together at 133 Kingston Avenue, apartment A?
No, I probably said it wrong, but in those 3 months, he's in and out all the time.
You would agree with me that on May 24, 2022, you showed up for your deposition, right?
Yes.
I think we went in person. Remember that? We had the state attorney's office.
I don't remember.
Do you remember being sworn to tell the truth?
If I don't remember the actual situation, how can I remember that?
Do you agree that the specific question that I asked you was as follows on page 7, line 24? Back in June of 2021, you two were residing together at 133 Kingston Avenue, apartment number 8. Do you agree that I accurately read the question?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that that's a very straightforward question?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer was yes.
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony here is different than the testimony that you provided on May 24, 2000.
Yeah, it's definitely different because that's not accurate.
So now your testimony is that he was just staying there sometimes.
Right, to see his kids. He's always in and out, traveling, doing whatever he does.
Regardless, it is the case that he was welcome in this
Oh,
parking lot
absolutely.
on June 23rd.
Yes, absolutely.
It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to be in that parking lot because from time to time he's safe.
Right, of course.
I just wanted to make sure. And you have 2 children in common with Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
He worked that day, it seems like the same hours you worked,
Yeah, well, sometimes. It all depends.
but on June 23rd, y'all got off around what, 2:30?
I got off at 2 o'clock.
Do you know what time he got off that day?
I do not.
And would you have gone back to the apartment with him after the work shift and had some interaction there?
No.
Okay, you two parted ways?
Correct.
And the last time you would have seen him would have been at work at McDonald's?
Correct.
And then you said you had a phone call with him prior to everything coming to light with what happened, right?
It was a text message of him letting me know that when I got back from gymnastics practice, he wasn't going to be there because he was going to be with his child.
Okay. And was that the case when you got back? He wasn't there yet?
Correct.
You know approximately what time you got back?
I would say no later than 5:30, maybe 6 o'clock.
And if he's not back, but that doesn't alarm you because he told you that?
Right, he let me know he wasn't going to be there.
And in terms of this particular screenshot, there's a time on the top right hand side of the thing?
Yes.
And this is in military time, the 2050.
Right.
Did you know that Mr. Wallace was in the parking lot at that time?
I did not. I was inside sleeping.
And a few moments ago, Mr. Lewis had asked you some questions about a photograph of the vehicle that Mr. Wallace was driving, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I first Lewis? I'm just a person with one of the composite exhibits, and then I'm also, that hasn't been entered, it's IDAA, and then I'm also approaching the witness with what has been entered. And previously you had identified this as being consistent with your understanding of Mr. Wallace's case. Okay, do you have your observation of the rear view?
I see one side.
In terms of that, like you said,
Yes.
right, and then do you see anything on top of the vehicle that kind of just you compare?
That would recognize the car.
What do you see on the top?
On the top, I see whatever that little triangle thing is.
And let's just go with the triangle thing and start there. So on.
Does anyone object? This is the province of the jury to compare the photographs and make a determination. Not disclosed, not an expert.
Merely asking for observation of photographs. You see the same thing on the top and to the bottom. And how about the rear lights? You the lights of the front? And how long did it take you to set them? Not 1 second.
Hmm.
In this parking lot here, if I was driving down Kingston Avenue, there would be no way for me to even know what was going on at this location if I'm driving on Kingston, right?
Correct.
And in terms of the orientation from the front of this vehicle to the apartment, can you tell the jury a little bit about how far that is?
Well, the parking lot is very small compared to where the car parks in the building. It's not really that far. The parking lot is pretty small.
And in turn, is the orientation of this vehicle such that if Mr. Wallace were to walk out, would he basically walk straight across the parking lot and enter into his unit?
Correct.
Okay. I know I've been there in the past, but just to give a little bit of a reference, is the distance between the parking lot and where you would enter into the apartments much further from where I'm standing to the wall that's behind you?
It's about the same distance. It's that small.
And there's a car that's right next to this vehicle, right? In the picture as well, right? And have you parked in this parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your experience when you park in this parking lot that the distance between one car and the other is quite cramped, maybe an arm's length?
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay. And have you ever opened up your car door when there's been a car on the other side of you? Is it possible for you to get beyond the open car door with another car next to you?
No, it's so small that I had to tell my kids, be careful, you're going to hit the car next to you when you open the door. Very small.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, if we look at this photograph right here,
I want to
do you see
know
the taillights?
what's on the pictures.
Right, the taillights are behind the car, right?
Yes.
Abutting the shrubbery that's all back there that covers it up and everything back there? Okay. And you can't see the antenna there, can you, ma'am?
No, it's too dark.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ma'am, is there a traditional parking curb right behind the vehicle? Do you notice that at the bottom left-hand side of the?
Yes, there's like the little parking.
And then there's some space, maybe a couple feet between the parking curb and the shrubbery?
No, there's no space.
There's not any space between this curb and the shrubbery there?
No, it's like if you step past the curb, you're going to be in the, like hitting the ditch pretty much.
And do you see anything in this particular picture that would obscure one's ability to look at the passenger side of the vehicle?
No, it's clear.
If one was coming up to the passenger side of the vehicle, they would have an observation of those rear taillights that you look at.
I'm going to object. That's just speculation, Judge.
Nothing for that.
I don't have any rear view director. She's excused.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor. Please excuse.
Today we'll call Sergeant Joseph first. Maybe we'll get some WD-40 or something.
Yeah, pennies, man.
What is disorder there? Should you speak loud and clear into the microphone, please?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the folks in the court?
My name is Joseph Michael Sir. I work for Daytona Beach Police Department.
In what capacity? What's your rank?
I'm a patrol sergeant,
How long you been with Daytona Beach PD?
a little over 21 years.
And is it all your, has your entire law enforcement career been with Daytona Beach PD?
It has.
Okay. How about walking us through a little bit the various positions you've had and what you've done in your 21 plus career as a law enforcement?
Originally started in patrol, did that for about 2.5 years. I went to street crimes, which was a low-level narcotics, vice crimes thing. And then to special investigations unit, which was narcotics also, but mid to upper level stuff. And then I went to the high-intensity drug trafficking areas task force. Basically, it's a group of cities in the county, and they work upper-level narcotics investigations. And then in 2020, I was promoted to sergeant.
So tell me, what does the sergeant with the Daytona Beach Police Department do? What are your duties and responsibilities?
You'll have a platoon of officers on nights, so they're usually a little bit younger. We train them, you review the reports, supervise calls for service that they're on, assist with competency calls for service, counsel them if they need it, mentor them, try to create a positive morale for the shift.
Did you know Officer Jason Raynor?
I did.
Was he on your shift?
He was.
Were you his supervisor?
I was.
And were you his supervisor for the entire time since you became sergeant until he was shot on June 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Were you working the night that he was shot?
I was.
Were you a supervising sergeant that night?
I was.
Did you have any contact with him that evening before he was shot?
Maybe in passing. No real conversations I recall.
Okay, so you don't recall any content of any conversation, correct? And talk to us a little bit about his area of responsibility, or where he was assigned and where he might wind up.
We have 8 different zones within the district, and we go from the railroad tracks to the beach. And in between, we also have the river. So we have the Ridgewood units, we call it, and then we have the beachside units. So on the Ridgewood side, on the north end, you got 56 zone, 57 zone, and 58 zone. And then, so any unit that you have they're usually Charlie 50 something. But we also have 70 units that we use that are the more senior guys that have a little bit more empowerment to go to both sides of the river to help out on calls or to do other things.
Is that what, was that the situation with Officer Jason Raynor?
Yes, he was 77.
So he was free to move about in different zones?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the area where Officer Jason Raynor was shot?
I am.
Had you been there before? Was the location known to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's a high crime area. We'd recently had a rash of shootings and also a known narcotic location. So there's been complaints generated by the public in that area, along with other incidents that we responded to.
Place you needed to have a police presence?
Yes.
Would you consider the area, the parking lot where you found Officer Jason Raynor, is it secluded?
Yes.
Not visible from the road?
It's not.
Little or no lighting back there? Did you consider it part of Officer Raynor's responsibility to patrol areas like that?
Absolutely.
Now, it's a high crime area with shootings that are going on. Is that something that you and your officers face typically on a daily basis?
The shootings, maybe not on a daily basis, but quite often, yes, we deal with some violent crime, probably on a daily basis.
Want to touch briefly on a bolo regarding a stolen vehicle. Are you familiar with license plate readers?
I am.
And are you familiar with how they work as far as reading license plates? And would you agree, or is it true that these license plate readers have the ability, amazing ability actually, to capture a tag number and then put it in some kind of database?
Yes.
And do they also check that database to see if somehow that particular tag or whatever it might be was input in there for some reason?
Yes.
Now, let me talk to you about that a little bit. Did you use that database, or what was your proficiency with pulling up that database and looking into it?
I was given access to it. I hadn't really learned how to use it, but I knew some of the other officers that did, and I would rely on them to help me with it.
And what about Officer Jason Raynor? Did he help you with it?
Yes.
Did he appear to know what he was doing?
He knew how to operate the system.
Objection, speculation.
Did he help you?
He helped me. If I needed something, I would go to Jason if it was having to do with LPRs.
And is it your understanding the BOLO was distributed by email?
Yes.
Was it distributed in other ways too?
It was sent out through our, we call them MDTs. It's a mobile transport. It's our computer and it's the system. They were sent out through that and then also over the radio.
So it was actually broadcast over the radio? And I assume all the folks on patrol working that evening, their radios were operational?
Yes.
And was this BOLO that we were talking about, was the vehicle described?
Yes.
The BOLO, it operates some kind of description.
It was given out by description over the radio, and then, on the MDTs, it would just list the description of it, and then on the email is actually a photo of the back of the vehicle.
What about Officer Raynor? You said he was proficient with the LPRs in the database. What about his emails? You were a supervising sergeant. Did you have occasion to observe if he was conscientious or not about checking his emails?
He was, because oftentimes I would send out emails to them. He would respond to them. I've been with him at his vehicle when he had his emails up.
Is the purpose for sending out any BOLO to the officers so that those officers will be aware of it and on the lookout for it, it seems?
Yes, actually BOLO stands for Be on the Lookout, so that's why it's being sent out. Keep an eye out for it.
So looking for a BOLO, or looking for, whether it's a vehicle, a missing person, whatever it is, that's what, you consider that part of the, within the scope of the duties and responsibilities of a police officer?
Yes.
A good thing?
Absolutely.
Seeking to prevent crime, proactive policing?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you became concerned for Officer Jason Raynor's safety?
Yes.
Did it have to do with the radio and him calling out? Didn't respond, is that correct?
He did not respond.
And that's a red flag, right?
Correct.
So, do you have the capability, to know where your officers are?
Yes.
How, tell us about it.
There's a system called Force Watch. It's throughout the county. So all the vehicle computers have a GPS plugged into them. So on my computer, I can see where my officers' vehicles are located.
Okay. Were there efforts to reach out to Officer Raynor on the radio?
Yes, we called, there's some officers that called, and then dispatch called them again, no response. I told dispatch to put out an alert tone, which gives us radio silence, and then they do the loud to get anybody's attention in case you didn't hear it. You can hear them. And then no response.
Let's talk, you said an alert tone. Does that tone, what's the purpose of that for the folks that hear? The police officers that hear?
That we're trying to locate somebody, or occasionally they can do it before a big call comes out. But the alert tone is in case, you're talking to somebody, you might not hear your radio, or the volume might have gone down, but you hear the beep, beep, beep. And they get your attention, like, oh, what's going on? And then you realize they'll call your call sign again. And you're like, oh, they're talking to me on code 4.
Were you able to determine a likely location for Officer Jason, right?
Yes, from the Force Watch system, it appeared that his vehicle was behind the building at 133 Kingston. Force Watch. Force.
Just briefly, do officers, police officers, you, your squad, your crew, your platoon, do y'all have the capability of talking on the radio in the vehicle itself?
Yes.
And also on foot?
Yes.
And that's with would that be a portable radio that you're equipped with?
Yes.
Is that like the one you've got there on you're wearing now?
Yes, sir.
And is that a microphone on your shoulders? Yes. Okay, and if you want to transmit, with that, you're outside of your car, interacting, whatever it is you're doing, you want to transmit, do you use your hand in order to transmit?
Yes, you have to come up and press the button on the side, hold it down, you hear a beep, and then you broadcast.
And you have to hold it down until you
Correct.
broadcast. Where were you when you heard or you got concerned about Officer Jason Raynor and you started this Force Watch or looked in that application to look at it? Where were you?
I was at the Beachside Precinct handling some of my admin duties on my computer. So it's just on the other side of the river.
Okay, and a precinct is like a substation or an office for the police department?
Yes.
It's not the headquarters?
No.
But it's for that area or vicinity?
Yes, for District 2.
And so what did you do at that point, Sergeant?
When I saw where he possibly was, I put that out over the radio to tell the guys that were responding. We had everyone heading that way. And then I went immediately to my vehicle and started that direction.
You get that?
Yes.
So, once you arrive, what's your mission or your goal? What are you trying to accomplish?
To find out, to make sure he's okay if he needs assistance. We were on our way there to help an officer.
Okay, and what happened when you got?
On the way there, one of the officers had transmitted that we had a gunshot wound to the head. I arrived. There were 2 officers on scene. I was talking to them, trying to get whatever information they had from him, because he was still talking to us somewhat, and trying to come up with a suspect. But at the same time, I was more worried about getting rescue there. So it's simultaneous, both things we needed to have happen to get him to the hospital.
I know this might sound like a silly or stupid question, but that was very traumatic was that very traumatic for you, what you were witnessing?
Definitely a traumatic event for everyone involved.
For everyone. So, did you try to clear a way for a rescue to be able to get into this area?
Yes, I put it out over the radio to make sure that because a lot of times when we come in and we get to a call, everybody's quick to get there and we're parking our cars everywhere. And we have to go back out to move the vehicle so we can let the emergency personnel in. It's just usually how it happens. I was quick to put it over the radio, make sure it's clear. We wanted to get them in there quick. And then told another officer to go out there and also make sure that they could get in there unabated by vehicle.
Okay, and then what about once Officer Jason Raynor was taken and put in the ambulance, did you help clear away an escort, so to speak, so that he could get to the hospital as soon as possible?
Yeah, we told evac that we would block off the intersection, so another officer and I would go ahead of rescue and block off the north side and the south side traffic, so they didn't have to slow down, they could go through and then evac again and head up in front of them so they can get to the hospital.
And evac, that's the ambulance service?
Yes, sir.
Oh, an evac? Okay. Now, there's another important thing that needs to be done at this point in time, right? Now that you know that Officer Jason Raynor has been shot in the head, and you're trying to figure out what happened, right?
Yes.
So what do you do?
Well, at the time, we were trying to get into his phone because we have the Axon cameras that are attached to our chest. You don't have, the individual that it's assigned to has access to it through a phone app. You can go in there and actually view your videos while you're writing your report, or that you can put in the case number and things like that. So initially, we were trying to get to unlock Jason's phone. We weren't able to do that, so I sent the Axon camera with Officer Sizemore to the precinct, and that's where you're able to dock it. We have a secure closet. Once it's docked, that uploads it to evidence.com. So while we were doing this, I was assuming that video was going to be uploaded, and then I wanted to get to that to see what we could find out.
So you gave the body cam to Sizemore?
Yes.
Sizemore took it to Beachside?
Beachside precinct.
She docked it. What does that mean? Is she just plugging it in, or what? What does that mean, doctor?
There's like banks of almost like a battery, maybe for like a power tool or something. You just plug it in, and then the light comes on it, and you can see that it's uploaded.
So it's uploading and charging?
Yes, also.
Okay. And you said it's a secure area. What do you mean?
It's secure to get into the precinct, but then also there's a closet. It's upstairs. You have to use your key card to open that to get access to it. And then you have each platoon's got a different section for their cameras.
Is this something that's done every night at the end of shift, typically with the officers in their body-worn cameras?
It is.
Did you view that video?
I did.
So there was a video?
Yes.
Where did you view it?
Initially, when I was at the hospital, I couldn't get service. So then I went to our main station at 129 Valor, and I was able to access it from there.
Let me stop you. When you say you didn't get service, that means you didn't get the internet?
Correct.
You have to be on the internet in order to tap into evidence.com?
Correct.
So you did that?
Yes.
And you watched the video?
Yes.
Was it helpful in identifying a suspect?
Yes.
So what did you do? You watched the video. What was it you did then?
Everyone was on the radio. They were all trying to figure out what kind of suspect we had. So as soon as I could get to a frame where I could get a picture of something, and I started with the vehicle, I would email that out to department-wide and also to the Volusia County Crime Center, so they could send it out further than that. And then as I went, I took a picture of the suspect, did that also, meanwhile asking if CID could assist with downloading the whole video. I couldn't email the whole clip. It wouldn't email.
Right, it's like too big of a file or something, is that
Correct.
right? So, but you were getting pictures out of the car, is that right?
Of the vehicle and the suspect.
And the suspect. Do you know if somebody used those pictures to help identify the defendant in this case?
I know they were used to identify him.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment? Yes, sir.
All rise for the jury. Okay, the jury's out. Why don't you go ahead and call for the evidence?
Sergeant, have you, in your 21-plus career, how many times would you say you've come in contact with marijuana?
Hundreds, maybe, and over 1,000, a lot.
Okay. Are officers trained in how to recognize marijuana?
They are.
Tell me what you're looking for to try and identify or recognize what could be marijuana.
There's the sight of it, and also there's got a very unique pungent aroma to it.
Okay, so describe like you say visually, what are you looking for?
Usually described as a green leafy substance, but there's also buds and stems and seeds.
Okay. And as far as aroma, burning or non-burning or both?
Both of them do. When the burnt marijuana obviously has a stronger smell to it.
Or is it, you're the sergeant that was in charge of this squad you testified to. Did the officers that you supervised have training in the recognition and observation of marijuana?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that marijuana is, that a police officer is gonna routinely come in contact with marijuana during the course of doing their job every day? Is that true for you?
Yes. Yeah. I think you're gonna go further, say that marijuana is visible.
There, Your Honor, there is the video, which hasn't been introduced yet into evidence. And this is disputed, of course, but there is what we believe to be in the defendant's hand, what appears to be a marijuana cigarette. Now, they could argue something else, but we believe that, and we believe that based on that plus, as we had said earlier, I think your ruling was we couldn't talk about, what's marijuana regarding, the Snellville search warrant.
Right.
But we believe that that would be relevant because it's an additional layer of possible suspicion once Officer Raynor made contact with the defendant. And you can see, while I'm sure they're going to dispute it being marijuana, I think you heard it in their opening statement, I think it's fair game to at least make the arguments. They make theirs, we make ours. Yes.
All right, I guess in terms of what's before the court right now on a proffer, my objection would be that it's completely irrelevant. I don't know where we're gonna go. There's not been a demonstrative proffer to the court or a portion of the video where there's gonna be any particular identification. There's been no testimony from certain search about any contemporaneous conversation on June 23rd about marijuana. So what we anticipate to be the case is 2.5 years after the shooting, then marijuana becomes a factor in the case, and they're trying to backfill in that, oh yeah, it must have been marijuana, but there's no real-time memorialization of any marijuana being suspected. There's nothing before the court to determine what he's going to testify.
Your Honor,
I don't know.
Your Honor, may I briefly respond? Today, right now with Sergeant Searce, all I'm asking is to discuss how they might recognize marijuana. We have other witnesses, and when we introduce the actual video, then you can see visually what we're talking about.
Well, I'd rather have you come back and talk about this. I'm gonna look at video and I can have a better.
Yes, sir.
A better feel for whether or not they, what you're trying to claim that marijuana, there's some sort of basis to it.
Yes.
Without knowing exactly what it is that you're gonna show, I can't determine whether or not this is relevant. As of right now, there is no relevancy because there's nothing.
Yes.
On the record that indicates, that was marijuana allegedly on the defendant's hand.
Yes, sir.
So for now, I'm not gonna exclude it.
Yes, sir.
But I'll prevent you from using it until it becomes more relevant for me to talk about. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's take our break. Okay. 15 minutes. All right.
Peace, gang. What's up? As you can see, I'm on the road. Yeah. And getting back to it, man. What y'all think so far, man? What do y'all think so far? I feel like it's still an interesting case. It's still warming up. You know, asking the right questions, making sure cross the T's and dot the I's when it comes to this situation. The ozone, Othal Wallace. You know, I like when people question the officers, you know, versus them being asking all the questions. You know what I'm saying? I like to see them in a high seat. I don't know, maybe it's me. I like to see them in a high seat. I like to see them under pressure, you know. Not so many people ask them questions, you know. Ask king, you ask a king, you ask as a king, you know. Always ask questions. Always ask questions. But yeah, what's popping? Hold on. Okay. But yeah, we in the building. You know, I'm on the road. They got a little break going on, so they're gonna get it back up and running. You know what I'm saying? Gonna get it back up and popping, though. But how y'all feel about what's going on, man? I see y'all in the chat. We got the real ones in here. You heard? We got the real ones up in this month. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, I'm on the road. I gotta pick up my lady friend. You know what I'm saying? Um, I know she need a car, so I don't have to do this. Me being the nice Samaritan, you know, out here in these streets, man. But yeah, y'all donate to Othel.org. Donate, man. Y'all see what's going on. Y'all know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Hold on for a second. Hey, excuse me, young lady. What's up? I'm on live right now. Watch what you say. Yep. she like for real. But yeah. Donate to Othel.org. They got the case going on right now. The live trial has been going on all day. You know what I'm saying? Everybody watching. And if they're not watching, y'all let them know to watch this case. Because this is one for the books. You know, this is going to affect us all. Like Brother Spice said earlier, I'm pretty sure they got something planned. If, and this won't happen, but if Ozone was to lose, that's a stop and frisk for everybody. That's going to get them the right to check your car, check your house, check any personal property without you knowing it, without them announcing themselves, without them even announcing exactly why they there. You don't gotta have a warrant or nothing. They can put their hands on you. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't going for it. So donate to Othel.org to make sure we can win this case, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and drive safe. I'm gonna be black at y'all. For sure.
Thank you, Jerry. All rise for jury.
Your Honor, permission to approach. Sean, Your Honor, this has been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit I. Officer, or Sergeant, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It's Officer Jason Raynor. Officer Jason Raynor.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Officer Jason, the Officer Jason Raynor that you know?
It is.
Your Honor, this time I have to be able to move it.
No.
And Your Honor, may I focus it to you?
From that one, yes.
Tender the witness.
Further examination.
Good afternoon.
So you've likely underwent a considerable amount of training in your 21 years of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
One of the most important tools of a law enforcement officer is the powers of observation. Do you agree with that?
The what?
Powers of observation.
Sure.
And part of your training, it's ongoing, is to develop how to discern between what could be potentially innocent conduct or what could be criminal.
As far as being part of it, yes.
You're trying to hone those powers of perception so that you can key in on something that might lead to an arrest or a further investigation. Do you agree with that?
I do.
And that's what BOLAs are used to assist in, correct? You would agree that it's equally as important for law enforcement to train their powers of observation so that they do not overextend and capture innocent folks that might be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Say again?
Do you think it's just as important to use your powers of observation so as to not unnecessarily involve someone who's innocently looking like a suspect or in an area where there was a recent call for service?
I don't know how you'd be able to determine if someone is or isn't.
Well, let's say, for example, you're familiar with this crime bulletin that went out, right?
Yes.
Right. And the crime bulletin talked about the vehicle, this gray SUV, right?
Gray Honda CRV, isn't it?
All right. And would you agree that based upon this information that any black female or black male in their 20s would be subject to seizure and interrogation in the city?
No.
Okay. And that's because it would be unreasonable to just capture every black female and black male in their 20s, right?
Correct.
In fact, an appropriate thing to do would be to look at the specific information in the BOLO and apply it as to the observations, right? You would want to take in, you wouldn't just pull over.
You're not saying that, you weren't mentioning that they were in a vehicle, right? You're just saying a black male or black female anywhere?
Right. That would be inappropriate to just pull over every black or black male or female in their 20s to look for the stolen vehicle, right?
Well, if they're in a vehicle that appears that it could be that vehicle, then you would investigate that.
Right. And the question becomes how close to that description is a reasonable pursuit or an unreasonable pursuit of that vehicle. Do you agree with that?
as far as what's reasonable and what's unreasonable?
Right. You're trying to use as many details as possible to determine whether it's reasonable to pursue this car further, correct?
Yes.
And for instance, if an officer was going and looking for this 2014 CRV and they plainly saw that the vehicle was an HRV, it would be unreasonable to pull that car over.
If you knew the difference.
So the point is, as a law enforcement officer, it's important to try to discern between the specific information so that you don't capture someone or hassle someone that's not worthy of suspicion.
Yes, and I also know that sometimes bolos are close, if you're just getting it out through the air or whatever, so they're not always 100% accurate, but if you know the difference, then yes.
And you train your officers to make sure that they are reasonable when they're approaching citizens, right?
Yes.
You're not telling them, hey, if you're in the ballpark of a description, go ahead and stop it, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that characterization in the law court. I think he has specific questions.
It would be inappropriate if you learned that one of your subordinates was engaging in a practice where he was just being reckless with the information in a bolo and pulling over everybody that got close to the description, right?
Well, you're saying got close, and then you're saying reckless. I wouldn't put them together. If it's something close, and I believe that they're acting in good faith, then yes, that it would be okay to contact them.
So the issue is, how can you determine what's close and what you should disregard, right? That's what on the scene observations come down to as law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you investigate any portion of this case? Like, were you tasked with investigating anything, or were you just more of a first responder?
First responder, and then once the video portion was sent out, I was done.
In terms of police and citizen encounters, they're governed by policy. Like, there's policy about how a law enforcement officer at Daytona Beach is supposed to interact with members of the public.
Yeah, as far as your demeanor and, you know.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Can we approach on this or not? Sir, you mentioned a policy about being courteous to members of the community.
Yes.
And that involves advising a citizen, if practical, about the reason for the contact, or the reason for them being detained.
It's not spelled out in any sort of way like that.
There's no policy at all that talks about giving a citizen a reason or explanation for an officer contact.
You reach to a point where they're detained or not detained, you know, you're already at that point where you're going to tell them why they're detained. But just coming up to talk to them, to somebody, you don't have to automatically just say what you're thinking.
Understood. If someone gets pulled over, are you suggesting that there's no policy that requires an officer to advise the citizen about the reason for them being pulled over?
Now, I don't know if that's in policy or not, but it is good practice if you stop somebody on a traffic stop, to inform them of the reason of the stop.
And similarly, would you agree that there are times when it would be good practice if you're encountering a member of the public outside a traffic stop to advise them of what you're looking for, the reason why you're contacting them?
It be on the time as far as how you feel officer safety wise. A lot of times you don't want to point out something that you see that may be potentially something that may lead to an arrest or could be dangerous. You don't want the suspect to know basically your cards at that point until you can safely proceed.
And I think what you're getting at is that it's not unreasonable for some people to perhaps be nervous or on edge when they're doing it.
Some people are nervous.
And also what you just described would be a kind of de-escalation, right? You don't want to go in front of a person right away. You might have a more tactful response.
It depends on the situation, really. I mean, if you have to take immediate action, then you take immediate action. But I know it's good practice for officer safety wise. If you see something in a car, I may not point that out to that person right then and there that I see something, because I know I might need someone else to help come and detain the person, or the fight could start, or they could flee, and those kind of things.
And obviously, when you're arriving up to the point where you need to determine what information to give, you've already processed the situation and had time to reflect on it before you're getting involved, right? You're having some time before you're contacting somebody to see if they match your bullet, to see their demeanor, to assess which tactic you're going to use when you're contacting them.
Not at all. It flows as far as like if you're getting out to talk to somebody. I don't, depends on what you see, what you're picking up, maybe what you smell, maybe what you hear, and things like that. You can't. There's no. Not like a robot where I proceed to this point, I must say this. You're still processing maybe what you're seeing.
You're familiar with the term high-risk traffic stop?
Yes.
That is one that involves guns, right?
We'd call it a felony stop, yes.
Multiple officers would be involved?
Yes.
It would be against the best practice to go and make a possible encounter with a high-risk vehicle alone and without any notice to your fellow officer.
No, not if you just stumble across something. You got to take action. I mean, if you think there's a felony in progress, if you can safely make that time to get other officers there, then and to tactically approach a vehicle, then of course that would be something you can do if you have that time.
Sure. I think the operative term there is used would be, there's a difference between you stumble upon something versus you have some opportunity to observe it and then perhaps call for dispatch or make it.
What I'm saying is if you're driving up and all of a sudden it's dark and you're seeing like, oh, that vehicle looks familiar. So now you're into investigation mode to kind of like, what, I don't know what it was.
Sure. And you would agree with me that there's no possible way that when Officer Raynor was driving on Kingston Avenue, that he saw Othal Wallace in the parking lot behind Kingston Avenue?
I couldn't say what?
You can't say that when Jason Raynor was driving on Kingston Avenue on June 23rd, 2021, that he saw Mr. Wallace's vehicle from Kingston Avenue.
I don't know when he saw, like where it was parked, and if that was where he was on Kingston, no, you wouldn't probably see it. You couldn't see it. It's all blocked off.
So
but if I can't say that he didn't see the car pull in. That's what I'm saying.
Do you have any information that would suggest that Officer Raynor saw the car pull in?
No, but that's what I'm explaining.
You would agree with me that there was no 911 call placed by any member of the community complaining of anything that Othal Wallace did on June 23rd.
I don't believe there was any calls.
There was no 911 call by any person in Daytona Beach complaining of criminal activity or suspicious activity at one
Your Honor, I'm going to object that he might be outside the scope of his knowledge. Any call at any time that night, that community.
I'm not aware of the background and who knew the defendant and who didn't. I can just say that night when it all happened, I don't recall, and I don't remember seeing one that there was a call there for that.
Do you believe that the Daytona Beach Police Department did a full and thorough investigation into the shooting?
I do.
Your Honor, objects.
And in connection with that full and thorough investigation, you would agree with me that the basis of the encounter is a central role to everything that we're talking about here.
The basis of the encounter.
Why Raynor went back there, right? Is that an important issue? Why Raynor went back there?
It's part of the issue, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, there's no 911 call complaining of Othal. There's no 911 call complaining of anything at Kingston Avenue, right?
No, but there have been plenty of complaints in that area.
Can you point to a specific call that took place on June 23rd, 2021, to which Jason Raynor was responding to that led him to the back parking lot?
No, I don't know why he was back there at that moment.
Right. There wasn't, you're not familiar of any citizen flagging Officer Raynor down and telling him to go back and make contact with Othal Wallace?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not familiar with any facts that would give Jason Raynor probable cause to detain Othal Wallace?
I'm going to object to stand.
May we approach? Were you familiar with the existence of this be on the lookout for the stolen vehicle prior to the situation with Officer Raynor?
I was aware of the vehicle, yes.
And you would agree with me that there are distinguishing characteristics between the issue, the vehicle at issue in the Bolo and the vehicle that Othal Wallace was driving?
I don't know the differences. There's so many new cars and they're similar in so many ways. So I could easily get them mixed up. I know they end up being two different vehicles. I don't know how similar they are.
And you would agree with me that the best practice would be for an officer to use as many of the powers of observation as possible to discern between whether a car that was going to be approached was the Bolo vehicle or was not the Bolo vehicle.
If you're just making contact to see what you may have, I mean, the vehicle was backed in. I believe that's the major difference between the vehicles versus what the front of the vehicle is.
And is it your testimony that the vehicle being backed in made it absolutely impossible to distinguish between the Bolo vehicle and the vehicle that
I don't know if you could say impossible. Like I said, I don't know the vehicles well enough, and I don't know.
Are you familiar with any person within the Daytona Beach Police Department that investigated the reason for Raynor going and making contact with Mr. Wallace?
I don't know all the details of the investigation.
You mentioned before that when you came upon scene, you made contact with some officers that had been the first responders, right?
Yes.
One of those officers was Amanda Dickens. That Amanda Dickens at no point in time told you, hey, Raynor just said he was going to look for that fresh signal.
I don't know what she testified to or if that's what he said to her.
I'm sorry if you misunderstood my question. My question is, let me back up. Do you have a recollection of when you first got into the parking lot on June 23rd?
When she was there, she was tending to her friend that was being shot. So no, we didn't discuss anything about the vehicle.
Before, when Mr. LaRiz was asking you questions, I believe you testified something about you had contact with the officers and they gave you information, right?
They were trying to get information from him.
And you asked Amanda Dickens what information that she had pertinent to the situation.
Not directly to her, no. I was on scene.
Would it be unreasonable for a law enforcement officer possessing information about their fallen colleague to relay that to somebody like yourself in the situation?
You're talking about reasonable when her friend and zone partner was had just been shot in the ground and was in the shape that he was in. I don't know what we consider reasonable of what her response would be about anything.
I think that's fair. Are you trained as a law enforcement officer to deal with high stress situations?
We use simulations and stuff to try to recreate them. It's not the same.
So do you think, is there a lesser standard that an officer is held to if they're in a stressful situation as opposed to a non-stressful situation?
It's just plain human nature and how your brain works. You have fight, flight, or freeze, and some of your forebrain can start to take over in some of these situations. So where once you calm down, you can think clearly again.
But we can be in agreement that Amanda Dickens never told you anything about this Jason Raynor going to look for a stolen vehicle.
I don't recall that conversation there.
Are you familiar with any subsequent report that Amanda Dickens drafted memorializing that statement?
I don't.
you sent out the photographs obtained from the axon, and then you didn't have any other photos?
Not that I recall, no.
No. We're subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Next witness, Judge. Sergeant James Moore.
Hey, y'all wilding in the comments. Chill out. This is for Ozone, man. Hey, I say that for another time, for real.
I think he was, yes.
Take that messiness somewhere else, man. Somewhere else. Not today, man. Not today. Don't get blocked, you know. Be respectful up in the chat. Straight up. Oh man, that man looked like he loved black people. They all look like it though.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please take a moment to introduce yourself to the folks here?
My name is Sergeant James Maher, M-A-H-E-R.
And where you work?
I work for the City of Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long you been with Daytona Beach people?
14 years, since 2009.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
So your entire career has been with Daytona Beach PD?
Correct.
Any military experience?
Yes, I was in the U.S. Army.
How long were you in the Army?
3 years.
Walk us through, educate us about the different roles you've had, from when you started to where you are now with the Daytona Beach Police.
So initially when I started, I was a patrol officer. I ended up on a bicycle unit, which is a proactive unit on bicycles. I went from there to the crime suppression team, which is commonly referred to as like a street crimes type unit, prostitution, narcotics. From there, I transitioned to the investigation side. I was a property crimes detective and worked my way up to homicide. I was a homicide detective. I worked for the higher level narcotics unit after the special investigations unit, and a violent criminal apprehension team, which is kind of like a fugitive unit and CST type unit. For a short period of time, I was cross-sworn as a U.S. Marshal during the fugitive side of it. And pretty much the entire time, not quite all 14 years, I think it's 12 years now, I've also been on SWAT.
What sort?
SWAT is Special Weapons and Tactics. It's a unit designed to handle high-risk situations, whether it's a search warrant deemed high risk, not all search warrants, barricaded subjects, hostage situations, things of that nature.
Did you mention CST or crime suppression?
I did, sir.
What is the purpose of that?
The crime suppression team's purpose is within its name to suppress crime. It's a proactive unit that utilizes crime statistics, typically from CompStat, which is a meeting that we have weekly, to identify crime trends and try to curb the trend.
Okay. Kind of keeping an eye on the community and where crime's happening,
Correct.
and so that you can allocate resources to those areas that need it because of the crime occurring.
Correct. That would be the idea of CompStat.
Yes. Were you a patrol sergeant?
I was. At some point, I was promoted to sergeant. I went back to patrol for 6 months, and then sergeant of crime suppression team, and then sergeant of violent criminal apprehension team.
How long have you been a sergeant?
4 years. I've been a sergeant for 4 years now.
Okay, and part of your duties as a sergeant, you train other officers?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the proactive policing model?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Proactive policing means engaging in policing, looking for crimes that are occurring, keeping them from occurring, instead of the reactive side of it, which would be more like a fire department, if you will, wait for a call, then respond.
So you're not out there waiting for somebody to flag you down and say, hey, we need you.
No. No, not on VCAT or CST.
Okay, so to talk about CompStat a little bit more, you said you look at crime trends. Can you be a little bit more specific about what y'all look?
So as far as CompStat goes, it's a bi-weekly meeting, but also weekly is a staff meeting. It's pretty much the same thing. We'll go over that period of time, whether it's that 1 week or that 2 week period, of all crimes that occurred within the city. It's for accountability purposes as well. All the command staff is there from the chief down, including the district captains, and so that everybody's on the same page. Everybody understands where these crime trends may be, and then each unit is held accountable, whether it's the criminal investigation division on where they are on a certain crime that occurred, VCAT, what we're doing to curve the trend, or patrol to step up patrols in the area.
Were you working the night that Officer Raynor?
I was.
In what capacity? What were you?
I was the crime suppression team sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Officer Raynor?
No, not that night, no.
If you were on the same shift?
No, so I wasn't on the same shift. I was working the same night. Patrol works different shifts than crime suppression. That was a completely different unit.
What area were you working?
That night I was what's called District 1. So Daytona is broken as far as law enforcement goes into two separate districts, East District 2 and West District 1. There's railroad tracks that run north and south through the city. I was working west in District 1. Jason was working east in District 1.
I want to talk to you a little bit about earlier in the evening before Officer Raynor was there. Were you aware of a bolo about a stolen vehicle on the CO?
Yes, I was.
And how did you come aware of it?
Through a bolo that was issued through city email.
And at some point before Officer Raynor was shot, did you actually spot what you believe might be there?
Yes, I did.
Where were you?
West International Speedway Boulevard.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So the vehicle was slightly ahead of us. It was a silver Honda. I knew that there was a silver Honda SUV stolen with a paper tag. Positioned my vehicle to the point where I could see the rear tag. It was not the tag. It was a California tag. So I didn't do anything. It wasn't the stolen car.
And that Volvo had the tag number, did it?
It did.
And so you were able to actually see the tag and determine it wasn't stolen vehicle.
Correct.
So what'd you do then?
I don't remember.
Did you patrol or work?
Nothing with that vehicle.
So did there come a time when you became aware that there might be some concern for Officer Jason?
Yes.
And talk about that a little.
So as I spoke about before, Daytona is broken into two different districts. It's also two separate radio channels, primary radio channels that we use. They patch the channels together, which usually means something is happening. I also have a secondary radio that I use that talks around just my unit, so we're not tying up primary police channels. My unit started scrambling and headed towards that area, and I still hadn't been 100% sure what happened. I went to the area. I saw a patrol officer on a perimeter somewhere in the area of Madison and Ridgewood, and I asked him, "What are we working?" And that's when he told me there was an officer down, officer shot.
Okay, so at that point, what was going through your mind? What did you do?
Going back, I mean, at that point, all I was thinking is, let's secure this perimeter. Let's make sure that we get dogs on the ground, the people inside, give us our best chance possible to catch this person without anybody else getting hurt.
Okay, and so that what you did?
Yes.
Did you at that night? Did you were you involved later, involving another Honda CRV?
Yeah, so
Honda vehicle?
correct. I don't know if it was a CRV or HRV. Later on, as information began to come out, the Bolo was given for a silver Honda SUV. I started looking for a silver Honda SUV for the person that shot Jason, and I found a silver Honda SUV backed into a driveway with the lights on. As soon as I saw the vehicle began revving its engine, and somebody came running from the inside of the house where it was backed into and yelling, and I don't remember exactly what they were saying, but something along the lines of "my babies." And the vehicle then took off past my police vehicle, which was marked, and I engaged the attempt to traffic stop the vehicle. I ended up in a pursuit, believing it was the vehicle that had been involved.
So at this point, you think you might have the suspect who shot Officer Jason Raynor?
At that point, I was convinced. Yeah.
Based on the description or based on the photograph that you had?
No, I didn't have a photograph. There was a bolo given over the radio. I didn't actually have a photograph.
So you were going by the description?
Correct.
Okay. Did you make contact? What happened? Get us through what happened with this vehicle. Did it stop eventually?
Not willingly, but it stopped. It stopped eventually. It ended up in a police pursuit. I immediately notified all surrounding law enforcement that I thought I had found the Honda. It was fleeing from me, that I was pursuing him. We fled through what we call 45 zone at Daytona Beach, was the northern end of Daytona Beach, through a lot of residential back roads at a lot of high rates of speed. Eventually, we started working our way towards an area of Nova Road, which is more commercial and businesses area. The vehicle slowed down to turn into a Checkers or restaurant parking lot. I hit the vehicle from behind, disabling the vehicle. Occupants of the vehicle began running. We captured them, and it then was determined this was actually the stolen car that I was thinking about earlier, not the shooting vehicle.
Now, you had mentioned that you work with the crime suppression team, you're the sergeant, and also work with SWAT.
Correct.
Are you involved in training your officers as well?
I am.
Okay. And what's your goal in training the officers?
To accomplish our job in the most professional and safe way possible.
And what is your job?
Our job at the end of the day is to make sure that Daytona Beach is safe.
Were you familiar with 133 Kingston in that area?
Yes, the 100 block of Kingston, I'm familiar.
And why is that?
So Kingston, since I told you about 45 zone, this is 41 zone. This is also on the north end of the city by Ridgewood, towards the river. This is a high crime, high narcotics, high prostitution area. An area I was definitely and still am familiar with almost daily.
Okay. And when you're faced with a high crime, high drug area, how does proactive policing become involved in it?
So especially in high crime areas, the proactive end is what tries to return quality of life to an area that's having an issue. Proactive policing is it's such a broad term.
How do you employ it in your duties with your fellow officers at the Daytona Beach?
So as far as proactivity goes, if I'm trying to curb an issue, a broad issue, one of my favorite accuracy by saturation or saturation by application is when I bring my unit to a specific area with an issue and we enforce every violation they can find, whether it's tint violation, a stop bar violation, speeding violation, whatever it may be. We find that, in my opinion, it's like 5% of the population causes 99% of the crime. So if we do 100 traffic stops, we meet, and this is again my numbers, my opinion, we meet 95 individuals who are good law-abiding citizens. We create contacts, we put lights in the area deterring crime, and then we have that 5 or 10 that are up to criminal activity that we are able to engage in.
Permission to approach, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've got what I believe to be state seal for identification purposes. This is a composite exhibit. We'll take a moment. Do you recognize?
I do.
How do you recognize?
So this is the vehicle that I pursued. This is the stolen vehicle that I pursued, believing that it might have been the shooter.
Okay, that was kind of at the end of the evening, after you had seen a vehicle that you thought was a stolen vehicle and it wasn't. And then this time you saw a vehicle you thought was the shooter's vehicle, but it was actually the stolen vehicle. I don't know, did I get it right? Is that right?
I'm sure you did. I'll just reiterate because I was initially in the daytime. I saw a silver, gray, whatever Honda on Speedway Boulevard. I knew about a stolen one. I got behind it. It was a California tag, not a Florida paper tag. I left it alone because it wasn't a stolen vehicle. Jason was shot. Bolo was issued for a silver, gray Honda. I found a silver, gray Honda, fled from me, chased it. It was the stolen car. This is the stolen car.
Are these fair and accurate representations of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Without objection, it will be admitted as evidence.
and Your Honor, I'm like Sergeant, so I think it's helpful. We're going to put them on, with your permission, publish it to them.
You want to go through one?
Yeah, this was at the, what did you call it, the Checkers or some?
Yes, sir. This is at the Checkers where the vehicle became disabled.
Okay.
They didn't pull ozone out of that car. We saw that video. The person they pulled out that car wasn't ozone.
Yes, sir. We'll do that now. You need to.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you knew Jason Raynor really well, is that?
Yeah, I knew him pretty well.
On the day of June 23rd, you did not see
No, not that I remember. I don't remember the last time I saw him.
the conversation with him.
No.
You have no idea why he went back behind you.
No.
You do, Mr. Raynor's practices as a
Fairly well. I think I was his sergeant for, back when I was on patrol, I was his sergeant for, I want to say less than 6 months, but 6 months is a good.
would you classify?
Yes, Jason was correct. He did.
And then on the 23rd, you the only thing you did was apprehend stolen vehicles from previous.
So it wasn't the only thing I did all day long, but as far as what we were talking about, yes, that's me.
You searched around, but you didn't find any evidence.
I didn't find any evidence that night. I did help with the perimeter, go to a location south.
We have one of the photos
Correct.
and then we have another one that was
Yes, sir.
do you see any differences between
Yes. So this is me assuming, because I wasn't here at this photograph. I'm assuming that this is me sitting
Man, speaking to the mic, yo.
and do you see a difference between the rear door?
So the, I don't remember what it's called, one with the California tag has no rear door handle, and the one, the stolen car has a rear handle. A door.
And the area at 133 Kingston Ave is a high crime area?
It is.
And you said that you like to go into saturation, which means pulling a lot of people over for various reasons.
So saturation really, the way I have 6 officers, I think it is 7 officers that work for me. We work in a small group. In other words, not necessarily, I'm not going to say we're going to go to Kingston, the 100 block of Kingston, but we'll go to 41 zone, that general area. We do a lot of stops, a lot of interactions, lots of lights in the area. That way we're there if somebody needs backup, but also it disperses any potential crime.
You're out making contact. Most of that saturation, are you pulling people over and making contact with people? Is there a lot of just going up and saying, hey, what's going on?
So consensual encounters happen. Yeah, absolutely. I would, most of the time, it really depends. I mean, it really depends. I wish I could give you an answer on statistics, but it really depends on the situation, whether we're making consensual contact or, you know, this is a traffic stop with reasonable suspicion.
Well, can you explain what a consensual encounter is?
Yeah, absolutely. So consensual, as a law enforcement officer, you know,
So you made what you just determined, what you just called consensual.
yes.
And what's the, if it's not a consensual contact, you pull somebody over for probably
Correct.
and when you pull somebody over for one of those reasons, probably your suspicion, you have your rights.
Yes, to activate the stop.
But in your words, as a consensual.
So anytime it's consensual, I even teach my officers purposely not to block the person and not turn the lights on. Consensual.
And have you been in the location of 132 Kingston recently, from June 20th?
don't know that I was in that exact parking lot, but that general area, yeah.
I don't know what happened. Oh, let me see what's popping, man. Oh, there we go.
After the night with the stolen vehicle, did that end your involvement in this case?
As far as the investigation, I was not part of the investigation. I did travel to Georgia, but I wasn't part of the investigation.
You went to Georgia when you were there for the
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yeah, when you went to Georgia, were you there when Mr. Wallace was there?
So I was there. I was present. I wasn't on the compound. I was just outside of the compound.
At some point, did you and police officer ask?
Yes.
Subject to recall.
Please call Mary Toledo.
Well, all right.
I don't believe so.
I do.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi, can you please introduce yourself and the reason so you're not taken?
My name is Mary Toledo. Last name's Tees and Tom, Alluto.
You work at Daytona Police Department?
Currently, no.
Retired?
I did. Thank you.
Tell us how long you worked at the Daytona Police Department.
22 years.
What sort of capacity you worked?
I started off in patrol. I moved to the bicycle unit for about 12 years. I was also on motors, crime scene, and I finished my career as a detective.
Was that a detective in the main crime unit or operations?
As general.
Let me bring your attention now. Were you still working at the Daytona Police Department on June 23rd?
I was.
What capacity were you working on that day?
Actually, I was at home and I got called out.
What was your job assignment during that time?
Oh, I was in general CID.
Shadow effect, right?
Correct.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigation Division.
What happened? Were you like on call or why did you get called?
I got called. Well, I got called by one of the supervisors that an incident had took place and that they needed some assistance.
How long did it take to get your residents to, I guess, where you went to?
Yeah, to Kingston.
How long do you think it would take to get dressed?
I probably was there within 30 minutes, not less.
When you arrived, you heard a lot of testimony
When I got to the scene, Officer Raynor had already left. At that point, the scene had been roped off. And I made contact with my supervisor at the time to find out, I kind of got just a basic call, just get dressed and get here kind of thing. And I'll tell you what's going on when you get here. So when I got there, I spoke with the supervisor. He said that, an officer had been shot and we were still working on trying to identify the suspect.
You say the scene was broken off. What does that mean?
It's taped off and basically under Daytona Beach's control, the area, so that nobody can just freely walk in and out of there.
Is that sort of evidence in the scene clarity?
Correct.
What were you assigned to do when you got there?
Basically do another canvass of the apartment complex. Make sure that we didn't miss anybody that may have seen something. Make sure that anybody that could have seen something, whether it be important or not important, that we spoke to them.
So I understand what canvas means. Can you explain
Canvas is going to be just knocking on doors in the area and just saying, hey, this is who I am. This is what has happened. This is the time frame that it happened. Did you see anything before, after, during? Just going right down the list of anything in that immediate area. Talking to anybody there.
Were you assigned to do that during the case there?
I was.
Did you make contact information?
I did.
How many contact did you have?
I did.
What was your conversation? Were you provided any information by her?
Yes.
What name did
She gave the name Othal Wallace.
What did you do at that? Did you bring the photograph?
I did.
Did you show her that photograph?
I did.
Based on your, police work, your skills, and while you're talking to this sort of during that time, did there become more information provided in the speech with a picture of the individual who was involved with this, shooting off?
Yes.
Were you able to make a comparison and kind of put it together?
Yes.
While you were talking to this witness, at some point, did you see her get a text with a photograph of her phone?
Yes. A group text message was sent out. I believe the police department released a snapshot of the suspect from Officer Raynor's camera. They gave it to the apartment complex management, and the management company sent out a mass text to all the residents, basically saying, hey, this is the suspect of the incident tonight. Does anybody recognize him?
What was her reaction in front of you when you was talking to her?
She looked down at her phone and said, oh my God, that's my boyfriend.
Did she relay any information about Othal Wallace being the suspect of the case to the detective?
Yes, I called Sergeant Karcher and Detective Denardi.
Yes, she can be released, Judge. Yes, sir, she's from out of town.
what's next up in this mug, man. Let's go ahead and get to it. Our bro Ozone look relaxed. You're like, look, you ready to bring out the secret weapon? Lawyer like, not now, bro. Not now. Just give it some time. Just give it some time, man. Yeah, how y'all feel about what's going on so far? It sure look like, hey, you sure you want to bring out the secret weapon? Because we can end this right now. I'm just saying. You want to play around a little bit? All right, bitch. Yeah, like, long as I ain't in that cell, bro. We keep this going. Yeah, Othel.org. Othel.org. Let me see where we at. Because last time I checked, he was on 91,925. Let me refresh that, see where we at now. Oh. We at 93,876. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, let's keep it going. They got us on mute right now, so even I can't hear nothing. So they still doing the little huddle thing, man. I'd love to know what they talking about. They're like, hey, you sure you want to continue? Because, hey, we got all type of stuff, man. You sure you want to do this? I know you represent the state, bro. But, hey, we got all types of ammo. All you got is Ozone's baby mama. That's all you bring to the stand. That's all you got. You got all these cops. This is easy. You sure you want to do this? Like, all right, let's get it. Well, fuck it then.
Yes, ma'am.
Monica Lee, Monica. Last name Lee. Yes, sir. I'm an officer. Daytona Beach Police Department. 17 years. All at Daytona Beach. I'm in the training unit as the Axon administrator. We train in-house and new recruits on show them the ropes of the job, firearms, defensive tactics, OC, EVOC. Yes, so the pepper spray and evasive driving. Yes, sir. Yes. I did. It's a thicker leather belt where we keep all our gear, all of our equipment.
And whenever you officer on duty,
Yes. Firearm, OC, taser, handcuffs, pouch for medical gloves, handcuffs, a radio, mask. Yes, it's part of firearms training. About 12 years.
Along with the duty belt, you also bring up dummy
I did.
What do y'all use the dummy firearm
To practice drawing the gun.
from the holster?
Yes, and for scenarios. So if we do scenarios, we use the blue guns instead of live guns, just so that our scenarios are like in a safer environment.
Is the blue gun in terms of its dimension meant to
Yes.
and you had to bring the duty belt up with you?
Yes, sir, I did. Not yet.
If that happens, you'd be allowed to step down and then So just first point out the holster thing.
So this is the holster we use, it's
Why do you call it triple position first?
it's 3 steps.
Can you take us through those steps and start with the very first step?
So you have to push down on the button, and you have to move the hood, and there's another button here. You have to push down on that one.
Show us just the first step. What's the very first step?
The button, push down.
And the second step?
The hood,
And the third step?
another button.
Before the fire.
Correct.
Thank you. Stand. I want to talk about one of the other jobs. You said axle.
Yes.
What is axle?
I oversee all the Axon body cameras in the department.
Talk about those people. Who is assigned axle to use body?
All sworn members.
Yeah, we already talked about the duty belt, but duty belt patrol officer, they want our axle.
Yes.
Where do officers typically wear those axles?
On their person, preferably on their chest. All patrol guys wear them on their chest.
How are the cameras maintained or kept up to date?
So every time they dock their cameras, it's updated automatically with the current firmware.
If you have a technical problem, you can't function, you have to send it back to the axle.
We do. Never.
You said they get an update, and also kind of trouble.
Yes.
And how long does a charge typically last?
An entire shift, so it'll last 12 hours.
Does that also kind of reporting faster than 12 hours straight?
Yes.
Do the axle camera videos accurate for the date and time?
Yes.
When an officer is responding to a call, how is the camera, how would an officer act?
You would have to double press the circle button in the front of the camera.
And if you bring on an axle camera, without the intro,
Did.
you set down this Joe Fury axle camera.
Yeah, I got it last time.
Yes,
One of those called a signal sidearm.
yes.
What is that? What does that mean?
It's a device that's mounted onto our holsters.
What is the purpose of that device that's mounted on?
So when you draw your gun, it'll activate your own camera and other cameras around you.
So if you were on duty and your body camera wasn't recording, you drew your firearm out of the holster. So,
Yes,
and if I was on duty with you and I was standing, say, this far away, would my body camera also activate?
yes.
And when an officer activates his camera, so back to just the double tap. An officer double taps that camera to go on. Does the camera actually record video of you or no?
Yes.
Can you tell us on that?
So it's a 30-second pre-event buffer where it records visually and audio.
So again, going back to our example, signal sidearm, we're also back 30 seconds.
No, it would not.
Okay, let's say it's double. So if you and I are on roll and I double tap my ass on camera.
Sorry. I'm going to retract that. It would do the buffer.
Okay, it would be.
Yes.
So in the example of you drawing your firearm, the camera goes on.
Yes.
And it would have 30 seconds prior to you drawing.
Yes.
But it also works that way with the double tap.
Yes.
Now, that sometimes those that 30 seconds, sort of 30 seconds back in time, that sometimes affected by someone falls asleep.
Yes.
What is sleep mode? Why do you have?
So sleep mode is when we put our cameras into, it will not automatically activate with the signal sidearm or anything else. So you would actually have to manually activate your camera with your hand in order for your camera to activate on sleep mode. We have sleep mode in case officers are in the locker room or going to the bathroom or taking a private phone call, and then their cameras won't automatically activate on them while they're having privacy.
And going back to our example of us being on duty together, if I had the camera attached to my chest, but it's on sleep mode, and I double tap the camera on, will it give me those 30 seconds? Or
No.
is that because of the sleep mode?
Yes.
I'm gonna get a little ahead of myself. Was Officer Raynor's camera activated on June 23rd, 2021? Was his camera on sleep mode?
Yes.
When an officer is finished, they don't finish their shift. What do they do with the camera against these?
They upload their videos,
And how do they do that?
either with an Axon cord or the docking station.
So same documentation where it starts at
Yes.
same documentation also where it's updated throughout.
Yes.
And once they dock that camera, what happens to the video that is?
It goes into evidence.com.
And do officers tag their videos?
Yes.
How do they tag?
They're tagged either on evidence.com or through their cell phone.
When I say tag, what does that?
It means putting a case number and a title to it.
The officer, they agency number on that speaking stop. After an officer uploads video, docs and uploads, they edit that video in any way?
No.
And do officers have the ability to see their videos before it's done through their own cell phone?
Yes.
How does that?
So it is through Bluetooth connection with the body cam and the cell phone, and they can view it on their cell phone until they dock it. And then once it's docked, it's completely deleted out of the cell phone. So it's in evidence.com.
Okay, so once it's done, it's video no longer evidence. And were you the Axon administrator back in June of 2021?
Yes. my initial movement.
Does it also have a date? Have you watched the content of that DVD?
Yes.
What does it contain?
Has Officer Erlinson's finding of Officer Raynor.
Is it a shortened version of Officer Raynor body worn camera video?
Yes.
So it's minute and a half, 2 minutes long, and then it's dark. And is this video, this is consistent with videos uploaded by Officer Raynor at some time? Or this time I would say 10 evidence.
Yeah, I object under proper.
Judge, at this time we'll move to publish the now evidence of case select.
Central Bed 1030 is correct. Where is he? 5-7 Central Rescue Code. Where is he? Second gunshot wound. Who shot him? Come on, buddy. Hey, it's gonna be all right. Yeah, Officer down. He's shot. Where's it at? Hold it, buddy. Hold it. Hey, just talk to me, man. Talk to me, Ted. Where's the guy who shot him? Who shot him, buddy? Oh, man. Just hold on, buddy. Just hold on. Sector Rescue Code 3. See if we can air it. Oh my goodness. Get something to hold pressure. Just hold. He got my shirt. He got my shirt. He got his shirt. He got my shirt. He got my shirt. 10-3. Damn, man. Gunshot wound head of one chest. Come on, man. Just keep talking to me, buddy. Just keep talking. Get rescue here now. You're gonna be all right, buddy.
And in that video, officer, do we actually, does the jury actually see Officer Ellison with his firearm drawn?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was Officer Raynor equipped with a body worn camera when he was shot on June 23rd, 2021?
Yes.
Were the contents of this camera uploaded and tagged in relation to this case number, or did they only use the case number?
Yes.
Was the actual camera also placed into evidence?
Yes.
Did Officer Raynor's acts on camera accurately record the date and time on June 23rd, 2021?
Yes.
Were there any technical problems with Officer Raynor's camera that I shoot?
No.
Before going into the actual video, I want to talk to you a little bit about axon audit. What is an axon audit?
An Axon audit lists all the events that occur when an officer utilizes their Axon camera.
Would that include, for example, if it was in sleep mode?
Yes.
Is that in fact how you know that Officer Raynor's camera was in sleep mode that night?
Yes.
Is another one of those things that the axon audit will capture the signal sidearm notification?
Yes.
It'll capture that regardless of whether it's in sleep mode or not.
Yes.
After the recording of Officer Raynor's interaction with the defendant at 8:30
would have to look at the exact time.
You have it with you?
Yes.
To refresh your recollection, take a look.
Yes.
That's what you need to see.
No, that's
fine. You refresh your recollection, Ron.
It was at 8:54 and 47 seconds.
Between 8:50 and 36 seconds, when the video starts in relation to this incident, and that signal sidearm at 8:54:47, are there any other signal sidearms on the officer?
Between 8:50 and 8:54, no, sir.
Are there any notifications that the taser was drawn and charged on that officer?
No.
That's something we'll have to also check. And preparation for testimony in this case, we'll take a closer look at the timing of the video in relation to that signal sidearm that's communicated on the audio of Jason Raynor's audio looking.
Yes.
And what did you say?
That it was about the same time.
So when we see the officer, when the jury sees the officer, hurling his drug his gun, throwing out the officer Raynor, that's the signal sidearm, the signal officer Raynor audio. We go back now to talk a little bit more about Jason Raynor's body camera. Was his camera docked in the video officer?
Yes.
And that very night, with that video disseminated to detectives and investigators immediately after.
Yes.
Showing now Mark Ray states M. Same question, do you recognize that DVD?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
My initial.
On that date, what was that DVD?
Officer Raynor.
Is it fair and accurate representation of the body camera video that was uploaded from the body camera?
Yes.
This time, states M as in Mary, and that is
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, the minutes,
the art this time of the published states 12.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here?
What's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Okay. Come on now. Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me, do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Cool, Charlie 777.
No, back up.
Stop. Stop, man.
In preparation for file, you send a copy of occupation axon to a running child with the axon.
Yes.
examination. Excuse me, TV is.
we're on a private phone call.
What's the policy?
It's that, it's if it's for the officer's privacy.
So, you were looking at the garage.
Yes.
Could you, tell me, if you know the answer, why every time Mr. Raynor gets extended, he puts it in on his
Cannot speak for him.
Is that a violation?
I don't know what he was doing.
Well, if you were to look at, within 160.
Yes.
And is recording stopped from the press the previous and stopped.
Yes.
And then we look at item 167, 48, at 4 p.m. Signal unit. Recording signal.
Yes.
So that to item 145, recording stop.
Yes.
And then we go down and at 8:31 and 13 seconds, signal unit. That would be, that would have been, I should say, item 150.
Yes.
Let's look at item 129. Recording Scott do the button press. That's 752. And then item 136, 753, signal unit.
If he's making phone calls, I don't know what he's doing.
And when you, the nice thing, I guess, about enabling the sleep mode is it alleviates the 30-second button.
Yes.
So we don't have any idea what happened 30 seconds before Mr. Raynor enabled his recording.
Yes.
So because he keeps putting it in sleep mode, we don't get to see that it's leading up to when this is 30 seconds.
Yes.
And then you stated that the sidearm, does the sidearm activation start when you push the button, when you push the latch forward, or when you do the third part, or is it before you actually pull out the latch?
Could you repeat that, please?
So it's a three-step process to get the handgun out of the holster.
Yes.
So you stated that when you have a sidearm alarm, that it starts, does it start recording when you push the first button? When you do the second phase, which is move the latch forward? Or is it the third phase when you hit the third phase, where you hit that button? Or is it when the gun actually comes out of the holster?
When the gun actually comes out of the holster.
And then as far as the taser alarm actually doesn't start or go off until you actually discharge the taser.
No.
When does it come out?
When you turn it on, it activates the cameras.
When you turn it on, or when you take it out of the holster?
When you turn it on.
Well, the gun doesn't turn on until you take it out of the holster.
Correct.
But the taser turns on early?
The taser, when you turn the taser on, it activates the cameras.
So you'd have to have the taser out of the holster, turn it on, and then you go on, then it starts recording.
Yes.
So by moving the latch on the taser forward, that would not start the recording.
No.
Yes. Any redirect?
Yes. Officer may set it up across, but you don't know off the air was dealing with anything that night. You have no idea.
Correct.
In terms of the signal sidearm notification, is that fairly sensitive sensor in terms of what takes notifications?
It can be.
Are there even times where a rattle is caused, the signal sidearm to go off
Yes.
by rattling, basically jostling the belt and holster?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll simply add no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any recross?
No, you're not.
All right, any witness to the state?
Subject to recall.
You still on this? Another witness? Order 5. I think I'm gonna.
We have like a 10-minute witness, Judge, we can knock them out, that's okay? Yeah, I'm gonna work quickly. That for a minute, Matt.
What's the name again?
Forrest, Ryan Forrest, Officer Ryan Forrest.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Sergeant Ryan Forrest, O-R-R-E-S.
Where do you work, sir?
Work in the city of Daytona Beach.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2012, so 11 years.
I can take you back to June 23rd, 2021. Where you worked that night, sir?
Yes, sir.
What capacity?
At the time, I was a regular patrol officer. I was working on the west side, early shift.
Can you just explain the west side of the beach?
The west side of Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach is split into two at the railroad tracks. So everything west of the railroad tracks is considered the west side. And I was working on the west side of that.
Would that have been the area maybe for Bucky's might be?
Bucky's, Tanger out.
So So in that area,
Mhm.
at some point did you hear call on the radio?
Yes.
What did you do when you heard call on the radio?
So I happened to actually be in the area of the Tanger outlet. I heard Central come across the radio and say that an officer was down. They didn't really have a lot of information.
What did you do?
I just kind of like listened to the radio a little bit more, and once confirmation that there was an officer down, units started responding down there. I went directly to the hospital instead of going to the scene. Generally, usually we do have shootings in Daytona. We send somebody to the hospital for security, family, to get a statement from the victim, notify the hospital that this is coming in, those type of things.
When you arrived at the hospital, did you speak to the head nurse?
I did speak to the charge nurse and told her that we had an officer down and coming in.
Did you stand by the hospital?
Yep, after I told the charge nurse the ambulance actually had called in, I waited by the trauma doors for Officer Raynor.
Did you see Officer Raynor when you arrived?
Yes.
Were you present when Officer Raynor was selected?
Yes, it was.
Outside of them being on a Can I accomplish this?
Maybe.
Now I'm showing you what's in evidence or the searching. You can just is this Officer Raynor's uniform similar to yours? Top of his uniform?
Yes, this would be the standard issue Class B uniform that is issued to all officers.
Okay.
I'm showing you what would be the second part of the closet. This is his pants and stuff.
Pants, it looks like a keeper and a shirt stay.
When you collected these items, sir, where did you take them?
I was requested to, I was handed the items at the hospital. I took them, they were placed in a brown paper bag. I had to bring them to the courthouse on Ridgewood Avenue. For FDLE was responding to take them back.
Did you respond to the courthouse that was about there?
I did respond to the courthouse, yes.
Ultimately, and folks don't really know where the courthouse is. That's the main courthouse for on the side of Louisiana County.
Yes.
When you arrived there, did you have anyone from Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Initially, no. I had to go pick up, there was another piece of evidence I had to pick up. I did then respond over to the area where I met Deputy Cartagena from Orange County.
Did you provide him this uniform and also that subsequent item, which is the hat?
Yes.
Take the FDLE on that?
I did.
And then did they transport that to you all?
Yes.
Was there a helicopter involved to try and expedite this?
Yes, there was a helicopter involved to get these items up to FDLE.
Yes. No further questions, Judge.
Officer, did you take any, and I certainly understand what the KR at night, but did you take any photographs of either the pants or the uniform prior to collection of evidence?
Not.
In any degree optimal, best practice would be to take photographs before you collect anything.
It was already in the bag.
Okay, and that would have been this bag right here?
That is correct.
Okay, and so the submission was in the bag, and then this is for presentation purposes, right?
Yes.
Do you have any specific information about why Officer Raynor responded to 132?
I'm gonna object outside the scope of relevance.
There's a knife.
Yes, there is.
Is that a standard issue knife? Do you know anything about?
It's not issued by the police department. However, we do carry knives for multitude of things, general tools.
Nothing further on. Thank you.
No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn at this time. We're gonna reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Remind you once again, not to call for updates with anybody. We're gonna want you to, I have some. But, all right, tomorrow, 9 a.m. All rise, the jury.
So far, it was talking about the police camera being in sleep mode, and they showed a fuller video of the police camera. I mean, a bunch of questioning on some stuff that I feel is irrelevant. I want to know how they're going to use this stuff. Like, that was weak. Whatever. I think that's it for the day. Hold on, let me take that off for a second. Hey family, I think that's it for the day. We're gonna be doing another one tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's it. We're gonna be doing another one tomorrow. And it's gonna get deeper and deeper and deeper. Like I said earlier, we just turning the oven on, you know what I'm saying? So, you know how the oven goes when it go to preheat, right before it get up to 400 degrees, 500 degrees, it's about to be 1,000 degrees up in that giant. You know what I'm saying? It's about to get hot. Othal Wallace coming home. Ozone is coming home. You feel me? Other.org. Let's continue to support. Peace to the guys. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. One.